ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. Treasurer Tim Pallas has suggested Melbourne will likely bid to host the Land Forces Expo again. The government estimates the event has brought around $70 million to the local economy, but it won't say how much it cost to secure hosting the Expo. About 1,500 demonstrators rallied outside the Expo in Melbourne on Wednesday, where violent clashes broke out between protesters and police. Mr. Pallas has defended holding the event in Victoria and says talks are underway with organisers over hosting the event again.
I anticipate that we would be looking to see what we can do in terms of securing what I think has been a very substantial project, whether or not we do it at that venue.
A witness has described trying to come to the aid of a man who died in a light plane crash in central Victoria. Police say the pilot was flying over private property at Reedsdale when the aircraft crashed after midday. The yet-to-be formally identified pilot died at the scene. Police say he was the only person on board. Ashley Scott is a farmer at the neighbouring property and was first at the scene. He's told the ABC he heard a loud bang.
Seen a parachute, but I heard another explosion at the same time, and it was an impact on the ground sort of thing. And yeah, I'm like, that's not right. Jumped in the car, flew up, rang 000 straight away, and I didn't know if it was a plane crash, but had a fair idea it was.
Lawyers for former Liberal staffer Bruce Lehrmann have filed an updated appeal in the federal court, challenging the entire judgment by Justice Michael Lee, which found on the balance of probabilities Mr Lehrmann had raped Brittany Higgins. Elizabeth Byrne reports.
Bruce Lehrmann has lodged the appeal after losing his defamation case against Network 10 over an interview with Brittany Higgins when she aired her allegations about being sexually assaulted at Parliament House. He maintains his innocence. Mr Lehrmann wrote the first appeal claim himself, but his new lawyers have ditched that to widen the appeal, saying Justice Lee's ruling on 10's truth defence was not the same as the truth case put forward by 10. Mr Lehrmann's criminal trial was abandoned with no findings against him.
New financial supports could be on the cards for customers who lose power after a report was handed down into catastrophic storms that hit Victoria in February. Costa Haritos reports.
The independent report delivers 19 recommendations, paving the way to respond quicker to future network outages. It follows the severe weather event that hit Victoria in February, when critical infrastructure was destroyed by hot and windy conditions, leaving about 620,000 homes and businesses blacked out. One of the key recommendations includes energy distributors compensating customers who lose power, putting the onus on the company to reduce the time it takes to restore services. The government says climate change is causing more frequent severe weather events, and more needs to be done to help communities stay connected.
Russia's Federal Security Service has accused 6 British diplomats of spying and says a decision has been made to withdraw their accreditation. The BBC's Charles Haviland has the details.
Russian public television has shown footage purporting to show the British diplomats leaving the country. The FSB Security Service accused the 6 of carrying out subversive activities, part of what it called the multiple unfriendly acts of London. On Thursday, President Putin warned Western governments not to let Ukraine target Russia with Western arms, saying that would change the very essence of the conflict there. Keir Starmer insisted Kyiv had the right to defend itself, but added he did not in the slightest seek conflict with Moscow.
Richmond great Dustin Martin could continue his AFL career at the Gold Coast Suns. The Suns have confirmed to ABC Sport the club has met with Martin to work out whether the Brownlow medalist is a good fit. Martin retired as a Tiger at the end of the home and away season after 3 premierships, 3 Norm Smith medals and more than 300 games. The 33-year-old has been linked to the Suns, who are led by Martin's long-time former coach, Damien Hardwick. Now to the weather. There's a strong wind warning for Port Phillip, the West Coast, Central Coast and the East Gippsland Coast. For the state tomorrow, patchy morning fog and frost in the northeast. A mostly dry and partly cloudy day north of the ranges, mostly cloudy near and the south of the ranges with scattered showers. For Melbourne, showers tomorrow, becoming windy, a top of 12, Sunday cloudy 13. Right now it's 14 degrees. ABC News.
Cricket is back with live coverage of the T20 and one-day international matches between England and Australia from the UK. Live and commercial-free coverage on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the ABC Cricket button.
ABC Country is Australia's home of country music.
Did your boots stop working? Did your truck break down? Where there's a will and there's a way, and I'm damn sure you lost it.
On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. Ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Thank God she's a country girl.
ABC Country. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
Thank God she's a country girl.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series.
The moment of truth has arrived.
You get to this point of the season and it just goes up again.
A lot more pressure. You can feel it. The crowd's a little bit louder.
The umpire holds the footy up, the trophy and a flag at stake. It's a new week, new challenge, and we get ready for that.
AFL.
Give me my moment, step aside.
Gathers, shoots, kicks the goal. Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line. A mighty good goal.
The drop punt is gone and the building is jumping.
Kick up towards the logo. Heaney! He defies the laws of gravity.
And pass to Cameron.
Oh, no.
Cameron.
Oh, no.
You're kidding me. That is wizardry. Jeremy Cameron bends a drum. The Sharon's not meant to bend that way.
I want them big bright lights. I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you care?
Big time spot. Big time goal kicker. Tailor-made for September. They've blown the premiership race wide open.
Left foot kick from the champ. Oh, wow. That is brilliant.
Give me my moment, step aside.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Shots on the big sticks on the run. Curls it back.
He likes it.
And this young blood star continues to rise.
Set shot from the right forward. Offhand. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Kicks to the corridor. Rainers the target. And he flies and takes the September special.
The man they call the Wizard, Nick Watson, on the drop punt. He goes, and this is spellbinding from Hawthorn.
Walks one way and the next, and the snap. There's the finish. An extra bit of class.
Gathers on the bounce, swivels, snaps, goals, and that's a giant response.
Rampy from 55, and right all the way home. Straight to Cameron, over his shoulder. Cue the music.
I want them big bright lights. I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you came?
Manor hooks it around the body, and the Cats have flipped this final series on its head.
Handball away to Heaney. Heaney from the middle of the ground. From the centre wicket. Works it for six. Give me my moment, step aside.
The kick's on its way. It looks all right. It is through.
This moment's mine.
And he runs towards the crowd and says, get up and about.
Right foot drop punt. He smashed that through. What a kick. Running past, throws it on the leg and pumps the miss.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. It's there. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Finals.
And we're not done yet.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Give me my moment, step aside.
Ken Hinkley, he defines the title embattled coach as he leads Port Adelaide for a 273rd time at AFL level. He equals the record holder Mark Williams tonight. Is he about to take them to a third preliminary final in 5 years? Or is he about to coach the club for the last time? The Power this evening up against the boys in brash and gold as they swing their hot ball through Adelaide in a place that nobody thought they would be as favourites on the road in enemy territory on semi-final night. History awaits, one way or the other. We're down to 5 games left in the race for the 2024 AFL Premiership. It is Port Adelaide versus Hawthorn. The second semi-final is up first. The winner to go through and take on the Swans in a preliminary final. It is my great thrill to be here at Adelaide Oval. The lights are shining, and they're always shining a little brighter in September. It is a cool evening, getting down to around 13 degrees, and all is in readiness for this semi-final. There is a late change. Charlie Dixon is out. So we won't see the big three back together, or perhaps even the big four, as was touted somewhere, with Asaba Radagalier obviously playing up front in recent weeks. Dixon out with illness, and Will Lorenz is the latest feel-good September story. In just his second game, the 19-year-old is going to start as the sub, so we'll see him in his first final tonight. No late change for the Hawks. Luke Bruce in his 300th will start as the sub, and as mentioned, Lorenz will fill out the sub's shirt for Port Adelaide tonight. My name's Corbin Middlemass. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. The gang is all here. Aaron Bryans, who's been heading up our calls in South Australia all year, here to call the footy with me. G'day, Az.
G'day, Corby. Great to have you back in the festival state, and it has been a parochial firecracker all week. They say pressure can make diamonds, or it can burst pipes. What will it do to Port Adelaide, who are staring down the barrel of doomsday? Meanwhile, Hawthorn's fairy tale continuing week upon week. They're defying the odds and maybe soaring towards a preliminary final, which would be amazing after a 0-5 start. We sell sport as the greatest form of reality TV, and tonight, a cutthroat elimination semi-final in front of a volatile crowd that's full of a sea of yellow as well. I can't wait to see how it unravels.
And you called the last time that these two teams played here just an incredible game of footy, one of the matches of the year, and it featured Port Adelaide kicking 2 goals in the last 33 seconds to pinch it.
Insane afternoon. So the Hawks were up by 41 points in the third quarter. A bit of rain as well. Port Adelaide looked nowhere near it. We're getting dominated on ground ball. Couldn't sync up forward as well. And then Sam Mitchell's Hawks, maybe it was a testament to where they were at that stage of the season, but went into their shells a little bit, fell away. Zach Butters stood up, and Port Adelaide surged home for a magnificent victory. Not sure if it's going to be under similar circumstances tonight. I think both these sides understand what's facing them in terms of the game plans and the tactics, and we'll see who answers back after what was an enthralling first week of finals.
One man who was an integral midfielder during Port Adelaide's great era. He finished second in a Brownlow medal. He was with us last Thursday night. He's with us again tonight. The question is this another great era for Port Adelaide, or just a great tease? Josh Franco, it's great to have you with us again on ABC Sport.
Yeah, thanks, Corbin, and good evening, everyone. As you said, it's a massive game, and more so, I think, for Port Adelaide. Talk about how the season's unfolded this year. The ups and downs of every side within the top 8, even within the competition. But Port Adelaide last week, I was really bullish coming into the match against Geelong. They really disappointed. They got absolutely belted off the park. Can they bounce back from it? That'll be the big storyline, I think, coming out of tonight's game.
We got ample time to cover all these storylines. Matthew Richardson, the CEO of Port Adelaide, is about to join us. It is semi-final night, business end of the season, so who else would we want with us than a man who has coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL footy. He is the coaching icon in Mick Moldhouse, who's made the trip across with me. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby, Aaron and Josh and all our listeners. This is a fantastic round, a fantastic place. I love coming to Adelaide. I know there's something just sporty about it, and this ground is sacred to both football and the cricket, of course. I'm trying to mount a case for Port, and I'm listening to Josh say that prior to the game last week, yeah, Port, we're going to do this, and they look good. And in the space of one game, all of a sudden I hear Josh talk about it, and in my heart of hearts, I'm going, I just hope it's a good game, because something tells you it might be another belting. You don't want it to be. Have we overranked Port the way they've played? It's a close year. It depends on who you play, where you play them. They finished second. I think you put it out last week. They were half a game from 7th.
Yeah.
So it really does give you an idea that it's so close. But they're playing a side that elected to catch the very late flight over here because they were that confident they could just step off the plane and walk up here and win the game. I'm talking about most of the supporters. No one can be as cocky as Hawthorn supporters when they get going. So
they've been a long-suffering bunch. They haven't won anything now for a decade.
No, of course not. And
less than.
We were talking about 1961 when they won their first premiership. They've done a lot of damage to the AFL since. I really am going to see what the leadership of Port are made of. We know what Sicily's like. I had reservations about him, but he has been an outstanding captain. Now we're looking at Conor Rosey to see how good he is.
The teams aren't far away. This is ABC Sport on a Friday night, of course, as week 2 of the finals gets underway. It's great to have you with us, Finals Footy on ABC Sport. The teams aren't far away from making their way out onto Adelaide Oval ahead of this second semi-final. There's no Charlie Dixon. He's laid out with illness, and Will Lorenz is going to start as the sub. No late change for the Hawks. And Luke Bruce in his 300th for the 6th straight game will start as the sub for the Hawks. I'm very pleased to say joining us in the central commentary position is the Chief Executive of the Port Adelaide Football Club in Matthew Richardson. Matthew, appreciate your time on ABC Sport.
Good to be here.
Is Ken Hinkley coaching for his job tonight?
Is Ken? Well, I mean, look, it's a semi-final. We've had a really strong home and away season. All we're focused on is with an opportunity to win a game and get into a prelim. So, I know I get the question, but the reality is that Ken's got a contract. He's contracted for next year, but we can't spend any time worrying about what ifs. We're purely just focused on what we need to do. Obviously, last week we had a really disappointing performance. And we sat in that for a couple of days, and that was important. But as a club, from Monday onwards, it's really all about tonight and the opportunity that we've, the team has earned themselves.
He pointed that out yesterday, that he's still got a year to run on his contract. Is the plan for him to see that out, or will that be reassessed at the end of the season and perhaps at the end of tonight?
Yeah, I reckon I just answered that. Like, our focus is purely on what we've got to do tonight. Our focus this week was, what have we got to do in the environment to give the footy group the best chance, and then as leaders of the club, it's making sure that everyone has got that clarity and confidence around what we're doing.
How is he? Firstly, I mean, he had that episode in round 15 here where seemingly his own supporter base had turned on him. He was able to piece it back together. He made that run towards September, and then here we are after 4 quarters, and he's in the hottest seat in footy again.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you wouldn't be human to expect that Ken, but it's not just Ken, that people don't feel that pressure. Tonight's a big game. We're in a semi-final. It's cutthroat. Finals are big games. So I think the good thing for our group is we've actually been here a few times before this year. Even we had a disappointing result early in the year in a showdown, and then. As you say, we had that result against Brisbane, which was disappointing. But what the group has been able to do, and led by Ken and the coaching group, is come back from that. Our 8 weeks leading into last week were really strong. Clearly, last week was really disappointing. But this group has shown that they've got some resilience and they can bounce, and that's what we're looking for tonight.
Matthew, what was the case? Did you knock it over and go, right, we have now identified exactly what took place that we can work on? Is it actually structural? Is it attitude? Is it the personnel?
Yeah, look, I think on the night, Mick, it was all of those things.
Yeah. But you said you've had a bit of a review. Is there something that sort of stood out that we can know? I mean, there's a lot of things that I know what it's like behind the closed doors. You don't divulge everything, but there's a lot of supporters out there listening, just wondering whether or not is there something that perhaps that let you down. I'll be very open. I thought your captain let you down, and a captain runs the whole ship out on the ground. So. Has he been addressed? Has it come back to him? Is he going to do something about it, or is it just a playing group in particular, maybe your senior players?
Yeah, well, I think all of our guys have spoken during the week, and there were some pretty honest conversations that happened, and they needed to happen. And the players know that it's their responsibility. So I think all of those things happened on the Saturday and Sunday.
Is he mature enough as a senior captain? As a captain, do you think? Do you think what I'm saying? I know he's got some great qualities, but do you think under the circumstances, when you look around, has it been a little bit? Is it early for him to be given that role? And is he coping with the role? I'll put it that way, because I know Ken is coping with the role, because he's been in it a long time. He understands it. But a young captain, does he understand those circumstances?
Well, I touched on it before. I mean, it's a little bit like we've been in this situation a couple of times and been tested. And, after the Brisbane game, we talked about that earlier, Connor, his leadership through that and that young group, their leadership was outstanding. So, I think all of those things are learnings for the group. And I think sometimes it does get lost a little bit with our group. We're actually a fair bit younger than a lot of people realise. We've got a young leadership group. All of these experiences are really important. Hopefully, the group have learned from last week, and we'll see the test of that tonight.
Richard, it's interesting when you talk about whether it's structural, what the reasons were for the poor performance last week. One thing that really intrigues me is the mental side of the game, and obviously there's been a lot of narrative around the mental demons of Port Adelaide in previous final campaigns. Is it too big a mountain to climb tonight to get the win?
Look, I think it's really difficult and again, if you look at the team itself, there were 8 guys that played last week that didn't play last year. So the evolution of the group, the evolution of playing list means that, we understand what's gone before, but how relevant that is for the situation we're in tonight is questionable. And the reality is there's only one way that comparison stops, and that's actually to get out here tonight and get a result.
Eddie Maguire spoke during the week, I don't know if you saw this on Footy Classified, about the home ground disadvantage. He said, I've spoken to people at Port Adelaide and they feel like it's actually a disadvantage rather than being an advantage to play at home. Do you know who those people are inside the club, and do you see it that way as somewhat of a disadvantage?
I always get a bit worried when Eddie's talking about Port Adelaide. Quite seriously, no, not at all. I mean, Adelaide Oval and our people, this game sold out in less than a day. Our people will be here again tonight. It'll be an electric atmosphere, and our people have been incredible all year, and they'll be here tonight. It'll be an amazing game. So, no, ask us whether we want to play at Adelaide Oval or anywhere else, we're playing at Adelaide Oval.
While we're on the fans, Richo, the parochial pressure cooker that is Adelaide, how important is their feedback? So you hear during the week, the frustrations of members, the sack-Hinkley signs that are being stuck around Alberts, and when you actually make decisions in the off-season, even during the year, how important is fan feedback in that?
Yeah, look, of course we hear it, we see it, we understand it. I think sometimes there's a bit of a disconnect that people don't think the players or the coaches or the people at the club are feeling the same thing. Of course they are. As I said earlier, our people have been unbelievable, not just this year, but over our journey. And those things come in. But also what you've got to always make sure you're doing is, one of the things I always talk about is you've got to make your decision based on what's real. What's real is we finished second in a home and away season, which was as tight as any season that there's been. We built some momentum through the last part of the year. We earned the right to a double chance, and tonight our situation is the same as last week. We win tonight, we're in a prelim final. So that's what's real. Our people get a chance to be here and support their team again in a second final.
Are you optimistic?
Yeah, I'm really optimistic. Absolutely. I think we've shown that we've shown already this year that we've got the ability to be able to bounce. It's a resilient group, and we know that last week, if you look at the body of work over the last couple of months, last week wasn't us. Pleasingly, the guys get another chance and they earned that opportunity.
Dan Houston, he's obviously not playing tonight. Do you expect him to be here next year?
I know Dan's been a topic. I think I talked about this last week. Of course we'd love to have Dan out here. He's been All-Australian again, second year in a row. Everything that I've seen from Dan's been at the club every week, every training session. His focus is on how does he help our group and this group of players. He's been in our leadership group this year. He's contracted for the next 3 years, we love Dan, and Dan himself has spoken publicly about how much he enjoys Port Adelaide. So we expect Dan to be at Port Adelaide in 2025.
I hope for your sake, Matthew, it's the night that you want it to be. Really appreciate your time as always on ABC Sport, and all the best.
Good on you. Thanks for having us.
And good timing, too, as we let the chief executive go. His team is about to make their way out onto Adelaide Oval. As the usual hot song starts for the Power, as you may have heard in the background during all that, the Hawthorn Footy Club, who are chasing a slice of history tonight. They're looking to become the first team in the history of the game to turn around an 0-5 start to play off for a spot in a grand final. No team has ever made it that far after such a start. Here come the Power out onto Adelaide Oval. And that is a mixed reaction. More than 10,000 tickets are being sold to travelling Victorians that have hopped across the border, decked out in brown and gold, ready to support the Hawks. And there are obvious patches throughout Adelaide Oval that are predominantly gold as the Hawthorn colours stand out. The Power bursts through the banner. Zach Butters is out there, so he is playing tonight despite his banged-up ribs. There is no Charlie Dixon, who is the late out. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans, Josh Franco and Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon, with with you tonight. Liz Walsh with us on the boundary in just a moment. It is a cool but clear night, expected to get down to 13 degrees. Couple of quick ones, Mick and Josh, just to hit on before the join. First of all, if you're Ken Hinkley, how would you feel listening to the Chief Executive speak there in Matthew Richardson, Mick?
Well, he's brave coming on for a start off. I thought Matthew did a great job of coming on. There's no question he was very nervous, look, I just think that they're hanging out to see what the result is. I really didn't see any great confirmation to say that, yes, the contracts for next year we're sticking by. So I could almost understand that. I just think, I'll go back, he was very brave. Yep. And we're very appreciative of it. Not a great position to be in, though, with a thumping last week and talking about the Hawks, how they've played. So on their mind, he might say he's positive and this sort of stuff. He would be so nervous.
It is incredible, Josh, the history that he's actually on Port Adelaide's side tonight. So we have now had 12 qualifying final margins of over 50 points since this system came into place in the early 2000s, or in 2000. And incredibly, in each of the previous 11 cases, the side that's been belted by 50 plus has come back and won the semi-final.
That's staggering.
It's absolutely staggering, and Port Adelaide are obviously in that position tonight to do the same again.
Look, absolutely, and when you read out those statistics, it is quite staggering that you can get pumped in a qualifying final and then come back and win the following week. The only concern for me in terms of Port Adelaide is I'm really worried how they lost last week. They got beaten, absolutely smashed in every facet of the game, and even, I guess, that question to Richo as well about the mental demons. If they don't start well tonight, we could see a repeat of last week, which is a real concern.
If you're Hawthorn, do you target Zach Butters? What does that even look like in modern footy?
I'm hoping this is not... is this what we've got here? Sorry, just to jump in. Is this legit?
That's it. Zach Butters will start on the bench.
Yeah.
Well, does that answer you?
Yeah, well, it does. Look, whether they target him or not, who knows? There might be a bit of byplay going on, but yeah, looking at the bench, starting on the bench, obviously they're trying to protect him potentially from any sort of repercussions from what Hawthorn potentially bring towards him in terms of the physical contact. But yeah, look, as I said, for Port Adelaide, 7 days ago I was really bullish about the power. Tonight we come in, I don't have a lot of confidence.
Hawthorn side of things, Mick, we spoke last week about the tram tracks on AFL Saturday, and it was a hallmark of your coaching that you can go where you want inside the tram tracks, but that's basically where we're operating. How would you have handled Jack Ginnivan this week when he commented on his former teammate Brodie Grundy's post saying, see you in 14 days to the Sydney Swans ruckman, basically saying, don't worry about this week, we will be there on preliminary final.
Yeah, well, that's what I was alluding to, that if this is rubbing off, if his attitude is rubbing off the rest of the team, then Josh, you'll have no worries about your side coming up. But it just seems to be so brash. It just seems to be so consistent with a few youths of today thinking that social media is my opportunity to get on the stage and say what I like, how I like. I would say as a club, I know how I would have handled it in terms of, I know social media wasn't as big when I was coaching. Well, it's only 10, 15, or 10 years ago. But you lay down some rules to say, and I was always big about this, coach's box is not there to be smiling, joking, whatever, and that was for 30 years of coaching, and my coaches knew that. My players always be so humble and gracious in defeat. Do never give never give anything to your opposition, because every percent counts. Jack Ginnivan has given Port 1 or 2%.
So people would say, what, are Port going to try harder tonight because of Jack Ginnivan's post?
I just think that he might get some additional treatment. Now, I think he's a very good footballer. He's no mug footballer. And the other thing about Jack Ginnivan is he's a very team-orientated player. He would rather give off a goal than kick a goal, which is quite rare for a young bloke like that. But there's got to be a point in time where that, to me, is disrespectful. And I just can't stand disrespect.
Big deal or no big deal, Josh?
Look, I reckon if you had have asked me 7 or 8 years ago, I would have been probably similar to Mick. I heard the comment, obviously, during the week, and I have tempered my thoughts on it. And as a once-off, I sort of sit there and go, well, that is Jack Ginnivan. That's the way he rolls, and that's the way he operates. We saw his celebration when he opened the can and looked like he chugged the can of beer after he kicked that goal last week, and that's him. The danger is, as you said, Mick, is if others start to jump on board and become disrespectful to the competition, then you have an issue.
Yeah, that's well done.
The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Josh Franco. This is Finals footy on ABC Sport. It is great to have you with us. This place is hopping already. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans to call the footy. Liz Walsh is with us on the boundary. Just about ready to go for the Welcome to Country and the National Anthem. The teams are just completing their preliminary warm-up. The full build-up to come next.
ABC Sports coverage of the footy finals is in full swing on the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
But we also have a massive summer of sport coming your way.
It's gone before. Australia have won.
T20 and one-day international cricket, the BBL and WBBL, the Women's Ashes. Plus, the Test series between Australia and India.
Unbelievable.
Take ABC Sport with you wherever you go with the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series.
The moment of truth has arrived.
You get to this point of the season and it just goes up again.
A lot more pressure. You can feel it. The crowd's a little bit louder.
The umpire holds the footy up, the trophy and a flag at stake.
It's a new week, new challenge, and we get ready for that.
Gathers, shoots, kicks the goal. Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line. It might have got there.
The drop punt is good and the building is jumping.
We have to own what happened, but we also have to move forward quickly.
We've been playing elimination finals for 10 weeks, really. We understand what's going to come this week and we need to be ready.
Something about our club that we don't like to give up. And we've always been that way and we're going to continue to be that way.
I want them big bright lights. I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you came?
You're listening to the second semi-final, Port Adelaide versus Hawthorn, live from the Adelaide Oval.
Big fly from Willie Rioli, no mark, spills down, shot goal, and Porter on top for the first time tonight.
One out in the cage. Bruce gathers, slick onto the right boot. Brilliant Bruce.
Close to the man on the mark, drop punt, he's there. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Finals.
And we're not done yet.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Give me my moment, step aside.
There is an ominous vibe around Adelaide Oval tonight with Ken Hinkley seemingly coaching for his job in week 2 of the final series. While the vibes, meanwhile, are strong for the cool kids at Hawthorn. They've captured lightning in a bottle. Can they now trap the power too? It is semi-final night, the Hawks and the power from a pulsating Adelaide Oval. It is another sellout crowd. It is a huge occasion and a place in a preliminary final at stake. This is finals footy on ABC Sport, and it is all sudden death from here. There is a late change. Charlie Dixon is out with illness. Will Lorenz, 19-year-old who comes in for just his second game of footy, he's going to play as the sub tonight for Port Adelaide. In all, the Power have now made 3 changes from the team that lost to Geelong in the qualifying final. Burton did his calf during the week. McEntee's been omitted. Dixon is now ill. In comes Josh Sin to play his first final. Todd Marshall returns, and Will Lorenz, as mentioned. Meanwhile, for Hawthorn, no late drama. Luke Bruce is their sub, becoming the 9th Hawk to play 300 games at VFL-AFL level tonight. One change from the team that beat the Western Bulldogs. Jai Sarong comes in for just his 10th game of footy. He takes the place of the injured Sam Frost. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Great to have you with us for finals footy on ABC Sport. Alongside me, Aaron Bryans to call the footy. Liz Walsh is on the boundary. The coaching icon, Nick Moldhouse, is here. And Josh Franco as well, the All-Australian. And, of course, an integral part of Port Adelaide's midfield during those glory years in the early noughties. Both teams are lining up, getting ready to go for the national anthem and the welcome to country. What were these moments like, Josh, before a big-time final?
Well, trying to just keep the nerves under wraps. Obviously, it's a big occasion. It's a big event. The national anthem gets the blood going a bit, but just trying to keep things in perspective.
How would you be feeling at this time, Nick?
Well, exactly that. I'm interested. Right now, everyone's lined up. Ken Hinkley has held his players together. They'll be on. It's whether they're going to be good enough. That's an interesting little thing that just happens even just then. I know that pre-match is very difficult to interpret, but that's significant.
So before the anthem, just pulling the group together to be able to chat with them before they line up for the welcome to country and the national anthem. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. We're just about ready to go. Mark Soderstrom is going to take you through the proceedings.
Australian Football
Here we
League
go.
and Premier Partner Toyota welcome you to the 2024 Toyota AFL Final Series tonight, the second semi-final between Port Adelaide and Hawthorn. The AFL acknowledges the Kaurna people, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome, can you please welcome senior Kaurna man and former Port Adelaide player Mickey O'Brien.
Nei chaya. Tuela manabodne. Tuela wakadapadne. Nai Kaurna biako makalankala marwachanga Kaurna miena. Kaurna miena wangadi mani na budni gani yatana hiridi yata tanda wama. Na yala yala goltapina. Yata boti irapina. Ka ganya yorna. Tinna pandu nat pandi. It is welcome to you, to the people, the fans that have come here today on Kaurna country and here at Adelaide Oval, the Kangaroo Plains. We bring you great blessings. We also wish the umpires well. We wish both teams, both being Port Adelaide and the Hawks, a wonderful game tonight as they fight on this field tonight. May the best team win. In our game of possum skin football, the honour was to bury the ball after the game. Tonight, the winners will have the opportunity to play next week in a prelim. So we say to you, Nakata Nei Chayu, Paraninga, Tangi Wilda, it is wonderful that you can come and welcome to Kaurna country, and may you feel the spirit of our people as they here at this stadium tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Mickey. Now, if you are able, would you please now rise, remove your hats, join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by Chloe Castledine.
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is birth by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. Its ample strength and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Beautifully done, Chloe. Enjoy the night.
The team split from the national anthem. Adelaide Oval rules, and we're ready to go. The Hawks and the Power. Only one team can advance through to a preliminary final. The coin toss coming up in just a moment. Mick Moldhouse, Josh Franco. You set it up for me. What's one thing that you're looking for here as soon as the ball's bounced?
Well, funny enough, there's no thought of next week. It's thought about the next contest, and I'm sure both coaches understand that. Even though Mitchell's only a young coach, he's been in the game long enough. So it'll be every contest, wherever that ball falls, and there's one thing that's significant about Australian football. If you take a photograph of a 10-yard square around the ball, the number of players that you have compared to your opposition tells you where you're at. So if it spreads, and you've got 5 and they've got 4, you're likely to win the contest. And if you do that regularly, I'm sure that's going to be the button for either side to press.
Well, it's interesting as well, even looking at Hawthorn, they've come into this final series with nothing to lose, and that's obviously been a bit of a mantra for them. Now the pressure starts to build, the expectation to win. They win tonight, they go through to a prelim. What impact does that have on this group? Looking at Port Adelaide, they've got to start well. It's great to see Horn Francis starting on the ground. He didn't last week. They missed an opportunity there. He starts in the middle. The only concern for Port Adelaide is who kicks their goals and who stops Hawthorn's forward line.
Liz Walsh is the 5th member of our team. She's in the front row of the grandstand. Good evening, Liz.
Thank you, Corbin. Hello from ground level, where honestly there is such an electric atmosphere down here. A huge sold-out Port Adelaide crowd. But don't worry, to any Hawks fans who are listening, you are very well represented here tonight. I've actually got an entire bay of Hawthorn supporters sitting behind me. I was chatting with them. The majority of them have actually driven over from Melbourne today, and they said the roads were absolutely jam-packed. And I'd have to say, in the Adelaide Oval car park when I parked tonight, it was like every single Victorian, or every single number plate was Victorian. Have to say, conditions are absolutely perfect. There's only a slight breeze blowing towards the scoreboard end. We've got clear skies, a bit of a chill factor. Currently it's 12 degrees. Meanwhile, Hawthorn, they've just won the toss. They're going to be kicking to the northern scoreboard end of Adelaide Oval.
Thanks, Liz. Zach Butters trots towards the bench where he'll start for Port Adelaide. There's no Charlie Dixon. He's the laid out. We might just listen across this, the unofficial anthem of the Port Adelaide Football Club. Can they live up to it tonight?
'Cause we all have wings, but some of us don't. I was standing, you were there, two worlds colliding, and they could never.
Every game you win from here, the bigger the next. There's no more second chances. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Port Adelaide versus Hawthorn. You're with Aaron Bryant.
Jordan Sweet stares down Lloyd Meek. And we're underway with a magnificent bounce. Meek charges in, Sweet wins it down. He's juggling it through the air. Rosie looking to pounce, but Warple rips it away. First clearance to the Hawks. Up to half forward, slips through the grip of Burgoyne. Watson charging, caught hanging. He burst out of the ball drop and was clotheslined just inside the arc. Free kick, Hawthorn. 45 outside angle to the right.
Yeah, well, Burgoyne should have marked that for a start off.
Absolutely.
And one thing's certain, he struggles with a 50-plus metre kick. So this is where they've got to be right switched on. Port, he's going back far enough to see. He's going back like Jeff Thompson. Fair dinkum.
Been an incredible turnaround for Nick Watson. He was 6 goals, 19 midway through the season. He's turned it around. 22, 26. Pick 5 in last year's draft. Watson comes in from 55, unleashes a monster kick, but it's through for a minor score on the left-hand side. We get underway with an early lead to the Hawks. One behind. Minute play.
Just a switch up from last week as well, fellas. Burn Jones did play down back against the Cats last week. He's now
forward.
Yep, forward.
Power, obviously the home team all in black with the teal and white V and the black shorts on. Long kick from Bergman straight down the pipe. Again they go corridor, that's their brand. Mead jumps up, spikes it forward, out to the wing, overrunning it. Boat collected by Mead a second time. Hand pass picked off. More for the Hawks. Hand pass to Morrison on the wing. Kicks out wide, and here's Guinea. Broken up by Sim, knocked out of play. And Ginnivan with an early touch, but couldn't trap it against the boundary line at high half forward. The Hawks in their traditional jumper, all in gold with the brown stripes and the white shorts. There is a late change. There's no Charlie Dixon. He's out with illness. And Will Lorenz comes in for his second game. He starts as the sub. Luke Bruce in his 300th game, the sub for Hawthorn.
Volatile crowd, plenty of punters over the fence, yelling at Jack Ginnivan there, letting him know about it. Sweet down to Boat, Port Adelaide out of the stoppage. Wines, forward to Bergman, then Rioli, dances past Morrison and was cleaned up for his effort as he kicked up the half forward. And it will be a downfield free kick. Was originally cut off by the Hawks, but Burn-Jones will take the advantage into the left forward pocket. Too heavy for Georgiades. Spills to the back and rolls over the boundary line.
Missed a very, very easy 20-metre kick there. They opened up the vision. That kick could have been spot right in line for well, I'd say 40 metres out directly in front. So you've got to open up your vision in finals because you get this clutter feeling about you.
Port to the Riverbank stand end. On the boundary throw in, forward pocket for the Power. Sweet wins it down close to the boundary line, taken by Mead. He's helped out of play. There are obvious Hawthorn pockets, aren't there? You can see the brown and gold.
Oh, it is right behind the goals. It's at the north end, and half forward and half back, out of side. Magnificent crowd.
Those brown and gold colours, which weren't overly desirable for many teams, and yet they've made them their own. The Hawks, haven't they? What a team they've been for the last 50 years. From the boundary throw in, the Hawks another stoppage win. Morrison to D'Ambrosio. Handball to Warple, took on the tackle, holding the ball.
Good decision, really good decision. Good tackle, strong tackle.
Free kick for the Power, and it'll go to Willie Rioli. Or in fact, it may be Connor Rosie who came in the second time, so Willie grabbed in front on. Warple was able to shake that, and the skipper Rosie came over the back to make sure he wasn't going anywhere.
Well, that was an area of Port Adelaide's game last week that we commented throughout the call that they just missed so many tackles. They couldn't stick him against the Cats.
A captain's goal to start. Yes! And Port need their guns and Rosie to fire tonight. He kicks the first in the final. One straight 6, Port Adelaide. Hawthorn 1 behind. We've travelled 3.5 minutes. This is finals footy on ABC Sport.
And Mick, we spoke about just before the start of the game is how are Port Adelaide going to manufacture enough goals to win this game of footy tonight? And Willie Rioli is a player that needs to really stand up tonight. We've seen him influential already in a couple of passages of play, and a good tackle there for a bit of forward pressure.
Absolutely. Josh, the significance to me was not only the goal kicked, it was every player on the ground got to that group. Now quite often the back line just sort of huddle up and they go, yeah, well done, but they all got there. So clearly there's a message there. We've got to do it together, or you go down together.
Port by 5. Zach Butters remains on the bench. The crowd raucous here at the Adelaide Oval. Finals footy on ABC Sport. High bounce in the middle. Sweet wins it down straight to the skipper. Rosie with the clearance. Up to half forward. Little wide of Rioli. Radaglia comes out to meet it. Looking to barge past Hardwick. Caught in the tackle. Ball shoots out. Whistle stays away. Morrison gathers. Flicks it back to Hardwick. Had 5 goals the last time these two sides met. Down the outer wing. Too hot for the Pack. Out the back door, Sin brushes off Chol, squeezes a kick down the line. It works perfectly to Boat. Handing it over the top to Radaglia. Turns through the logo into the 50. One out is Georgiades. Used the body, but Scrimshaw was strong. Put down the uncontested mark. Burne-Jones is stalking. Caught in the tackle. Ball up to come. 15 out in front of Port Adelaide's goal. They're up by 5.
Well, it's interesting as well. We came here last week and there was no real crowd atmosphere earlier, was there? There was almost stunned silence when Geelong absolutely dominated.
Sweet down to Radaglia, shoots goalward, touched by Scrimshaw on the behind line. He helps it through for a minor score. Crowd involved early, 1-1 to 1 behind. It is Port Adelaide by a goal, 6 minutes played.
Radaglia he's not a big position getter, but it was important that long kick from the half-forward flank just gave him that bit of confidence. He's now had 3 possessions, 2 and 1.
Thoughts a triple premiership coach, Mick Malthouse. All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco in the box tonight. Tight kick out of defensive 50 for the Hawks, and you can shared it wide to McGuinness. Kick down the boundary line up the broadcast wing.
Kidding me.
That was a mark or a free kick, surely.
Well, that is just remarkable.
Juggling it, Aliir was getting stuck into him, and in the end it's off hands and over the boundary line.
Surely that's front on contact.
Port by 6, tossed into play. Sweet. Tangled with Meek. The Hawk wins it down. Warple lurking, as was Rosie. Buffets it over. A little bit of feeling as well between the two balls. Port Adelaide by 6. Early stages of the semi-final.
Butters sneaks on, by the way. So first minutes here. 7th minute of the opening quarter after starting on the bench. You didn't like that, Mick?
Oh, I just thought I would have started him, but that's...
Power by a goal, boundary throw-in, came off Meek's bomb, Skander, Mead, hand pass to Butters. Here he is off the left peg, kicks the Power inside 50, ball's allowed to bounce, tap forward by Marshall, Sicily tracking it close to the boundary line, scoops it up by hand to Hardwick, he's tackled out of play. Boundary throw-in, half forward for the Power. Oh, and Amon just puts down his former teammate as he bowls over Marshall, and now it's on. We got a melee which unfolds here right on the junction of the boundary line and the 50 for Port Adelaide. Hardwick throwing bodies around. Rioli hits the deck. And the umpire says, let's just spin it in a hurry. The Power by a goal.
Little scorpion kick from Jordan Sweet off the boundary throw-in. Went straight up and down. Evans couldn't control it. Meek can. Hands it toward. Links up with McGuinness. Caught in the Mead tackle, but got a kick away. Was under immense pressure. Just falls shallow of the boundary line. And fisted over by Marbia Chol. It is hot and rocking at the Adelaide Oval.
And we didn't see this last week from Port Adelaide, did we, against the Cats? They were sluggish, they were slow, and at the moment they look on. The crowd's involved and the intensity is up, as you would expect in a final.
Port by 6, finals footy on ABC Sports. Sweet down, and you can be set upon by a group of Power midfielders. Ball up to come just wide of the logo.
Getting what you said earlier, though, Josh, it's got to be maintained. It can't be a 5-minute wonder.
Port by a goal early. Sweet palms it down to Wine. Spirals a kick forward. Rioli jumps in front of Hardwick, takes the mark, plays on immediately. 55 out, kicks to the top of the goal square. Getting back, Impey, hands to it. Mark paid, yes. Not everyone agrees.
Well, I think they're comparing it with the Alia.
Corbin, Middlemass, Harron Bryans, Josh Franco, Mick Moldhouse, Liz Walsh, your call team. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Hawthorn hemmed in. Impey, hand pass to Scrimshaw, kicks to half-back. Meek knocks it down to Newcomb. Handball out to Chol. Somehow got boot to border. Warple on the wing.
Thrusts the handball forward. Through the logo up towards Newcomb. In body goes to Ginnivan. He's all alone in a panic at left half forward. Gathers, composes. Morrison leans back. Checks the kick to Chol.
Yeah,
free-flowing footy.
Really good play by the Hawks. Didn't panic. Had control of the football. Good play by Chol. Always questioned his work ethic, but he was in their first one, in the second one, and ran on and got this, I'd say a 15-metre kick at best, but still his work ethic was able to get there.
Man on the mark, 35 out. It's tight on the left. Big moment for Marbia Chol. He missed a plethora of set shots last week. Goalless in the elimination final. Marbia Chol crosses the paint of 50. It's starting right. Will it hook back? Not enough. Sits up on the behind line. And Deer fumbles it through. Minus score for the Hawks. They're 2 behinds to Port. 1-1-7. 10 played. Opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Last 7 weeks, by the way, Hawthorn 62 inside 50s per game for, 42 against. So they have defended well by prevention, not having the ball in their defensive 50, and they've had a bit of it in there already tonight. Long kick out to half-back for the Power. Wine scoops it up, hand pass back to the corridor. Amon gets it going forward, but straight to Burgoyne. Centre half-back for the Power. Pulls his kick wide to Narkle, who starts tonight. And the sub from last week, Quinny Narkle, has it on the wing for the Power.
That was terrific composure there from Burgoyne.
Kicks to Rioli, late to arrive, has to whack it down close to the boundary line, and in the end it tumbles out between wing and half forward for the Power. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Port by 5 points after 10 minutes.
Well done by Rioli. He was the target, but he fell in behind his man, and his Hawthorn player cut him off. But instead of just conceding a mark, he was able to bring the ball to ground. Now there's a stoppage on the half forward flank.
Toss into play. Meek bowls over Sweet and took it out of the ruck with ease. He bangs it forward with a low wobbler, rolling its way up to left half forward. Alia's out to meet it and just keeps it in the field of play. Boundary umpire wasn't buying what he was selling. We will get a boundary throw in left half forward for the Power.
Positive start for Port, Josh?
Absolutely, yeah. And even just looking at what they're doing at stoppages here, they're bringing a couple of forwards up high to congest the stoppage. And at the moment, Port Adelaide are leading that stat 6-3, so it is working.
Sweet. Controlling his position this time, wins the hit out down towards Rosie. Clean gather, snaps it around the body through the broadcast wing, tumbling up close to the benches. Evans looked to move it on with an upward thrust, and it rolls over the boundary line instead. Port by 5. 11 played. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Josh, what you just said about those forwards coming up, so long as they keep some sort of system in front, because the last thing you need is a stoppage and clearance, and you're keying it to an extra Hawthorn or 2 Hawthorn players. So important that they structure is sound.
Sweet wins it down, but straight to Nash for the Hawks. Hand pass back into congestion. Newcomb extracts it to D'Ambrosio. Kicks to Ginnivan on a one-on-one. Jones went over the top, tried to spoil, missed it. In the end, he carries the ball out of play, throwing in front of the interchange gates.
I think what is impressive as well, even watching Hawthorn and how they like to play in their style, particularly in the scramble scenario, their ability to use hands and hit targets and just shift the ball off the line to advantage is outstanding.
Ginnivan's come up to the stoppage here on the wing. Boundary throw in. Sweet palms it down straight to Ginnivan. There's a whistle. Free kick. It's going Port Adelaide's way. And it's going to Horn Francis, who was held here at the stoppage. So the umpires have their eyes on everything that's going on at those set play scenarios. A dozen minutes in, Port by 5.
That's what Horn Francis does to you, though, because he likes to rip through the stoppage. He does draw those free kicks through holding on as he did on that occasion.
The Hornet chips it to Logan Evans and then flooded forward to get it back. Arches the back. Jason Horn-Francis inside 50. Strong mark. Fronting it up was Jack Scrimshaw. Had 3 to beat. Got in a good position, and the former son intercepts for Hawthorn.
He just had to bring it to ground then.
If you're not going to mark it, it's got to come to ground.
Yep.
Fresh off 26 touches last week. His kick is pinpoint to Lloyd Meek. What a superstar he's becoming, the former Docker. This kick's a little treacherous, though. Back with the flight. Sin can cut it off on the broadcast wing. Got a hand in. Tapped it down to Aaliyah. Then on Francis. Unsure where to go, so he'll chip it wide. Back to Josh Sin in his 9th game. His first final for Port Adelaide.
Power have 2 players playing their first final, along with Will Lorenz, the sub. And, of course, for Hawthorn, just Jai Sarong in his first final tonight, down back in the absence of Sam Frost. The Power go back before going forward, and it comes to Zirk Thatcher, who marks it centre half back for Port Adelaide. Power by 5, just the 1 goal after 13 minutes. He kicks wide to Aaliyah. Pokes the yellow, Sharon down the wing. Chol trying to intercept, knocks it down, but straight to Rosie. Port retain possession. Hand pass to Drew. Hit as he kicks the ball down to half forward. No whistle. Ball hits the deck. Radicalia's got it. Turns, kicks inside 50. Ugly looking kick. Weddle needs a kind bounce. Doesn't get it. Georgiades sharks it. Knocks it away to Narkle. Picks up. Shoots goalward. Narkle, has he got it there? No. And the finisher, Finn McGuinness, marks on the behind line for Hawthorn. Power by 5 after 14 minutes. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Tight kick to the right back pocket. Hits up Dylan Moore, the only All-Australian Hawk out there tonight. From this year's crop at least. Moore through the outer wing. Sets it up in front of the Bashir stand. Target was Gunston, fisted away from him. Ball drop was Logan Evans for the Power. Hands it to Burgoyne, then Boak. Quick step inside 50, cut off again.
This is not working. Their structure has fallen apart at the forward line. It's okay to come out of the forward line, but what's happening is Hawthorn are holding their line, and they've been able to intercept 3 times.
Hardwick was the brick wall. They chipped it around to get it out of defensive 50. Port nearly cut it off, but ricochets out to McDonald, racing through the centre square. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, flicks it wide. Forward from Newcomb. McGuinness kept running, brushes off the tackle, but goes to ground. Fans desperate for a free kick. Hawthorn continue. McDonald to Weddle. Rolls it to Moore. Blind turn. Spun through Rosie. Caught the tackle but got it out. Weddle tight in the pocket. Looks to square it off balance out the full. The pressure just kept coming.
What a game.
Port Adelaide wins out.
Outstanding pressure,
isn't it?
By both sides.
Yeah, and I think even from Port Adelaide's perspective, they'd be really happy. Contested ball, they're +3. The ground ball gets their +2, and the clearances at the moment are 8-3 inside 57-3 Port Adelaide's way. So good signs for the Power early.
Bergman long to the wing, and there's Radicalier. Takes a strong mark, hitting up and has it defensive side of the wing. So Port Adelaide 1-1, Hawthorn 2 behinds. Finals footy on ABC Sports, 16 minutes into the opening term. Butters running around the back. He gets a kick away and he's tackled, taken to ground by Watson. So just trying to test out those ribs as he drags down Butters. A bit of afters. The mark has been taken though by the Hawks on the wing through Scrimshaw. Dumps it back inside 50. Zirk Thatcher flies. No mark. There's a whistle and an illegal shepherd. It's going to Zirk Thatcher. They were into his back, in fact. It was Gunston passing through. And the free kick for the Power, centre half back.
Got to get more for their entrances.
Flares it to Burgoyne. Burgoyne goes short to Logan Evans. Has it at half back. Has to kick hurriedly across the half back line. Wanted Sin. Missed him. He overruns it. Gunston collects. High up and under to full forward. Aaliyah camped underneath it. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Power slide in through Burgoyne. Pack forms around him. Up says too high. Free kick for Burgoyne and a get out of jail free card for the Power. They'll get it in the back pocket. It is Port by 5 points. Only 1 goal after 16.5 minutes. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Burgoyne wants to drive it long. Caught the side of the boot though. Will be lucky if it stays in the field of play, and Mead does enough to get hands to it. Knocks it over the boundary line close to left half forward for the Power.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that the forward line, the pressure's up in the middle of the ground, but it needs... Port need to make sure that they don't lose their shape in their forward line.
5-point lead to the home side in the cutthroat semi-final. Tossed in, Meek down, found D'Ambrosio. The former Bomber swings it towards the 50 for the Hawks. Rising Burgoyne with a big fist and kills it over the boundary line. 35 out.
And even just looking at that previous stoppage, Connor Rose, you reckon, was a little bit slow to press there. Did you see that as well? Yeah, it's just...
no pressure.
No pressure on the ball at all.
And if you've got a dominant ruckman, he's just got to feed that off the shoulder every time.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Hawks is what they did so well last week. Meek grabs it out of the ruck, tackled, taken to ground. Throw a blanket over 20 of them. Ginnivan collects, tackled, lost it. Burgoyne, hand pass swatted down. Now Narkle still at half-back for Port. Hand pass to Wines. Hooks a kick out of the defensive 50. Impey and Burne-Jones. Burne-Jones whacks it forward for Port Adelaide. Sicily left it behind on the wing. Radaglia jumps on top of it. Scrimshaw tackles him. There's a free kick. Was he into his back or over his neck? Regardless, free kick for Radaglia on the wing. Port Adelaide by 5 points. 1-1 to 2 behinds. A tense, hot start to the second semi-final on a Friday night. Finals footy on ABC Sport, 18 minutes in.
The big Fijian up to right half forward. Georgiades late. Clipped James Sicily with a big fist. Came down Hawthorn's way and the jamming kick is cut off by Lockie Jones, who races through a pack of Hawks into the 50 for Port Adelaide. Weddle looked for the slips catch up against Sean Francis. Couldn't reel it in. And the power midfielder falls onto the footy with Impey behind him.
Much better contest there, Mick, from Georgiades.
Had to.
Yeah, able to bring the ball to ground. Didn't try to mark from behind. And Port Adelaide go inside 50.
They need a ground coverage play, though, Port, for the amount of times it's hit the deck.
Port by 5, 20 out, right forward pocket, off the ruck contest. Sarong just scrambles it out of there. Cole Shadir came late to the 2-on-2, knocked it down. Nash gathers, hands it to Ward, flaring the kick up to centre wing. Too hot for Gunston. Aaliyah back as the goalkeeper. Hands it across to Sin for the power. Nice little chip kick, just the 15 to Drew.
Drew can send them inside the forward 50. Kicks Port Adelaide into the pocket. Georgiades hits up and takes the mark. He's got it 35 metres out at right half forward. He'll kick from a tight angle, 5 in from the boundary line.
Yeah, interesting, because Georgiades was actually trying to position himself as one of the key forwards, and he was a little bit still recovering from the last contest. So that's why he was sort of where he is. Luck's of fortune, but he was he got in the right spot for the kick.
Turns 23 on grand final day, Mitch Georgiades.
Good birthday, wasn't it?
I was about to say, I'm sure I know how we'd love to celebrate it, Mitch Georgiades, but to get there, he must win tonight. No more second chances. Georgiades, drop punt, sails goal, but it fades to the left, and it's a behind. 1-2 to 2 behind, so Port by a goal after 20 minutes. We tick into time on opening quarter. Dixon are laid out with illness. Will Lorenz comes in. He's the sub, the 19-year-old in his second game, and Luke Bruce in his 300th is the sub for Hawthorn.
Scrimshaw with the defensive exit. Kicks to Hardwick, right half back. Front of the Rashudo stand, moves it to McGuinness. Plenty of second and third generation Hawks out there tonight, all with great pedigrees. McGuinness, one of those. His father, Scott, a 2-time premiership player.
This is what Hawthorn will do to you. If you don't man up, and cut out those uncontested marks, they'll cut you up.
Slick ball movement.
5 so far.
Hardwick to Moore, look to link up with Warpool and then turn straight to a Butters tackle, holding the ball.
Yep, very good. Brett Rosebery is umpiring the life out of it. He's fantastic, Brett Rosebery.
They got too comfortable. Butters pops up and hands it to Narkle. Driving kick into the 50. Marshall collides in a collision course with Hardwick. Front-on contact from both. And it's smashed through the behind line or the boundary line. So we'll be tossed back into play close to the post in front of the Riverbank stand.
We might just get Liz to keep an eye on Zach Butters too. That was a heavy tackle, just drilled more into the ground, but I can't notice any obvious sort of padding on his ribs or just how he's moving. We'll get Liz to keep a set of eyes on him, and when he comes towards the bench, boundary throw-in, Hawks win it down to Nash. He's tackled hard again. Guess who? It's Butters who throws his body at it, spills down to Wines, hooks a kick to the hot spot. McGuinness looking over his shoulder, takes an intercept mark and releases Impey.
How about the speed from the Hawks? Impey played on, but nothing was ahead of him, so he handballed to no one and then was tackled without it.
Yeah, good.
Incredibly intelligent play.
A good free kick. Good free kick to give if you get the ball. If Port can get their players behind the ball now, and they stop that, because that was a certain run down the ground unopposed. Well done by Port.
And this is the play here where they've got to stop Hawthorn uncontested marking and force them long down the line, which they have.
Port by 6, Impey to Sicily, down the line. Lockie Jones just launched himself over the pack and takes the intercept mark. Port Adelaide have it at left half back, up by 6. Finals footy on ABC Sport, and he looks for a treacherous flare 45 into the pocket of the 50. Trying to find Horn Francis, fumble, Drew gathers, slaps it towards the arc. Rioli head over the footy, hit to Rosie, back to Rioli, all alone in the pocket where he does his best work, but he's sharing instead. What about the vision as he swings it inboard to Todd Marshall? 25 out, slightly to the right.
Well, that was an absolute superb bit of play there from Port Adelaide, forcing Hawthorn to kick long down the line. It was Lachie Jones that took the intercept mark, and then, as we know, it's in Port Adelaide's DNA to come back through the corridor. It was a high-risk kick, but that's okay because they can keep enough pressure on the ball, and I think you called it, Mick. Willem Drew's little knock on to Rioli was outstanding.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Took a lot of bravery too. Now, he can't miss this, Marshall.
No.
This is the knock on him is how does he handle pressure?
Goalless in his last 4, his second game in 9 weeks. Marshall comes in and delivers. Slams it straight through the big 6, and Porter up by 12. Time on in the opening term of the semi-final. 2-2-14 plays 2 behinds. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Liz Walsh downstairs.
I think it's good news for Port fans down here, Aaron. Zach Butters has come to the bench for a bit of a rest, but he looks fine. He's not pulling on his top. He's not, sort of looking uncomfortable at all. He's just sitting there, looking good. No doctors have approached him to see how he's going. The only person he's talking to is Ken Hinkley.
And I also, looking at some of the numbers too, Mick, and we talk about finals footy, and it lifts to a new level, and it's such a premium put on the contested ball and ground ball gets, and I think Ken Hinkley and the Port Adelaide coaching staff will be pretty happy with those numbers at the moment. They're leading contested ball by 9, the ground ball gets as well, and the clearances, they're up by 5, so the signs are looking good for Port Adelaide at the moment. And probably been the standout of the game is the pressure on the ball they've been able to sustain.
Good start for Todd Marshall. His first disposal, his first mark.
Yeah,
first kicks a goal.
It is. I tell you, it's good play too by Sweet too, just to hold his ground against Meek, who's in such great form.
From the restart, comes down to Newcomb. It was so good last week. Hand pass inside to Amon. He's the kicker inside the forward 50. Miskicks that one, and Sim takes an intercept mark.
He started well, Sim.
He has.
Yeah.
Josh Sim, just his 9th game, his 5th for the year.
A couple of important moments already.
And his first final as he goes out wide to the back flank for Zerk Thatcher. Long kick now up to the wing, and Radek Kalia gets to the front, takes the mark, gets up and moves it. Immediately kicks to centre half forward. Rioli with the leap. No mark. Juggled effort from Marshall. He's going to be paid the mark.
Well, he thinks he had it first, so maybe he did.
Rioli flew over the pack, looked like he had a piece of it. Marshall took a juggled mark, and in the end they said, yep, that's all okay. He moves it on hurriedly, by the way, and missed. Gave it to Horn Francis, and that was a behind. So one more for the Port Adelaide score. 2-3 to 2 behinds. Powered by 13 points, 25 minutes into proceedings. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Free
Corby, there's a 50-metre penalty, which is absolutely ridiculous because that Hawthorn player took a dive. No question he took a dive.
It was Jarman Impey who's now racing away with the footy. Francis essentially pulled him backwards and he fell to the floor and grabbed his head. Hawthorn inside 50. Players converge off hands. Horn Francis, some jeers. Awful, treacherous kick as he dicks it backwards. Retreating, but Burgoyne did well. Had 2 to beat, stayed down and it landed in his lap. He was very lucky.
How's that for a kick from Horn Francis?
Switch on through defensive 50. Butters, hospital handball to Drew. They're not doing their teammates any favours. He put it down, picked up by D'Ambrosio, and he spun in the washing machine holding the ball. Port get away with one there. Logan Evans.
Well, that is not a finals kick. You don't kick the ball across the goal in the air and expect your teammate to mark it.
Logan Evans long down the wing to the big body, spills down the way of Mead. Tried to get a hand pass away, tackled by Sarong holding the ball. Free kick for Hawthorn on the wing. There's a big Hawthorn contingent. Geelong were able to take the Port Adelaide home crowd out of it last week. They have been actively involved so far. The Power with the only 2 goals of the semi-final, 26.5 minutes in, 2-3 to 2 behinds. Power by 13 points, finals footy on ABC Sport. Sarong comes wide to Weddle. He wrong-foots Marshall and just burns away from them. That speed is blurry. Now he's in trouble. Wrong-foots Evans and Marshall came and got him. Just at cruising speed, but Todd Marshall, right place, right time. And Weddle gobbled up at half-back for the Power.
Corbin, I was just about to interrupt there and say, Todd Marshall, is there any chance you can show some intent in your chase, but got rewarded for it in the end?
Port by 13, finals footy on ABC Sport. The kick sat up on the broadcast wing. Francis Evans handball, miserable. Only found Newcomb. Inboard to Ginnivan, who slapped it out almost to throw to Impey. Whistle stays away, but he's caught in the tackle. Tell you what, Hawthorn know they're in for a game. Lachie Jones, the intent.
And it's amazing what 7 days can do to the mentality of a playing group. That was the question mark coming in. I know it's only early days, but they have started in an electric way, Port Adelaide.
Kicks wide to Burgoyne. He'll share it on the 45 to Horn Francis, getting directions from the bench. Points long and sends it that way as the clock runs down in this term. High, Georgiani's juggled, couldn't reel it in. What a mark that would have been. D'Ambrosio front and square, hacked it out of defensive 50. Only finds Bergwijn, played on, smothered by Watson. They're under pressure now. Lockie Jones attacking edge, heaves it into the 50, outnumbered. Georgiades was ripped away from the drop by Scrimshaw, and the free kick's actually going against him.
No, it should have gone against him too. He made first contact through his opponent straight out of the way.
Hawks footy in front of the Riverbank stand. They're down by 13.
Scrimshaw in front of the behind post. Long kick to half-back. Deer arriving late, forced to spoil. Down to Drew. Now Deer tackles him. And a ball up 60 out from the power goal. Fran from Melbourne, go Port. What about Finlayson? Where is he? I will enjoy the call as usual. Thanks, Fran. He's injured. Finlayson, so done for the year. And after a ball up, that'll do us. It's quarter time in the second semi-final. And only one team's kicked a goal. Port Adelaide have two of them, and they lead by 13 points. 2-3-15 for Hawthorn. They are goalless. 0-2-2 is their score at quarter time, and a 13-point advantage for the home team. In fact, it is just Hawthorn's second goalless opening term of the year. The only other one came way back in round 2 against Melbourne. A very different version of this Hawthorn outfit. The goal kickers, Connor Rosie kicked the first, Todd Marshall kicked the second. And a shout out to our good mate too, Rod Jamieson, ABC Sport expert, and of course Adelaide Premiership player. Good calling, Corby, Aaron, Mick, Josh and Liz. Tuning in from poolside in Crete in the Greek islands. Oh, it's one way to do it, isn't it, Jamo? Just enjoying the...
I've got two grandsons over in the Greek islands at the moment. Yeah.
They might be poolside together.
Well, who knows? Well, I hope not, because they're 9 and 7. And when you say poolside, I'm suggesting that they've got a cocktail next to them.
Hopefully in the shallow end, at least, if, in your grandkids' case. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Port Adelaide by 13 points. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Josh Franco coming up next at quarter time to Power by 13. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
ABC Sports coverage of the footy finals is in full swing on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger.
But we also have a massive summer of sport coming your way.
It's gone for goal. Australia have won.
T20 and one-day international cricket, the BBL and WBBL, the Women's Ashes. Plus, the Test series between Australia and India.
Unbelievable.
Take ABC Sport with you wherever you go with the ABC Listen app. This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
From the boundary throwing the Hawks, another stoppage win. Morrison to D'Ambrosio. Handball to Warpool, took on the tackle, holding the ball.
Good decision, really good decision. Good tackle, strong tackle.
Free kick for the Power. The skipper, Rosie, came over the back to make sure he wasn't going anywhere. A captain's goal to start. Yes! And Port need their guns and Rosie to fire tonight. He kicks the first in the final.
Hawthorn continue. McDonald to Weddle. Rolls it to Moore. Blind turn. Spun through Rosie. Caught the tackle but got it out. Weddle tight in the pocket. Looks to square it off balance out in the full. The pressure just kept coming.
What a game.
Port Adelaide wins out.
Outstanding pressure,
isn't it?
By both sides.
Drew gathers, slaps it towards the arc. Rioli head over the footy. Hit to Rosie. Back to Rioli. All over the pocket where he does his best work, but he'll share it instead. What about the vision as he swings it inboard to Todd Marshall. Goalless in his last 4, his second game in 9 weeks. Marshall comes in and delivers.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
The Power playing from in front at home. Hawthorn, remembering the Hawks came from behind last Friday night in their elimination final. They were 12 points down to the Bulldogs, and of course we know what happened thereafter. Tonight it is Port Adelaide by 13 points, 2-3-15. They lead the Hawks, 2 behinds. Finals footy on ABC Sport. The SMS number 0437 774 774. The thoughts of Josh Franco and Mick Moldhouse on ABC Sport.
Well, Corby, you just said finals footy. This is finals footy. Yep. There's absolutely... This is trench stuff. This is when you have to stand up. You have to commit yourself. The whistle blows. You go over the top. There's no question. You can't hesitate. And I reckon that's... I don't know whether Port really have, with 5 shots on goal, for the amount of tough one-on-one or one percenters, they've actually probably they haven't capitalised on their dominance, albeit the fact that when you keep your opposition to no goals, and the 2 shots they've had have been from marks or a free kick, so they've had set shots, haven't been able to score. But, and I think, Josh, you said early on, if you're going to make a stance, you can't just do it for 15 minutes or 20 minutes. So the thing for me will be, now can they, and let's take each moment as it comes, and let's not drop into the last quarter, third quarter, but they've got to start to repeat this stuff again in the second quarter early, and it starts with their ruck, starts with their captain. So right now, you're right, contested football is king in finals.
Yeah, well, absolutely, Mick, and no doubt Ken Hinkley would be addressing the players in terms of those KPIs that are so critical to finals. And the contested ball to quarter time, Port Adelaide level plus 14, so that's a massive differential between contested possession. The ground ball gets also a real good indicator of work rate. Your clearances there +4 as well as the ground ball gets. The inside 50s, and Bobby, you mentioned throughout the first quarter that Hawthorn have been restricting their opposition to 41 inside 50s over the last 7 games, I think you said.
Yep.
And at the moment, Port Adelaide have gone inside 50 15 times, so they're on track for 60, which is a massive turnaround from last week. And you know, it's amazing when you look at mentality and mindset of a playing group and how much we've seen in terms of difference from last week when they played Geelong to tonight. And that's just a mentality thing. It's not a personnel thing. They've come in with a different attitude and a different mentality, and they're in this contest. And the thing I reckon which is a really big indicator is how much influence the crowd's having as well, and they're up and about. So you just sense that Port Adelaide, they've had a great quarter, and to your point, Mick, they've got to regroup and they have to go again and maintain the rage, because if they don't, Hawthorn have the ability to be able to kick scores quickly. And one other stat which I've really liked from Port Adelaide is they've taken away Hawthorn's uncontested mark game. So, they're up around 100 uncontested marks for a game. First quarter, 18.
Yeah, and the thing is, Josh, about this is that it uses energy to run them down or cover them. The moment you drop that energy, they'll start to cut you a bit.
Pre-game storylines, how's Zach Butters looked?
Yeah, well, Zach Butters has done the things that you expect him to do, all those hard things. He certainly hasn't got out of the way of any of those tackles.
Yeah. No, look, he's had a couple of big impact and a couple of big collisions, which suggest that his ribs are actually okay. But I think one of the questions you probably ask is, where was this last week from Port Adelaide? Can they sustain it?
He is starting at the centre bounce here, Zach Butters, as we begin quarter number 2. Hawks looking for their first goal. It is the Power by 13. Finals footy on ABC Sport as Sweet wins the hit out. Knocked on by Newcomb, though. Straight to Sin. Hand pass to Horn-Francis. Handball to Butters, but they're retreating. Back edge of the centre square. Butters back onto his right peg. Short kick finds his mate Rosie. Still back of the centre square.
Swings it to the outer wing. Travis Boak is targeting game 370. Puts it in the path of Horn-Francis. Looking lively.
He's spreading,
isn't he?
He is spreading and making Hawthorn look slow, which is unusual. Hawthorn normally spread very well from the centre.
The Hawks have flooded back, so Horn-Francis will share it into the scoreboard pocket. Georgiades just serves out of the goal square and clunks it with both mitts, 25 out.
That's a serious mark under pressure, and not only that, a highly intelligent kick where he didn't have to compete with a pack. All he had to do was make sure that he competed with his own man at the right time, coming out to hit the ball. Very, very well constructed.
Career best season for Mitch Georgiades. 40 goals on return from an ACL. Fully ready to take the mantle off Charlie Dixon, who was the late out tonight. You can hear the jeers. It's a mixed crowd at the Adelaide Oval. Georgiades comes in, leans back from 40, strikes through. Port with the hot start in the second. 3-3-21. They lead the Hawks 2 behind. 90 seconds in. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, 4-time showdown medalist Josh Franco, 3-time premiership coach Mick Malthouse.
And Mick, probably, and I don't want to rehash old stories, but it begs the question once again, why did Horn-Francis start on the bench for 6 minutes of the first and second quarter against the Cats last week? He's been absolutely outstanding. I think he's had 8 disposals, and as you said, his spread and his speed is really hurting Hawthorn.
And interestingly enough, we've just started the second quarter, and who features? Horn-Francis, Rosie and Butters and Boak. So they're all either player on the middle or on the wing. So it's so important.
All while the Hawks haven't touched the footy.
Haven't touched it. They have not touched the football. And we've gone a minute and a quarter.
What are we saying, finals? You need your stars to be your stars. And they've done that so far tonight. Port Adelaide, they kicked the first 3 of the game. So Sweet wins it down. Rosie gets a kick forward, finds its way to Mead. Takes a juggled mark.
Like his game thus far as well.
Kicks inside 50, Rioli.
Well, they're just doing the right thing. They're moving the ball quickly. Hawthorn backline can't settle. It's one of the things, I don't care how good your backline is, if you have to look around and find your opponent when that ball's coming in, you're in trouble, and that's what's happening. If you're able to get the numbers back and the slow movement, Port have put pressure on by getting the ball in there quickly, moving the ball quickly out of the centre. It's been I know it's only early days, but it's a marked improvement from last week.
The only guy with premiership experience in their team, Willie Rioli from centre half forward, drop punt fades right. It's behind. 3-4-2 behind Port Adelaide by 23 minutes into the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Liz Walsh downstairs.
Look, all's been really quiet injury-wise for both teams, but interestingly, an umpire was subbed out at quarter time. He had a head knock, was helped out with by some Port Adelaide doctors, and he's been replaced on field.
Which one?
Port by 20. Sicily jams it up towards the outer wing. Players converge, hits the deck. Deere becomes the tackler. Wrapped up Logan Evans, comes out to Francis Evans. He's set upon in a sandwich. We'll get a ball up in front of the Odie stand. So our officials tonight, Liz, if you're down there, Brett Roseberry in the 8, Curtis Du Bois in the 11, Andrew Stevens in the 12, Brendan Hosking in the 16.
He's currently being consoled by his fellow sort of, the umpire subs, I suppose. I can't see his number, guys, and I don't know who he is.
Fear him. We'll get back to that. We'll keep an eye on it.
We'll track him around the ground, see he's not out there.
Restart up on the wing, comes Port Adelaide's way. Butters gets a hand pass away towards Sin. Kicks the power inside 50. Hand on it from Marshall, no mark. Spills through to Scrimshaw. Back pocket in front of the beautiful old scoreboard. Kicks out to halfback. The Hawks under siege here. Pumped away by Boak and the famous number 10. Down to Hardwick. Hardwick kicks the Hawks up the wing. Zerk Thatcher in the box seat. Locks it in the front half for Port Adelaide.
And at the moment, Hawthorn really struggling to get it out of their D50. Even in their defensive half of the ground, Port Adelaide pressing the game really well and setting up superbly behind the ball.
He kicks wide to Logan Evans, who marks just inside the boundary line. Western side gives it to Butters, turns and kicks inside the forward 50. Georgiades flies again, no mark. Spills through to Sicily. Kicks straight into the leg of oncoming traffic. Ricochets back to him. Dangerous hand pass. They compete top of the goal square. Sarong takes him on. He's caught. And a ball up top of the goal square for Port Adelaide. The Hawks under pressure here. They're yet to kick a goal. Down 20. 5 minutes into the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Tossed into the air. Sweet took it out of the ruck. Kicked it straight to Scrimshaw. Ricochets to Butters. Can't thread the needle. Through for a minor score on the right-hand side. They are pressing and dangerous, Port Adelaide, up by 21.
Well, Aaron, you talk about the mental side of the game, and Port Adelaide have come here with the right attitude, the right mentality. And I'll tell you what, I know we talked about Port Adelaide have to sustain the pressure, but if Hawthorn can't work their way into the game, this could get away from them.
I've been very impressed in Sweet.
Yeah.
He's been able to quell Meek at this stage.
Sicily kicks down the line and Burne-Jones knocks it out of bounds. So a throw in 60 out from the power goal.
And Hawthorn look a little bit fumbly. I've seen a couple of players just take their eyes off the ball at the last second, which isn't the Hawthorn we've seen over the last 6 or 7 weeks. And they need to somehow find a way to work their game back into this contest.
Boundary throw-in comes down to McGuinness. Hurried kick forward for the Hawks. Up over halfway. Chol left it behind. Zerk Thatcher clever. Collects. Hand pass over his shoulder. Releases Jones. Gives it by hand to Horn Francis. He's at centre half back. Chips through the corridor and he's Burgoyne for Port Adelaide. Power lead it by 21. 6 minutes into the second term. Hawks yet to kick a goal.
Tell you what, Hawthorn are scrambling at the moment. They can't shut down Port Adelaide's uncontested mark. There's not enough pressure on the ball carrier making decisions easy with the ball in hand of the player.
Burgoyne to Rosie. Now Bergman and through the outer side. Aaliyah has plenty of acres to run into. Shares it wide. Logan Evans just behind centre wing. Hawthorn zoning off ahead. The mid-season draftee drills it up towards right half forward. Radagalier came late, brought down Sicily in the drop. Scrimshaw with a handball for the Hawks. Shared it with Moore, then back to the former son. Kicked errantly. Burgoyne looking to cut it off. Shoveled a handball out. Mead to Rosie. Back to Burgoyne. Turning through the Morrison pressure. Then Boak dancing and dodging and runs out of room in the phone box. 3 Hawks swarmed him. Holding the ball in front of the Odie stand. Port by 21. Hawthorn have the footy.
So we noticed this last week. This was What Hawthorn did so well, and certainly in their run at the back end of the year, when they get the footy, the ground gets big and able to work their way through it with their kicking game. They haven't had it set up all night. Short kicks here in the back half. Works his way to Moore. He pulls the trigger to centre half forward. No mark. Slides inside 50. Big Meat trying to bend down and pick it up. Can't. Sweet does very well. Wins the ground ball for Port. Hand pass to Aaliyah. Handball out to Bergman. Back pocket for Port Adelaide. Long kick down the eastern wing. Radagalia flies. No mark. Goes back. Collects. Morrison tackles him. Hump says front on contact. It's coming back to Port Adelaide.
He's been impressive.
He has, hasn't he?
Radagalia. He's not a big position getting play, but the first quarter, I think he's had about 6 odd.
Powered by 21, finals footy on ABC Sport.
So he needed this one.
Funny old narrative, Mick, when Radagalia, Zerk, Thatcher playing down back together. Didn't quite sink in the early stages of the year, and now they've had to flip the script and put him back there, and it seems to be gelling in the early stages.
Yeah, it does.
Kick down the line was a little wide and knocked over the boundary line.
Even that bit of play there, I think that was Scrimshaw that just dropped a chest mark. That's unlike Hawthorn, and no doubt feeling the pressure of the game and what Port Adelaide's able to apply on the ball carrier.
Just watching these ruck drills, I'm just intrigued by them. Two big men.
Port by 21. Meek won it down, only found Butters, who races out of the stoppage. Inside 50, targets Rioli. Had Impey to beat. Ball hits the deck. Flicked handball out to Francis Evans. Looked to spin through Sicily, but is caught. The skipper wraps him up. We'll get a ball up.
He's been an incredible player, Sicily, given that he dislocated his shoulder on 2 occasions. He's been fantastic for Hawthorn.
He's doing it tonight, of course, without his mate Sam Frost in the defensive 50 for Hawthorn. Meek wins the hit out, but down towards Burne-Jones for the power. Squeezes a kick goalward. One bounce out of play. Next to the behind post and a throw in forward pocket in front of the old scoreboard, which reads Port Adelaide 3-5. Hawthorn just 2 behinds. 9 minutes into the second.
Well, we're just looking at Port Adelaide as well. Set up really well behind the footy. Hawthorn forwards are very high, looking to defend the ground, and Lockie Jones is sitting there as the +1 at the moment. So set up really strongly behind the footy, Port Adelaide.
Port in attack, tossed in. Sweet won it down for Horn Francis. Barreled over before he could dispose of the footy. Rioli picks it up. Off a step through it on the boot. It's across the face. Takes a kind bounce and rolls over the line. So we'll get a boundary throw in, this time in the left forward pocket.
There's not a lot of space in the forward line. The Hawks will do this well unless there's something that's someone gets lazy, but they've got everything covered. As you say, Port have got a very good structure outside the back 50.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Meek down, McGuinness to Newcombe, and the Hawks get out of there. Scrimshaw whacks it to right half back. Bounces wide of Chol, and he fumbles it over the boundary line. Port 3-5-23, the Hawks 2 behinds in the 10-minute mark of the second term in the first semi-final. Aaron Bryant's called the middle mass. Mick Malthouse, Josh Franco with you for the call.
Am I right in saying Sam Mitchell normally coaches from the box?
Yes.
I reckon he's on the ground, so maybe he's sensing a bit of urgency needed as well.
Boundary throw in, Sweet grabs it, high half forward, kicks inside 50 for the Powers, builds through to Marshall. Hand pass to a dangerous spot, Scrimshaw cleans it up for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Sicily, handball away to Amon, back pocket. Kicks the Hawks out to half-back, reaches Nash on the hop, tackled by Logan Evans. Ball comes out, holding the ball. Bergman takes the advantage, kicks into the forward pocket. Burne-Jones taps it to his own advantage. He soccers it into the post. Almost a little repeat. A soccer in the goal square from Burne-Jones. Just a behind here. Port looking dangerous. They lead by 22, 11 gone in the second. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
They've had 9 of the last 10 scoring shots. Hawthorn just bleeding at the Adelaide Oval. They need an answer. Through the outer wing, McGuinness to Nash. Looked the double tap on from Morrison, but he left it behind, so McGuinness goes again. Thrusting it forward. Ginnivan runs out of room and walks it over the boundary line. Liz Walsh downstairs.
Josh Franco, you are absolutely correct. Sam Mitchell has come down from the Hawthorn coach's box and is now on the bench coaching from down here.
Well, I'll tell you what it looks to me as well. Hawthorn, I think you mentioned, caught the late flight over, Mick, on yesterday, but it looks like they've just come out for a Saturday evening stroll and have been caught on the hop from Port Adelaide with their pressure and intent around the footy.
Port by 22 out of the stoppage. Sweet to Wines, then Boak down up to right half forward. He was looking for Radagalia, and Hardwick uses the strength to barrel him over the line.
Inside 50s at the moment, 22-9.
Yeah,
big numbers for Port Adelaide.
But 22 with 9 scoring shots. Yeah.
Dare I say, Guinea's reunion with Brodie Grundy isn't looking so strong at the moment.
Well, that's why I've gone to this. He's had one kick. for the game so far.
Hawks hit to kick a goal. 22 points, the lead for the Power from the boundary throw-in. Meek knocks it down to Nash. Hooks a kick towards Ginnivan. Can't trap it. Spills down to Wines. Feeds a hand pass through congestion out towards Morrison, though, of the Hawks. Hand pass to Meek. His handball knocked down. Port ferocious at the moment. In this fiery start to the semi, Meek took on a couple. Can't get it out of there. Ginnivan lays the tackle on Wines as he tries to extract it from the from the pack, really, that had developed. High half forward for Port Adelaide. The Power by 22 points, 3-6. They lead Hawthorn 2 behinds. A dozen minutes into the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Front of the Wanganeen stand, like for like, as Horn Francis looked to burge through, but just couldn't control it. Hawthorn win out. Weddle, centering handball. Got it to Newcomb.
Pressure's too good.
To him, but he's just under immense pressure. Burgoyne breathing down his neck. He got it out to Warple, racing through the logo. Hawthorn finally inside 50, but it's an errant kick. Rushed in, free kick. Bergman took the uncontested mark only because Cole Shadir was kept out of the ball drop.
Well, I must admit it. The naked eye, Mick, I missed it. We're looking at the replay now, but...
Oh, he's just...
Yeah, technically there, but not a lot in it.
They're about to go dancing, and Lear had both hands on the hip so softly.
I reckon once he sees the two arms around the waist, potentially that's the cue. Yeah, no, that's fair.
That's why you pick these umpires for finals umpires, not to make trivial errors.
Here comes Cole Shadir, the son of a gun, leans back from 40 and delivers for the Hawks.
Brilliant kick, his first of the night, and his 12th in the last 5 games. This young rising star makes it a 16-point game at the Adelaide Oval. Hawthorn finally on the board. 1-2-8 to Port's 3-6-24. 13 into the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Liz Walsh downstairs.
Just a couple of things, Hetty, going on down here. Port Adelaide clearly have been reviewing some footage. The doctor has run out to Todd Marshall, brought him to the bench, so they must be just looking at him in an earlier contest. The other one to keep an eye on is Luke Bruce. So he and Sam Mitchell have been in lots of discussions together, so I expect him to potentially be subbed in soon.
Well, how often does Marshall come off the ground?
Yeah, a lot.
We've got to be careful by saying about concussions, but it's just what am I saying? Stay up there.
Back in the middle, Sweet stands tall, wins the hit out in front of Rosie, can't trap it. Moore gets his fist in there, knocks it away to Boat. Hand pass from Port Adelaide to Wines, handled too hot for Rosie. Collected a second time by the Hawks and a free kick. Moore's taken high.
Rosie's going to be better than that. That ball's had to come out to him.
Can the Hawks build on the back of that goal? Luke Bruce, their sub tonight. No late drama, no late changes. While Dixon are laid out for Port. Will Lorenz, their sub. Kicks for Deer. Crashes the pack. No mark. Spills to Newcomb. Hand pass to Joel. Joel caught. Good tackle. Lockie Jones. Comes to Bergman. Bergman's caught. It's coming back.
Can't play that.
I think it's coming back.
It's a sling. Free kick Hawthorn.
Oh, it's it. And the Port fans will realise this in a moment, and they will be furious.
What's the free kick for?
A sling.
No.
It's a Hawthorn free. Joel was caught cold with the footy, and they have paid a sling and a free kick for Joel right in front of goal.
Oh, no.
No, that's not right.
That is not right. The other free kick was touchy as well. This is 2 goals from very contentious free kicks.
Well, the sad part about that too, Mick, looking at the replay, his head hit the ground, so they'll probably look at it in the match review panel.
The door has been opened for the Hawks. Nabior Joel pokes it through. Here come the Hawks. And there's not one person in this stadium that isn't squealing at the moment one way or the other. 2 in a row for the Hawks. 2-2-14. Port Adelaide 3-6-24. Power by 10 points. 16 and a half gone second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco, Nick Mulder.
Mick, which umpire was it? Was it
Rosebery? Well, he's been he's the best umpire in the last 100 years.
Yeah.
Make no mistake of it. He must be off.
He's out there. He was in that zone.
No, that's...
I just feel that when you've given so much, the free kicks have got to be so comprehensive in games of finals because, okay, it's a push to the back or around the neck, whatever, but that is a tackle. That is a tackle in the heat of the moment. That is a finals tackle.
Not only that, it should have been holding the ball.
Holding the ball.
And instead, it's a free kick for the guy being tackled and a goal the other one.
Exactly.
Port by 12 and the Hawks have a sniff.
Everyone Sorry, Aaron, I was just going to say, I think everyone on the ground thought, oh, well, that's a free kick, even the Hawthorn people.
Bound D'Ambrosio is quickly wrapped up, so still in the centre square. Meek down, another whistle and another free kick to Hawthorn. What was the old adage? Free kick Hawthorn, it's back on the big stage. Meek hands it off. Newcomb, deep penetrating kick into the 50. Gunston on the charge, as was Deere, spilled to the back. And Lockie Jones bangs it out of there, a hit and hope, and it will come straight back. He only found Scrimshaw. He's looked good tonight.
So Reddigley did that ruck work, and then he's dropped off to allow... He's gone to centre half forward, so I'm just wondering who is on the ball then. Maybe they're getting a bit more ground coverage.
Hawks go back and across. Scrimshaw bites off a kick now into the centre square, looking for Newcomb. Got it eventually. Hand pass couldn't quite link up with Warple. Here's Rosie. Hand pass to Mead. Handball too hot for Butters. Goes through the legs of the power in Wines. He's bowled over. Hot footy. Picked up by Burgoyne back flank. Shares it with Bergman. Back to Burgoyne. Back to Bergman. Hand pass away towards Zerk Thatcher. Tumbles a kick to the wing, and McDonald stands in front of both. Takes the intercept mark for the Hawks.
Just turned a little bit, hasn't it, for Port Adelaide? All of a sudden not hitting targets. Hawthorn looking dangerous with ball in hand.
McDonald to centre half forward for Warple. He kicks in the pocket. What a Deere. Drew breaks it up. Nice work. Knocks it out of play. And a throw in forward pocket for Hawthorn. The Hawks have lifted. They got a couple of friendly calls. They poked through 2 goals after not having kicked one in the first 15 minutes of this until 15-minute mark of the second quarter. They've now got 2 in the last 5 minutes. And it's a 10-point game. The Power lead it. 18 goal in the second term finals footy ABC Sport.
Hot crowd. Meek down. Newcomb crunched. Brought to ground.
Well, the 360 nature of our game, Willem Drew coming back with the flight on that occasion as the ball came inside 50 was outstanding, just to intercept the ball and force the boundary throw in.
Tossed into the air.
So Wines is definitely doing the ruck. So Radaglia did the centre bounce, then goes to forward.
Yeah.
So now Wines goes into the ruck. It's not a bad move so long as it doesn't supply easy ground ball for Hawthorn.
Meek has comfortably won a couple of taps, but it's not going anywhere.
No, it's probably the point too, Mick, when you got such ruck dominance, maybe just belt the ball forward and get territory.
Well, the other thing is too, if Meek's on the ball, then there's no question Sweet's got to be on the ball.
Another dangerous tackle. Meek again winning it. Went to ground. And the dump from Burgoyne will hand the footy to Dylan Moore. A little bit of afters as well. Just drove him forward and turned him in the process. And 50. Port players unrelenting. And it will cost them. Hawthorn are right back into this game. They've been handed an opportunity. And Dylan Moore cashes in. 4-point game at the Adelaide Oval. The Hawks 3-2-20. Port 3-6-24. It's unravelling fast. Time on in the second. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Mick Malthouse and Josh Franco.
Aaron, we talk about some of the really contentious free kicks that Hawthorn have received. The Lockie Jones tackle on Marby Chol definitely wasn't a free kick. I don't have an issue with that one. They know that you can't drive plays into the ground. Burgoyne just lacked a little bit of composure in that instance and drew the free kick and then gave away the 50-metre penalty. But really interesting period of the game now. We saw Port Adelaide last week. They got absolutely pantsed by Geelong. They've got to get their head back in the game. Things aren't going in their favour at the moment.
No,
They've had a few umpiring decisions, but they've got to get their head back in the game and go back to the process that we saw in that first quarter and the first part of the second quarter in terms of their intent around the footy, and get back to that.
Has this night hit a turning point? Second semi-final, finals footy on ABC Sport. Port's lead cut to just 4. Butters on his hands and knees. Got a hand pass out straight to Chol though. And Butters comes and tackles him. And a ball up again in the middle of Adelaide Oval.
It's interesting ruck work, isn't it? You've got Chol versus Radaglia.
Hawks kicked the first... The Hawks have kicked the last 3 goals after Port Adelaide kicked the first 3. Little kick from Radaglia out wide towards Burgoyne. Couldn't mark. Spills down to D'Ambrosio. Hand pass to Ward and Burgoyne goes and tackles him. Just following it up, Chase Burgoyne. Contest after contest. Ball up.
He's been good, Burgoyne.
He's been very
good. I'm one of his severe critics, but he's been outstanding today. Really, really good.
Wines run the ruck battle, but he was up against Weddle. Took it, caught in the tackle, dropped it. Free kick, Hawthorn again. D'Ambrosio to Moore. Turns through centre wing. Darts it up to left half forward. Presenting was Deer. Back to Moore. Dancing and dodging. Can't get past Lockie Jones, but he paddled it out of there, sticking a hand in rather than tackle. Whistle stays away. Rosie thumps it. Up through the logo. Hit the deck. Gathered by Drew. Jammed it forward. Clean gather from Rioli. Hands it to Burne-Jones. Empty goal square from 45. Darcy Burne-Jones just stems the bleeding and puts Port back up by 10. 4:6:30 to 3:2:20. Time on second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Premiership player and coach Mick Malthouse and fourth-time showdown medalist Josh Franco.
Well, the credit goes to Port for a start of the way they got that ball down there, but the attack on the ball by Rioli and Radigalier's contribution down there, that created the opportunity, because that looked like it had been a free ball for Hawthorn to be able to run it out. Make no mistake, I've watched Hawthorn now quite considerably over the last few months. Their modus operandi is play on, play on, play on. Even when you take a mark, there's going to be someone running past. The question was, can Port stop that at some stage? Because earlier you can. As the game builds up, can you not? That goal comes from, again, the competitiveness up on the wing created that goal by Port.
Power the first 3 goals, Hawks the next 3, and now Port Adelaide responds. So 10-point lead once again. The Hawks out of the middle. Warple gets a kick to centre half forward. McGuinness grabs it. He's tackled by Burgoyne.
It's Cholo going in the ruck. They're not getting a lot out of the ruck work here at Port.
Power by 10 points. Up it goes. Sweet palms it down, but Warple through the stoppage. Knocks it in front of him. Collects, kicks, goalward. He's offline. Wide left to behind for James Warple on the run. Port by 9 points. 24 gone second term. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. The winner goes on to play in the semi-final next Friday night against, the prelim next Friday night against the Swans. Of course, the loser goes home.
Long ball out of defensive 50. Josh Sin dumping it up to centre wing. Front and square. Tackle Wade. Warple holds up Francis Evans. Ball up to come wide of the logo.
Good structure by both sides here. This will be interesting to see who gets this ball clear.
Port by 9. Weddle wins the ruck tap up against Sweet. Won it down straight to Warple, sliding into the ball. Pancaked on it. Tackled by Boak. Whistle stays away. Ball up to come.
We're going back to the ruck contest too. I mean, it looks like Chol's doing the centre bounce, and then Weddle comes on and...
Sweet, the easy double tap this time. Straight to Butters, put it down his throat, but he's wrapped up immediately. Dropped the footy. Sweet now, the Bulldozer just can't get through.
It's interesting, both key rucks aren't rucking against each other. They've switched over on the bench.
It's tight, it's tough, it's contested. Sweet takes it out of the ruck, up and down with the kick. Weddle there waiting. His kick smothered, keeps fighting, but may have walked it over the boundary line. Umpire happy to let it play on, and he's wrapped up by Wines. So we're going to ball up a millimetre in. Port by 9. Sweet down. Only found Warple, and this time it's walked over to break things up.
And this is the scenario as well in the ruck. When you're up against a non-ruckman, as Sweet is currently, maybe the thought is to just punch the ball forward, get territory.
Get territory.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And then get your
no
speed.
Technique involved. Just belt the hell out of it.
Instead of trying to bring it in close, which plays into the hands of Hawthorn.
Port by 9, time on second term. Sweet grabs it out of the ruck, kicks down the wing. Hort Francis collects on the hop. Hand pass away to Logan Evans. Hand pass releases Narkle. Middle of Adelaide Oval. Kicks inside and open forward 50. Georgiades over the front, or legal. And Sarong takes an intercept mark. Fullback for the Hawks.
Yeah, what I reckon these umpires might be security getting off the ground at half time, Corbin. I thought that for the naked eye was a push in the back every day of the week.
Oh, well, you don't need the naked eye. Just have a look at the replay.
Yeah.
Sarong kicks out to half-back for the Hawks, but it's coming back in. Narkle kicks it deep. Georgiades throws himself out at no mark. Fullback for Hawthorn. Hardwick collects. Just gets it out of the defensive 50. Long kick up in front of McDonald and Butters. McDonald paddles it out in front. Butters drags him to ground. Up says Howell. Free kick for the Hawks. Free kick Hawthorn. The theme continues in this second term. The Hawks have kicked 3 of the last 4 goals. 26.5 gone second term. Port by just 9 points, having led by 22 earlier in the quarter. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. He goes short to Gunston.
They're getting restless, but it's just getting started. Gunston up to right half forward, precise. Hits Newcomb, too far out to score.
feel as I'm about to jump out the box and give the umpires a serve too.
Put the Guernsey on, Josh.
Yeah, well, it's only going to be one on the ground, not umpires, so I guess just...
Newcombe screws it into the 50, too long for the pack. At the back, Deer paddles it to his advantage. Charge through Narkle, hands it to Ginnivan and fumbles. Had an opportunity. Port Adelaide swarm. Rosie falls in and holds things up. 45 out.
Well, both sides it's been outstanding. Both sides have been getting numbers right back in back 50. That's what's making it so difficult to score. It's been such a pleasure to watch. Great defensive work by both sides.
Port by 9. Finals footy on ABC Sport. We're inside the attacking 50 for Hawthorn. They're on the charge in this second term after a slow start. Meek down, only found Mead. Rolls a tumbler up towards centre wing on the outer side. Georgiades out to meet it, but left it behind. Picked up by Impey against his old mob. Up to left half forward. Horn Francis tunnelled by his teammate. Out the back door. Dylan Moore tight in the pocket. Dodges past Logan Evans. Squeezed it towards Weddle, but just didn't hit him. Diving in sweet. Couldn't control it. Clean grab. Morrison to Ginnivan in the pocket. What a finish. And he turns and embraces the fans in the Riverbank stand. The aura of Jack Ginnivan on the big stage. It's a 3-point game in the semi-final. 4-3-27 Hawthorn. Port 4-6-30. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Liz Walsh downstairs.
Perhaps a real concern for the power down here that Todd Marshall has just come out of the rooms. He's been off the ground for coming up to 15 minutes now. Presumably he's been having a concussion test. He's in deep conversation with both of the Port Adelaide doctors, so this is a wait and see.
Well, it's interesting even looking at some of the numbers as well, and we've talked about in that second quarter that Sam Mitchell went down onto the ground, down onto the bench to talk to his players as they were coming on and off the bench, but he'd be pretty pleased with the numbers. The contested balls evened up, the ground ball gets has evened up, the clearances have evened up, and the inside 50s at this stage is 10-8, so it's +2 in favour of Port Adelaide, but a really important last 10 minutes for the Hawthorn. They're definitely back in this contest.
Port by just 3. Sweet knocks it down, but straight to Newcombe. A run and carry. Kicks inside the forward 50. Ginnivan the target. No mark. Slides through to Zerk Thatcher. Fullback for Port. Hand pass out to Aaliyah. Sweeping hand pass finds Burgoyne. Back flank for Port Adelaide. Long kick up to the wing. Eastern side leaping up. Impey. No mark. Had his arm shot. Free kick Hawthorn. They've had the rub of the men in green, it's fair to say, in this second quarter as Impey kicks inside forward 50. Joel bowled over, spills through to the Wizard Watson, gets back on his right peg, hooks a kick back to the hot spot for Hawthorn. They all leap up, McGuinness hands on it, no mark, falls down Port Adelaide's way. Clearing kick from Zerk Thatcher, only as far as the Hawks through D'Ambrosio. Hand pass away to McGuinness, gives it to Watson, more handballs. D'Ambrosio runs out of room, hand pass out of bounds, deliberate. Free kick for Port at half-back.
Well done, Port.
Power by 3 points, half-hour mark, second term, finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the pressure there was just outstanding. It was just man on man, bang, and until they ran out of room, it was fantastic by Port.
Wines heaves it through the outer side. 4-on-4, throw a blanket over them. McGuinness wins out, but didn't know what to do with it. Waited and was pounced on. Holding the ball, free kick to the big man, Jordan Sweets.
Yeah, he's been very important that he played well so that Meek didn't and hasn't.
All 206 centimetres on top of you. It's a tough task to get out. The kick, though, is a ruckman's kick. And he shared it with his counterpart down the line to Lloyd Meek.
Yeah, Radically just didn't put enough body on there and just accepted that he was going to be outmanoeuvred. He's got to put more pressure on it in the air if you can't mark it.
Hawks with the footy down by 3. Meek a bit of volleyball back to where it came from. Off hands Bergman. They're just skying it back and forth up this outer wing. This one will take a bit of backspin on the boundary line, and it works for Port. Burn-Jones gathers, rolls it into the 50, a little wide of Rioli. And in front of the scoreboard, we'll get a boundary throw in. Liz Walsh downstairs.
We finally have an update from the AFL on the umpire situation. So it was boundary umpire Josh Mather, who is off with a head knock, and umpire Chris Bull is actually warming up to come on at the start of the third quarter.
Can I just ask how you get a head knock as a boundary umpire?
Hopefully all okay there. Sweet down to Horn Francis, hooks it to the goal square, and Scrimshaw's back. Takes the saving mark for Hawthorn, last line of defence.
Shout out to Liz Walsh as well. She said, I couldn't see a number. The boundary umpires don't wear one.
Goes wide to Impey. Impey in the back pocket, kicks down the boundary line, and Newcombe takes the mark. Starting to take over himself in this second term, John Newcomb. Kicks to the logo. Eastern wing. Hitting up to meet it. Lockie Jones. Ball spills the way of Logan Evans. Gives it back to Lockie Jones. Third touch in the chain. 1-2 with Wines. Jones now deep to full forward. Georgiades juggled out from Don. Rioli out of midair. Volleys a goal. Right on the half-time siren. And Willie Rioli with his soccer tricks slams it in the back of the net and steadies the ship for Port Adelaide. The Power by 9 at the half. 5-6-36. Hawthorn 4-3-27. And that's as late in red time as you can concede one.
Corbin, can I just jump in there? Apologies. Lockie Jones take a bow. He was outstanding. His attack on the ball on the wing there, his follow-up and then the penetrating kick inside forward 50. That was superb play. Well done, Lockie Jones.
And he was one last week and had the light shone on him. Didn't have a great qualifying final. He has responded, as have his teammates. The Power. This time last week against the Cats, they found themselves 20 down at half-time. They lost Zach Butters at this juncture and it got no better for them thereafter. Well, they're playing from in front tonight. The home team, 5-6-36. Hawthorn 4-3-27. Here's the reaction downstairs. And you can probably draw your own conclusions. The 4 umpires make their way off the ground. And the locals are not happy. Hawthorn back in the game. They've kicked 4 of the last 6 goals after falling 22 behind. And Port Adelaide's lead is 9 at half-time. They get a warm round of applause as they disappear down the race behind the goals at the Riverbank stand end. And Hawthorn now into a slow jog, but 9 points adrift at half-time. The Power 5-6-36, Hawthorn 4-3-27. The goal kickers to half-time, 1 for Rosie, Marshall, Rioli, Georgiades and Burn-Jones. Meanwhile, for Hawthorn, 1 each for Moore, Chol, Ginnivan and Deer.
So the Port faithful frustrated by the 3 consecutive free kicks that led to goals that kept Hawthorn in the game. But the free kick count is actually in Port's favour, 15-14, up by 1. So, albeit big moments in the game, it's pretty square as we head into the major break.
It's had everything. These half of footy, it was what we wanted, a raucous sellout crowd, huge pockets of Hawthorn fans, which if you get a chance to look at the television pictures of this game are obvious. There are sort of brown and gold pockets interspersed with all the teal, black and white for the home team. It is Port Adelaide by 9 at half-time. They led by 13 at quarter-time, and Hawthorn actually drew within a goal on a couple of occasions in that second term. The thoughts of the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, a man who was a runner-up in the Brownlow medal, Josh Franco, with their thoughts to half-time. Finals footy on ABC Sport. It is the Power by 9.
Well, Josh, it's all plus more than what certainly I expected. Because you quite often stand in the race, you hear your coach, you stand in the race, and the coach grabs him again. That's what I said to you. Yeah. That's quite significant. And it's just reinforcement. I'm thinking, yep, this won't surprise me that Port start with a ferocity that's going to put Hawthorn under the pump. And Hawthorn, I said, they caught the late plane. In their mind, I had supporters going, we'll just drift across them. So it was did they take Port serious enough? Yes, they probably did. But reality-wise, we're cruised last week. They've been shattered. They've lost a couple of players. The question, and we spoke about this at quarter time, can they maintain it? Well, we've seen Hawthorn have 5 shots on goal, kick 4 goals, 2. So it's 6 shots on goal. 4 goals, 1. And maybe they were free kicks, maybe they weren't. Nonetheless, the scoreboard says they were. So we look at the scoreboard, and it was then going to be the response. And as you just said then, that the players that I've been probably critical of is the captain, Rosie. I just don't know. I don't know what he's had so far. I think he's been okay. He's had 11. Willie Rioli, does he do enough? Well, he's just finished off a beautiful goal. Ratugolea. Now, Ratugolea had a wonderful first quarter. Didn't overdo it that quarter, 7-2, but was there. And had the ruck. Chol's going to jump all over him in the ruck as a second ruck. So that's so important that you get your players in a very good defensive mould, because Chol can only hit the ball forward. He hasn't been taught ruck work, so he's got no skill in terms of pulling that ball behind and opening up. So you've got to load up behind and come forward. They've done it. So, but full credit to Hawthorn coming back. They don't look panicked, but the question was, can Port maintain it at quarter time? Well, yes, they've had scores against them, but they have. They've maintained that pressure. In fact, I think the last 3 or 4 free kicks on the far side of the ground all came about by holding the ball because players were run down or just multiple tacked. So I'm looking forward to this next half. I just think if Port can maintain it, Hawthorn have to win it.
Yep.
It won't fall for them. They're going to have to try to take it off Port.
And that's a really good way to put it. And I think just going back to what you said right at the start there, Mick, is that you've sort of got more plus what we expected coming into this contest. And I've got absolutely no doubt, obviously having played the game as well, that Port Adelaide would have been walking up the race with some element of doubt as how the game's going to unfold. And perhaps, to your point, that Hawthorn come out their race thinking this is going to be a walk in the park, and they paid the price in the early parts of the game. One of the areas for Port Adelaide as well is, again, we've mentioned this as well, it's amazing what 7 days does, and mentality around how you approach the game, because Port Adelaide's mentality, their personnel hasn't changed a lot. They've lost Dixon and brought in Lorenz. Hasn't changed in terms of personnel, yet the mentality with which they've approached this game has been outstanding, and the statistics support that. So the Port Adelaide coaching staff, Ken Hinkley and his charges, will be sitting there going, the contested ball, we're smashing them, the ground ball gets we're +7, the clearances we're +7, the inside 50s we're +9. So all of those KPIs point to what we've...
And history.
And history, yeah, absolutely.
And history, which we all doubt. Because
absolutely.
History like that, you want to doubt it. You go, well, this can't happen. It just can't keep repeating.
Yep.
And it hasn't yet. So we know we're half a game. But history has fallen on this game to say, well, it could repeat.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the other thing as well from Port Adelaide's perspective is they haven't allowed Hawthorn to play their brand.
No, that's
we talk about getting 100 uncontested, 100 marks for a game. They're sitting at 36 at the moment, so double that, what's that, 72. So they've been able to take away their strengths through pressure on the ball, getting set up really well behind the footy. And look, I know there was a couple of free kicks which were probably a bit dubious, but you're right, that doesn't matter now.
Yeah.
Like, forget about it now. You've got to move on and, again, go back to the process, Port Adelaide, of what has made you go into the half-time break with a lot of confidence that you're playing a brand of footy that stands up in finals, which we didn't see 7 days ago. So that's the challenge for Port Adelaide, as you said, to maintain it. The challenge for Hawthorn is now they've got to go back and meet it head-on and win the game.
Yeah.
Marshall spent large periods of that quarter on the bench. He's had the 4 disposals and just the 1 goal. We mentioned Dixon, a laid out with illness. Butters has had 10 disposals. He came in, of course, with the banged-up ribs. He was pretty good in the first quarter. So his numbers, 10 disposals, 6 tackles. So still doing all the work that we're familiar with Zach Butters. Meanwhile, Jace Burgoyne's having one of the games of his career.
He is.
He's had 14 disposals, the chief possession getter for the Power.
I reckon the thing with Jace Burgoyne as well is he's just showed a lot of composure with the ball. I think that's been the standout for me. He's obviously getting a lot of the ball, but he's actually had a lot of composure when he's had ball in hand.
For the Hawks, Newcombe leads the way, 17. He's had more than any other player on the ground, so 3 clearances, 4 inside 50s and 3 score involvements. And other than that, a couple of other players that we'll always look out for. Jack Ginnivan's kicked a goal that came in that quarter. He's had the 3 touches so far tonight, of course, after his busy week in the spotlight where he lives at the moment, Mick. He loves hanging out there, Jack Ginnivan, for trying to win premierships in back-to-back years with different clubs. He would become the first man in almost 100 years to do that. So you have to go back to Tom Fitzmaurice for Essendon in 1924 and Geelong in 1925.
Yeah, right.
And as the last man to have won premierships in back-to-back years with different teams.
I've got to say, Josh, and I'm going to ask your help here. I'll make it quick. Sicily has not got off the leash by any stretch of imagination. I can only assume, I'm just trying to work out who's going to him and not. And what he's done is he's sacrificing his game to make sure Sicily cannot be the freebie.
Yeah.
So it's fair. We'll have to pay some attention to that.
We'll pick that up as the third quarter gets underway, which is not too far away. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. The other big news story in footy today is that Dustin Martin to the Suns is back on. We'll tell you more about that next. This is finals footy on ABC Sport at halftime. The Power by 9. Let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Consumer law experts say the federal government's proposed new laws to tackle online scams could be difficult for consumers to navigate. Companies including banks and tech giants will be liable for scam losses and could face fines of up to $50 million if they fail to protect their customers. Australians reported more than 600,000 scams last year, totalling $2.7 billion, which was an increase on the previous year. Chief Executive of the Consumer Action Law Centre, Stephanie Tonkin, says the proposed legislation needs to be clearer.
There is still the problem that if it's not a presumption of reimbursement, then a consumer still has to wait while all the different businesses sort it out in the background. And frankly, that's quite unworkable.
An inquiry into the unlawful robo-debt scheme has found that a dozen public servants breached their code of conduct a total of 97 times. Justina Basta reports.
A task force was formed in July last year to investigate current and former employees involved in the debt recovery program. 2 of the 12 public servants found to have breached their duties were department secretaries Catherine Campbell and Renee Leon. The breaches involved failing to inform the responsible minister of advice on the lawlessness of the scheme and creating a culture that prevented robo-debt from being scrutinised. In the wake of these findings, 4 continuing employees have been sanctioned with fines, demotions and reprimands. Commissioner Gordon de Bruer has apologised on behalf of the public service for the scheme's failures. Ms Leon has expressed disappointment in the findings and denies misconduct during her tenure.
South Australia's Transport Minister has confirmed that the government is frantically working behind the scenes to try to make sure the Whyalla Steelworks has a strong future. The independent MP Frank Pangallo has told Parliament there were concerns that GFG Alliance owed $100 million to contractors. On top of that, it's been revealed 116 jobs are set to be cut at some mining operations as changes begin to be implemented over the type of iron ore being extracted. Tom Koutsantonis says the government's doing all it can to help the steelworks.
This is tough times for Whyalla. Very, very tough times. But, panic won't fix it. What we need is calm, thoughtful responses where we work through these problems with GFG.
An international coalition of medical experts is adding its voice to a range of advocates calling on the new Northern Territory government to drop its controversial proposed youth justice measures. The country Liberal Party's promised to lower the NT's age of criminal responsibility from 12 back to 10 as part of its law and order policy agenda. The Royal Australasian College of Physicians says imprisonment is one of the most damaging experiences children can face during cognitive and social development, and that it's gravely concerned by the measures. 6 work safety improvement notices have been issued for South Australia's Parliament House following an audit by Safe Work SA inspectors. The audit stemmed from a recommendation out of the Equal Opportunity Commissioner's review into harassment at Parliament. It identified an absence of approval systems for managing hazards linked with alcohol or drug consumption as one problem area. 5 of these 6 improvement notices must be completed within 3 months. The US President Joe Biden has marked the 30th anniversary of the signing of the Violence Against Women Act. The bill, which Mr Biden wrote and championed as a senator, was the first comprehensive federal law that focused on addressing violence against women and providing support and justice for survivors. At an event in Washington, Mr Biden's announced new efforts to address online harassment and abuse and help ease housing issues for survivors of domestic violence. He says the act broke congressional and cultural resistance.
Brought this hidden epidemic out of the shadows and began to shift the legal and social burdens away from the survivors onto the perpetrators where they belong.
North Korea has, for the first time, revealed details of its uranium enrichment facility. With the details, here's North Asia correspondent James Oaten.
State media has shown North Korean leader Kim Jong-un walking past rows of centrifuges during a tour of a uranium enrichment facility. Centrifuges are key to enriching uranium for the development of nuclear weapons. North Korea's promised to exponentially increase its nuclear arsenal. Estimates on the number of assembled nuclear warheads varies wildly, with the Federation of American Scientists putting the number close to around 50. North Korea's also tested ballistic missiles this week after a 2-month break, something the South believes is retaliation for recent war games with the United States.
That's it for ABC News.
Cricket is back with live coverage of the T20 and one-day international matches between England and Australia from the UK. Live and commercial-free coverage on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the ABC Cricket button.
It reads like an episode of Succession.
Australian Story reveals the forces that shaped media mogul Lachlan Murdoch.
He operates almost entirely in the shadows.
A story of blood, money and power.
News corporation and business is my life.
And the infighting tearing a dynasty apart.
This is still, at the end of the day, family. And now it's really broken.
Australian Story, Making Lachlan Murdoch, continues Monday night at 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
Georgiades comes in, leans back from 40, strikes through. Port with the hot start in the second. 3-3-21. They lead the Hawks 2 behinds to Warple, racing through the logo. Hawthorn finally inside 50, but it's an errant kick. Bergman took the uncontested mark only because Cole Shadir was kicked out of the ball drop.
Oh, he's just...
Yeah, technically there, but not a lot in it.
Here comes Cole Shadir, the son of a gun, leans back from 40 and delivers for the Hawks.
Kicks for Deer, crashes the pack, no mark, spills to Newcomb, hand pass to Joel caught, good tackle, Lockie Jones, comes to Bergman, Bergman's caught, it's coming back.
Can't play that. It's a sling, free kick Hawthorn.
And the Port fans will realise this in a moment and they will be furious. The door has been opened for the Hawks. Mabior Joel puts it through.
Another dangerous tackle. Meek again winning it. Went to ground, and the dump from Burgoyne, and 50. They've been handed an opportunity, and Dylan Moore cashes in. 4-point game at the Adelaide Oval.
Ball spills the way of Logan Evans, gives it back to Lockie Jones, third touch in the chain. 1-2 with Wines. Jones now deep to full forward. Georgiades juggled out for no. Rioli out of midair. Volleys a goal. Right on the half-time siren.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
It's looked every bit like a finals game of footy. In the middle of September, it is Port Adelaide by 9 points at halftime. They lead at 5-6-36, Hawthorn 4-3-27. You heard the crowd after that Rioli goal just drown out that halftime siren in Port Adelaide, who were challenged, and the Hawks got within a goal on a couple of occasions. They have not been able to put their nose back in front after leading for only the first couple of minutes of play. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Aaron Bryans for the call. The coaching icon Mick Malthouse and the former midfield superstar for the Power in Josh Franco. Liz Walsh is with us on the boundary. It is half-time. The big footy story of the day revolves around one of the players of the 21st century in Dustin Martin. And the chief footy reporter at the Herald Sun reporting today that talks are back on between the Gold Coast Suns and Dustin Martin. So he's met with Damien Hardwick, the 33-year-old who is a free agent. He's open to playing on after announcing his retirement, obviously, towards the back end of the season. And it looks as if it is a go, Josh Franco.
I smell a rat. That's all I'll say about that.
Not convinced?
I reckon it was always going to happen. Absolutely.
It's shades of Damien Hardwick replacing Stuart.
That's
Hughes.
exactly
It was
what
on
I
the
thought.
cards for months, and everyone could see it coming, but they just kept denying, and we've gotten to where we always knew we'd get to.
I don't think he'll take him anywhere.
Yeah.
So this is the interesting question. Does he need the Suns more than the Suns need him?
He doesn't need the Suns, and I don't think the Suns need him.
Right.
Honestly, I just think there's certain players that can keep going. You'll see them. Josh, you would have played against them. They go to 33, 34, 35. And like Craig Bradley probably could have played another 2 years. Uma Harvey could have played another year. But there's certain players that get to... Their body takes so much. And you know why he's feeling now? Because he's not training, he's not getting belted. He gets out in the training track and has to train again and has to go in the middle and pop all his body work. You see the body work that in today's football, you get smashed. Now, it's all well and good for the mind to go, I'm ready to play. I don't know whether he'll last 4 or 5 weeks at the level that they want.
Speaking of the writing being on the wall, apparently he's lost about 6 kilos and he's been training for weeks.
Yeah.
So clearly he is in a mindset that he's coming back and it's going to be a matter of where.
Tell you what it might do is it might get a few bums on seats so they get more than 10,000 to home games.
Yep. They got to be winning games of footy though, don't they?
True.
Yep. Sue in WA says great coverage. Sounds like Port are a different team tonight. They lead by 9 points. You agree with that, Josh?
Absolutely they are. Yep.
Michael off the SMS with Port's dominance in the first quarter. They're only 2 goals ahead, but can Port sustain 4 quarters of that pressure? Thanks, Michael. Well, we're 2 quarters down and 9 points is their advantage. Rob in Greensborough, Moore threw himself to the ground. No sling in that one. The umpire got sucked in. It was tough. Hot game. Burgoyne tackle was fine until the Hawk dive. Liz Walsh is on the boundary for us. Liz.
I've got good news down here for all Port Adelaide fans. Todd Marshall, who spent the last 15 minutes of that quarter undergoing a concussion test, has been cleared and he's back out there.
Well, they need him. That's when I say need him, they need that height. Whether he's going to contribute or not, he's really got to throw himself in and about. Really, it's a key forward.
Yeah. And it's looking at Port Adelaide's midfield. They've got the A team in there, Horn, Francis, Butters and Rosie. You don't see that combination often. They're putting a premium on the first 5 minutes of this third quarter, Port Adelaide.
The Holy Trinity out there for Port. The opening bounce of the second half. It is Port Adelaide by 9. A spot in the prelim at stake. Here with Aaron Bryans on ABC Sport.
Bounce favours Sweet too much. It'll be recalled by Brendan Hosking. And it is rare that we see Rosie, Butters and Horn Francis together.
Well, there's a couple of times in that second quarter they were there.
Yep.
Sweet down, straight for Paul Butters, but it's cut off by Nash. Hawthorn on the counter. He hands it off to Newcombe with Shepherd's Warple. Bounced and it didn't come back to him. Set upon, dropped the knee, caught high. Expert play there from James Warple, who was in tremendous trouble. He chips it 10 metres to Nash, has to rush the snap into the 50 in front of the scoreboard. Diving Watson couldn't reel it in. Zert Thatcher now under pressure. Hands it to Burgoyne, just offloading it into traffic. And he's wrapped up 20 out, right forward pocket for Port Adelaide.
Just that first centre bounce as well. Port Adelaide just got caught offside, didn't they? All running forward of the ball and didn't get the job done.
But you can't do that,
No,
Josh.
you can't. You need at least one sitting to give you a little bit of defensive cover.
From the ball up, Hawthorn win it through Watson. Hand pass in front of the boundary line and not quite for Gunston. Trying to keep it in front of the old scoreboard. Port by 9.
There's probably a bit of their Achilles heel too.
Oh, look, the snow's finished. You can't keep skiing down slopes. And 3 of them, they were 10 yards further. You can't do that.
The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport. Finals footy. Early stages, third term, powered by 9 from the boundary throw-in. Watson attacks it. Hand pass away to the big man, Meek. Hand pass to a dangerous spot, but Drew collects for the power. Hand pass to Horn Francis. He kicks out to the back flank. They all converge on it. The ball slides through. There's a free for a hold. It's going Port's way. D'Ambrosio hanging on to Burn Jones. And the Bronx cheer for the Power fans. They lead it by 9. 90 seconds into the third quarter. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the criteria is to hold the jumper. He held the jumper. If it's a free kick.
Thoughts of Mick Malthouse alongside Josh Franco. Burn Jones down the line. Radical Lear rather, crunches the pack. And it collapses as the ball rolls over the boundary line.
I mean, did he crunch the pack? I think he crunched Jackson Mead as well.
Stuck a big knee.
Yeah, certainly. Mead got one.
Lateral damage there. Friendly fire. Port by 9. Early stages of the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Tossed in. Meek with the tap down straight to Newcombe. Back to the big man. Meek dodging away from Horn Francis. And then Newcombe arches the back in the phone box. He gets out of there. Handed it to Nash. This time as he tried to find D'Ambrosio. Butters with a hand in, knocks it to ground and then rolls onto the footy. Wide of the logo, ball up to come.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Powered by 9 points. Sweet wins it down. Butters throws his body at it, sockers it forward. Hardwick bursts through, takes on Horn Francis. Hand pass to Meek. He took on the tackler too and given the benefit of the doubt.
The Meek holding the ball. The cue for the umpire is when they try to stiff arm the don't argue. And looking at the replay, that's holding the ball every day of the week.
Josh Franco on ABC Sport. Early stages, third term. Meek palms it down. Heavy tackle laid. Will do it all again on the wing.
The minor story amongst all of this, Lockie Jones laid a tackle on Marbia Chol in the second term. Both arms pinned, free kick paid, and he'll probably be suspended for it, Josh.
Oh, you can't suspend him for that.
History says he will be. Out of the stoppage, Hawthorn win out. Warple to Nash, up to left half forward, slipped through the big mitts of Dia. But speaking of slipping and sliding, Lockie Jones lost his footing, towed out of there. Port Adelaide get away with one as it rolls to the boundary line.
Josh, it gets Dewey, doesn't it? So is it Dewey now, do you think?
I reckon it would be. I reckon it's particularly a lot of comments around how cold it is out there. So
right, because he was holding his feet then and it just went straight from under him.
Yeah.
Port by 9, finals footy on ABC Sport. Tossed in, Meek front position, smacked it into the 50, rolling in the path of Chol. Zerk Thatcher went early and shoved away from the pill. Picked up by Chol, juggled, tackle, dropped it. Play continues. Nash throws himself in. We're 25 out from the Hawks' goal. Gunston couldn't get boot to ball. Watson's wrapped up, too high.
Well, it's too high on him because he's only 5 foot. But that ball was out by a metre. Well, what can't they see? They've got to go and see Specsavers. Honestly, you've just got to go and get the job done. You cannot make mistakes in finals on a boundary when you've got 4 boundary umpires and one of them is 10 metres away.
Watson tight in the pocket, curling it through. Enchanting the crowd. The Wizard Watson is mesmerising on finals footy. It's a 3-point game at the Adelaide Oval. 5-3-33 the Hawks. Port 5-6-36. Watson's on the board, the 4-minute mark of the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Premiership coach Mick Malthouse, All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco.
Well, Mick, what I really liked about Hawthorn in that scenario too, I think it was a boundary throw-in or it was a ball up, either or, but Big Meek actually belted the ball forward, got field position and got territory, and all of a sudden Port Adelaide's back 6 were under the pump. And admittedly that ball was probably out of bounds, but we're able to create enough pressure on the ball, lock it in their forward 50 and create that shot on goal. Well played.
There it is there. Just seen it again.
Yeah.
That's a ball out.
Could park your car between the ball and the boundary line.
It is. You can't make mistakes. Look at the consequences. That's a goal. All of a sudden it's only 3 points in it.
And likewise, the Hawks gifted the opportunity. They make the most of it. Third time now after falling 22 behind, they draw within a goal, but they haven't been able to put their nose back in front. Here's Newcombe, fights through the tackle, hand pass out to the wing for McDonald. Hawks still with it, goes back to Ward, now out wide by hand to Hardwick. Long kick down the wing, eastern side, reaching for it, McGuinness takes the juggled mark. He was second in line, but he's got it. High half forward, kicks inside 50, Watson.
Just sense its turn.
On the searching lead, the Wizard hits up and marks right half forward, 40 metres out.
Just sense the momentum is swinging in favour of Hawthorn again on that occasion.
Is that the stoppages though,
absolutely
Josh?
it was, yeah. 100% it was.
You can have all the names you like in there, but if they don't play a 2-1 defensive role, you're going to get slaughtered.
Yeah, and we even saw in the first half, Jace Bergen was outstanding in his one-on-ones. On that occasion, got beaten. Shot on goal, Watson.
5 in from the boundary line at right half forward. He'll kick from 45 metres out. Nick Watson, drop punt is there. 2 minutes of sorcery from the Wizard. And the Hawks are in front. We have not said that since the opening minutes. Port Adelaide have led by as many as 22. But now they're behind. 7 gone in the third term. Hawthorn 6-3-39. Port Adelaide 5-6-36. The Hawks by 3 points. Josh Franco, Mick Malthouse, ABC Sport.
Well, look, Josh, the first thing they've got to do is arrest the stoppage drain because that's just coming straight out. This quarter, it's been all one-way traffic as far as but it's not even the fact it's a clearance. It's a runaway clearance. So you can't keep having all offensive players in there. This you've got to get the right balance, and one of them's got to be a defensive player, 2-1 or 1-2.
Yeah, really good point. And interesting, we talk about that's the combination that we haven't seen a lot, but as Rosie Horne-Francis. Maybe that's why, Mick, because they are all duck and no dinner. They do like to get on the fly and work in the offensive side of the game.
Hawthorn are in front in the semi-final. Sweet down for Port Adelaide. Fresh airy from Horne-Francis, picked up by Boak. Skies it up to half forward. Radigalia caught behind. Front and square was Wines. He flings it forward to Rioli. Bounces off Hardwick. Dancing and dodging. Screws the kick across the 50 to Knuckle.
Great kick. Really great kick by... Held his composure, Rioli, and Knuckle... He's not renowned for his marking, but he had to hold his ground there and take that mark. To sight that player under that pressure is extreme. It's fantastic.
You talk about Willie Rioli. He's an absolute master, isn't he? In terms of, as you said, composure, spotting up the free. His forward craft, he's a very, very difficult player to match up on.
Man on the mark, 40 out.
Big kick this one too. I know it's an understatement. Massive kick for Narkle and Port Adelaide.
Narkle comes in, crosses the paint of 50. It starts right. It doesn't come back enough. Minor score, Hawks up by 2. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Liz Walsh downstairs.
A beautiful moment now for Hawthorn with Luke Bruce being subbed into the game for his 300th game with Jack Gunston subbed out.
Thanks, Liz. Just the 9th Hawk to 300 games in that famous history of the brown and gold. Luke Bruce, what a milestone tonight as Scrimshaw comes wide to Sicily, who marks at half-back. And as Liz said, taps out Jack Gunston, so both of them going around for a 16th year next year. Sicily on the back of the contested grab, kicks down the wing, Deer spoils from the back, scrap on for the footy on the wing, no clean pick up. Narkle now, Izzo grabs it, kicks it forward for Port. In front, Weddle, he's been held, free kick and off he goes. Darts away with the footy, 1-2 with Morrison. Weddle off his left, kicks, it favours Aaliyah and he takes a chest mark at half back for Port. Hawks by 7 points, 10 minutes gone, third turn.
Short kick on the 45 to Zirk Thatcher. And now the switch is on. Kicks a little lofty. Watson closes. Bergman strong. Took the mark and plays on. Racing out a defensive 50. He launches it to the outer wing. 2-on-2. Marshall juggling. Hits the deck. He keeps fighting. Had Sarong on his tail. Clean gather. Boak now the Hollywood handball. Overhead to Horn Francis and inboard to Wines. He's wide of the centre circle. Port down by 2. The Brownlow medalist. Ollie Wines into the 50. Big launch. Sarong got a hand in. Scrimshaw down. Received it from Hardwick. And now Weddle, the composure across defensive 50 as he dinks it to D'Ambrosio, top of the defensive goal square. They're kicking to the left-hand side of your radio dial, and what a kick as he squeezes it to Warple. Here comes Hockball on the counter. Weddle through the broadcast wing. Hands it to Ginnivan. He looks inside. Flaring kick to McGuinness on the logo. Up to half forward. They're going end-to-end. Bruce waited for it. And Logan Evans closes with the fist. Clean gather and hands it to Mead. Under pressure. Spun to ground by Bruce. Didn't have the footy. Free kick, Port Adelaide.
Yeah, I've got to say that ball that went to Wines in the middle of the ground, he was so slow moving it. And then the election to go to 1v3 was just very, very poor.
Hawks with 6 of the last 8 goals. Boak in the middle of Adelaide Oval. Kicks down to half forward. Radigalia can't mark but follows up. Turns, kicks inside 50. Sicily bangs bodies with Francis Evans. Ball slides through to Hardwick. Hand pass away towards Impey. Goes short with the kick to Connor McDonald.
To your point too, Mick, you just sense Port Adelaide can't keep the pressure on the ball and can't sustain
in the forward line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's why you've got to get in there. You've got to get in there low and hard so they don't mark it.
McDonald kicks down the wing over the fingertips of Newcomb, collected at the back and hand pass out of play in the end from Ollie Wines. Boundary throw in right on halfway eastern wing. Hawks by 2 points. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Seems to be a bit of a problem down here for Port Adelaide's Lockie Jones. He's sort of having his almost groin region, the top of his quads, looked at by the doctors, and meanwhile their sub Will Lorenz is up and warming up on the boundary.
Well, that'd be a shame because he's been impressive. They can't afford to lose another half back.
Toss back into play, Hawks by 2. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Francis Evan gathered and it was collected. Got it out to Mead. Rolling footy into the 50. It was a hit and hope. Tumbles over the boundary line. Hawthorn wanted to deliver it. They're not going to get it.
I thought it was just this absolute shocking kick. I think it came off his shin. I don't think he was going for the boundary line. It wasn't going for touch.
The umpire that umpired that is the best umpire.
Yeah, well, he got that one right.
By a mile.
Yeah.
Good feel for the game, Nick.
Well, he's just been around long enough to know that these are finals.
Hawks by 2, Meek down and Hardwick thrusts it out of there with a booming kick. Bouncing through the corridor. Aaliyah doesn't know where it's going to land. Eventually gets it, but Brewster's on his tail. The tackle, but he did well. Got it to Zirk Thatcher and Port Adelaide settle across halfback.
Really well set up there from Port Adelaide. Great defensive shape behind the ball.
Bergwijn on the broadcast wing. Dangerous kick inboard. Nash cuts it off in front of Sin. Narkle does his best to make amends, but he's wrapped up by a couple of Hawks. And we'll get a ball up wide of the logo with Hawthorn up by 2.
And even looking ahead of the ball for Hawthorn, when the ball's inside Port's forward 50, you got Watson v Bergman one-on-one with a Paddock. Deep in there, forward 50.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco alongside Mick Malthouse from the stoppage. Ward kicks inside the forward 50 and Zirk Thatcher takes another intercept mark. He's been good today. Hand pass over to Bergwijn. He kicks wide for the power. Out wide to Boak.
Yeah, I think this game's certainly not dead by a long shot. If we're going to throw Port away, I think it might be a little premature, because if they can get the ball inside the front 50 and keep it in there, they're likely to score.
Hawthorn by 2. They share it through Rosie, and now out to Burgoyne. He kicks long to half forward. Winds in the box seat, no mark. Spills through to Sicily of Hawthorn. Hand pass to Newcomb. Slides out of one tackle. Got a hand pass going back to Sicily. Back flank, the Hawthorn skipper in the long sleeves. Long kick down the eastern wing. Chol knocks it to ground in a one-on-one with Zerk Thatcher. Paddles it out in front. They all overrun it. Drew goes and collects, turns the body, got it, hand pass to Rosie, handball to Zerk Thatcher for Port.
The heat is on, but the power are clean. Sin through the outer wing. He's looking for Francis Evans. Fist comes through from Sicily, knocked down. Newcomb was waiting to pounce. Hands it to Ward, and now McDonald fumbles. Buffett into the ball. Spills down and picked up by Drew. Head over it for the power. Retreats to Mead. Sidesteps a couple. And then wheels towards the 50. Scrimshaw underneath it. Coming through, Horn Francis got a hand in. Rioli bowled over by Scrimshaw. Play continues. Radaglia in a wrestle. Can't rip it out of there. Ball up to come. 55 out.
Even Mick, to your point there, that long kick and hope. Port Adelaide, Jackson Mead kicking to a 3v5.
And it's right on 50.
Yep.
So it's got to go. If you're going to do that, go deep.
Yep.
Hawks by 2, and on the charge here is Nash. Bangs it off half back. Waiting for it was Zerk Thatcher, but put it down. Bruce breathing down his neck. The veteran scoops the handball out to Ginnivan. 2 on 2 in the 50. Jams it in there, but Logan Evans is clean. Cutting it off, and now Port for the rebound.
Goes wide to Bergman, who collects off the ground, and he's off and running. 2 bounces with the Wizard giving chase. Kicks power down the wing. Oh, Weddle drops a mark he should have taken. Follows up, bursts away. Hand pass to Empey. Handball out wide to Amon. Trying to collect around his ankles. Spin move. Amon kicks deep inside 50. Burgoyne floats over the top, no mark. Spills down to Logan Evans. Hand pass to Sin. Hurried kick up to the centre square. Whack down Port's way. Drew wins it. Kicks to Horn Francis.
Here they come. The power surging. Horn Francis on the overlap to Rioli.
Great kick. Really great. Rioli picked it up very quickly. That Horn Francis in. The ball hadn't actually gone to Horn Francis, but Rioli was off and left his man by just probably 2 metres, and that was enough for Horn Francis, once he did receive it, to kick it over the head of the defender, tagging Rioli. So great play by defence for a start-off by Port Adelaide. Fantastic.
Had to be
play.
Perfect, and he weighted it in the lap. Rioli back with the flight. Willie comes in, couple of steps, stabs it through. Salutes the crowd, and Porter back in front. Our third lead change of the night comes off Rioli's second. 16 play, third term, finals footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans, Colby Middlemass, Mick Malthouse, Josh Franco and Liz Walsh downstairs.
And there's even more good news for Port Adelaide down here, that Lockie Jones, who came from the ground, looked to be in a lot of pain. He's been stretching out his quads, got on the bike, worked it out, and he's back out on the ground now.
Well, it sounds like a corky, Liz. Yeah. Josh, just the combination in the middle now looks different. So this has got to change. You cannot keep that all offensive line-up in the middle. So it's. I hope it's not there now, is it?
No, they've got
Drew in there. Once Drew's there, he'll hold his ground.
Leader swung on the last 2 goals. Sweet grabs it out of the ruck, releases Butters. Butters long kick inside 50. Sicily floats through the sky, takes a ripper. That is a big-time intercept mark, and that's what he does.
Bravery too. The bravery of that is just outstanding. Sets a great example as a captain to stand your ground. Especially when you've dislocated your shoulder. Let me tell you, I know what it's like. That one.
Short to Weddle, short to Scrimshaw, now short to D'Ambrosio.
This is what they've got to stop.
Yes,
Port.
absolutely, Mick. They've got to take away these uncontested chains.
The chip mark game gives it to Ward. The lefty pokes it along the boundary line to D'Ambrosio. He keeps on moving, kicks down for Chol, who hits up and takes the mark. Good transition from the Hawks. Open forward 50. Guinea leading from the goal square. That's ignored. Chol stands, waits. The forward 50 fills up. 70 metres out from goal. He kicks to the hot spot. Zerk Thatcher climbs, no mark. Falls down, no clean possession. Burne-Jones can't trap it. Comes through towards the Hawks. Pushed over as McDonald over the back of Leah. Grabs it and just clearing kick out of the defensive arc for the Power.
A monster roost to the broadcast swing that Falcon Scrimshaw on the drop. Spills out towards Narkle, wrapped up by Walkle. Ball shoots out to the boundary line and it'll be tossed into play.
Yeah, it's good play by the back line of Port, but it was also good play by Hawthorn. They set up very well. When that ball came out, they're holding it in a lot differently in the first half. They are putting pressure back on Port. Port's got to break through. To benefit here, they've got to break through this line here.
The Power by 4, finals footy on ABC Sport. Sweep down to Druin. Rosie can go for a run. Couple of bounces through centre wing. Curling it towards the 50. Marshall entangled with Weddle, so he taps it down to Georgiades. Clean grab, off balance, snaps to the goal line. Rioli couldn't control it. McGuinness paddles to the top of the goal square. Coming in winds. Weddle wins out, hands it to Hardwick. Marshall closes, drags him over the boundary line, and it'll be tossed in, tight in the pocket. Meanwhile, Mitch Georgiades, who was bowled over as he got his kick away. Bit of concern for him with the trainer checking in on him over the boundary line.
I'll tell you what, though, the pressure hasn't relented at all, has it? No time and space for the ball carrier.
I'm just trying to work out who's picking up Sicily. Is he going to Georgiades?
The boundary challenge deep forward for Port. Riverbank stand in. Sweet palms it down. Scrimshaw, though, gets it for the Hawks. Clearing kick. Slides off the boot straight to Narkle. Centre half forward for Port. Kicks to the goal square. Scrimshaw back. Knocks it away. And Amon sees it over the line for a rush behind.
Mick, he started on Radagalia at the start of the third quarter.
Yeah, but I don't think he's on him now.
He's not at the moment, no.
Port Adelaide by 5 points as we tick into time on in the third quarter. This is finals footy on ABC Sport.
MP fumbles a clean delivery. Under a bit of pressure now, 2 to beat, retreats back to Morrison, running out of room, flirts with the boundary line. His kick up to the outer wing. Battling there with Mead. Logan Evans gathers for Port Adelaide. Back inside 50, Marshall 3 to beat, but it's friendly Fryer. A train wreck for the Hawks, picked up by Rioli, hands it to Wines, spear tackle, drop the footy with 35 out right now. Port is surging but just can't find an answer. We'll get a ball up. Straight in front of goal.
Who was that tackled Wines? That was unbelievable.
Might have been Weddle, I reckon, but he lined him up.
Massive. He's not a small guy either, Ollie Wines.
Centre half forward for Port Adelaide. We'll have another stoppage. Comes straight down to Newcombe. He's tackled by Mead. 45 metres out. Power goal. Southern end of the stadium. Comes down to Warple on the restart. Hand pass at centre half back. Away to Deer. Handball goes back to Scrimshaw. Kicks into space on the wing. Numbers with the power. Zerk Thatcher attacks it. Never broke stride. Collects. Hand pass to Burne-Jones. 70 out. Kicks inside 50. So going up.
Free kick to Marshall. Surely.
Bit trying to pull it in. Unsuccessful. And in the end the ball hits the deck and the Hawks race away with it. Weddle. Hand pass over to Amon. Tumbles a kick inside the centre square. Chol tackles Bergman. Tackled him high. Free kick for Bergman. And he's going to get it centre half back here for Port Adelaide. Georgiades after that tumble.
So it was Georgiades, not,
Port by 5 and it's pure finals footy right now. So contested. And it looked like an errant kick forward from the Power, but they'll get some relief as it's coming back. Narkle collected after he disposed it.
It really does. It's where you get the free kicks, isn't it? Like that to me was a free kick to Georgiades every day of the week.
Narkle to the broadcast swing is Zerk Thatcher. He's got some moves. Skips past Scholl into the 50. Marshall front there. Couldn't control it. Putting his head over the footy. Burne-Jones crumpled in the tackle. Excellent from Nash. Dropped his weight back and receives the footy for holding the ball.
Yeah, very well done.
The Irishman from Dublin, Connor Nash.
You're not recognised for the hand passing or tackling. So, because I just don't play that sort of sport. Not second nature.
Up to the broadcast wing, they converge on the logo. Deer tried to get a hand in. Lockie Jones wins out and keeps his feet. The ball barges through into the 50. Hardwick had 2 against him and he's kicked straight to the back of the head of Georgiades. The ricochet of Burne-Jones and he rolls it through. Calamitous from the Hawks. Burne-Jones has 2. And from heaven to hell, Blake Hardwick did everything right but coughed it up in a crucial moment. Port by 11. Time on in the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's almost cue the Benny Hill music, wasn't it? Hardwick, what were you thinking? Obviously, you didn't see the Port Adelaide player in his vision, and the ricochet and rebound. And one player who we spoke about early in the game has moved forward again after going down backwards, Darcy Byrne-Jones, and his pressure around the footy has actually been pretty good tonight. He looks more comfortable ahead of the ball rather than behind the ball, and has been quite influential.
Oh, I know people hate American football terms. That was the ultimate pick six, wasn't it? You got the quarterback, he's thrown it away, and it's taken it into the house right behind goal.
Yeah, it's harsh on Hardwick. Hardwick's been outstanding. His defensive work and tough. It's
a goal assist off the head of Georgiades.
It is.
That'll do. Port Adelaide by 11 points. Out of the middle, they go again. Radicalia, hand pass to centre half forward to the skipper. Rosie, hand pass back to Narkle. His kick smothered. Morrison with the 1%er. Narkle gets a second go, hooks a kick inside, and getting back there is Amon.
Yeah, that's poor play by Narkle. He had more time. He needed to either hand pass the ball off or go wide. He's just blindly kicked it. And Hawthorn have got the numbers back there. You just give the ball up.
Radicalia cannot put any weight on his right ankle after that tackle. He's doing his best to get to this contest and just bowls everyone over. Strike. And over the boundary line it goes. But he's in a bit of trouble, Bigasava. Keep an eye on him.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Port Adelaide by 11. 24 gone, third term. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryant's calling the footy. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse. A man who finished second in a Brownlow medal. The midfield superstar from the Power, Josh Franco. And Liz Walsh on the boundary. Your call team on ABC Sport.
Tossed in, Meek down. Only found Butters. Too much momentum and he falls forward, giving it away. Sicily for the Hawks. To Morrison. Now Warple. Spins past Horn Francis, fakes him and hands it back to Morrison, brushing off the tackle. He's streaming towards the 50, centering kick. Weddle forced to spoil, rolls into the scoreboard pocket. Watson in pursuit. Bergman beats him there and slides it over the boundary line. Port by 11. 3 to play in the third.
Mick, superb play there from Warple. On the outer wing, just didn't blaze. Showed real composure with ball in hand. Able to set up that forward entry for the Hawks.
Just watching Sicily is picking up Radicalia again, so...
Forward 50 stoppage for the Hawks. Meek palms it down. Bergman, though, first one there for the Power. Hand pass to Lockie Jones. Kicks to half back and Burgoyne takes the mark. And he's going to kick out wide. Once Georgiades collects on the half volley. Hand pass back to the back flank for Narkle. Hand pass along the ground back to Georgiades. Handball to Burgoyne. Handball away to Mead. Threw one hand at it. Impey goes back in. Sits on top of the footy. Now tackles Mead. Ball up in front of the benches. Finals footy on ABC Sport. The Power by 11. 25 gone in the third.
Yeah, Burgoyne doesn't undo his good work. He's kicking there, really let the team down. You've got to hit a target from 15 metres.
Meek down, Nash bounces off a couple of bodies but gave it to Warple and sold him into trouble.
Yeah, tackling in packs, back to doing that again. It's very hard to beat two players in AFL football.
That's a really good call, Mick. I reckon you said back to doing that again. There was a period where they just fell away off their pressure. But it's definitely back for Port Adelaide.
Caught in the meat grinder. Free kick, Willem Drew.
This bloke, Lockie Jones, has been outstanding, hasn't he?
He's been really impressive. Not only being his man, he's actually put him into attack.
Lockie Jones driving ball into the 50. Radicalia got some mitts on it, knocked away. Meek hands it to McGuinness for the Hawks. Smashed out of there by Newcomb. Thumping footy to centre wing on the broadcast side. Burgoyne launched early, push on Bruce. Free kick Hawthorn.
I don't know why you do that. Port had all the numbers, didn't have to free kick at all. Brewster's hardly a marking player.
The 3-time premiership Hawk just behind the logo.
Sends a high bomb down to half forward and says, mark that. And Mabior Chol says, OK. Takes the mark on his chest. 70 from home, kicks to full forward. Moore the target. Punched away from him by Logan Evans. Ball doesn't go out. Moore doesn't give up on it. He slides in and in the end bangs bodies with Burgoyne. The ball spits out at half forward for the Hawks. So Jack Gunston out of the game. Luke Bruce in. That sub made in this third quarter early on, by the way, while Will Lorenz, who's playing his second game of AFL footy,
is he coming on?
Preparing to come into the game as the tactical sub for Port. The late in for Dixon tonight for the boundary throwing. One down by Meek. Gets a second look at it and he's gang tackled. Ball up, half forward for the Hawks. Port by 11, 27.5 gone. Third term, finals footy on ABC Sport.
Tossed into the air, winds in the ruck, comfortably beaten by Meek, but there's a free kick going Hawthorn's way anyway. Dylan Moore held outside of the stoppage. He's too far out to score here. Port scrambling to set up, and he points along and says, no chance, Aaron, I'm going for it. Yeah. Dylan Moore.
He'll drop this short for sure.
Pulls the kick. Moore into the 50 to Bruce. Mick Malthouse red at best.
But even going back to the Logan Evans free kick at stoppage, that's inexcusable. It's hard enough to defend your D50 without handing it.
But you've got to be in line with the goals to the kicker.
Luke Bruce, short approach in game 300, wobbles it towards goal and threads it home. He's got finals in his DNA. Luke Bruce, the super subs on the board. And we're back down to a 5-point ball game. The Hawks 7-3-45, Port 7-8-50. Time on in the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Josh Franco and the Oracle Mick Malthouse.
Well, Mick, I dare say nothing frustrates a coach more than goals in red time.
Well, not only that though, Josh. Between the kicker and the goal line, you have got to make sure that line is covered. It's the canal where everyone will go for a cheap kick.
Yeah. Well, particularly when the kick is 70 metres out and he's not going to make the distance. So
Would you want it in anyone else's hands?
Oh, well. And you see that goes from left to right. So he reads the play so well.
And the man's a professional goal kicker, Luke Bruce. Turns and holds up 3 fingers to the crowd. 1 for each of the hundreds he's collected. In games played, the 9th Hawk to the magical 300-game milestone. And brings it back to a 5-point margin. Free kick in the middle going Port's way as Horn Francis slips over and was taken high. And goes against Warple. It'll be an inside 50 late for Horn Francis. He kicks a spiral out to half forward, and at the back Sicily takes the intercept mark. And you can put that on repeat. The general down back for the Hawks. And just about the last moment of the third term, he goes short to aim on. And we've got a quarter to play. 20 minutes and time on to decide it. Who will go through to the prelim to play the Swans? And whose story will end here at Adelaide Oval on a Friday night in the middle of September? It is Port Adelaide by 5 at three-quarter time. The Power 7-8-50, Hawthorn 7-3-45. History awaits one of them tonight. For all that's baked into it, what a game it's been. A classic finals football affair. Goals at a premium. And the way they've landed tonight for Port Adelaide, Rioli's kick 2, as has Burn-Jones, and then singles for Rosie, Marshall and Georgiades. Meanwhile, for Hawthorn, we have 2 for Nick Watson. They both came in that third quarter, and then singles down the page. Moore, Joel, Bruce, Ginnivan and Deer. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Josh Franco coming up next. Port by 5 points at three-quarter time. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Josh,
ABC Sports coverage of the footy finals is in full swing on the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
But we also have a massive summer of sport coming your way.
It's gone before. Australia have won.
T20 and one-day international cricket, the BBL and WBBL, the Women's Ashes. Plus, the Test series between Australia and India.
Unbelievable.
Take ABC Sport with you wherever you go with the ABC Listen app. This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
Nash throws himself in. We're 25 out from the Hawks goal. Gunston couldn't get boot to ball. Watson's wrapped up. Too high. Watson tight in the pocket. Curling it through. Enchanting the crowd. The Wizard Watson is mesmerising on finals footy.
To Hardwick. Long kick down the wing, eastern side. Reaching for it, McGuinness. Takes the juggle back. He was second in line, but he's got it. High half forward, kicks inside 50. Watson
just sense its turn.
On the searching lead, the Wizard hits up and marks right half forward, 40 metres out. 5 in from the boundary line at right half forward. He'll kick from 45 metres out. Nick Watson, drop punt is there. 2 minutes of sorcery from the Wizard. And the Hawks are in front. We have not said that since the opening minutes. Whack down Port's way. Drew wins it. Kicks to Horn Francis.
Here they come. The power surging. Horn Francis on the overlap to Rioli. Rioli back with the flight. Willie comes in. Couple of steps. Stabs it through. Salutes the crowd. And Porter back in front. The ball barges through into the 50. Hardwick had 2 against him, and he's kicked straight to the back of the head of Georgiades. The ricochet of Ben Jones, and he rolls it through. Calamitous from the Hawks. Luke Bruce, short approach in game 300, wobbles it towards goal and threads it home.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Port Adelaide by 5 at 3/4 time as we turn for home. The winner to play the Swans in a prelim. The loser packs up for 2024. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Josh Franco on ABC Sport.
I better turn this on. Just been watching the break, just looking, trying to look through stats, see if there's any pattern. The pattern has been since quarter time relatively even through the 50s, the clearances, the contested football. The only thing I'll say about the clearances, where Hawthorn got back in the game was that when they cleared the ball, they cleared it very, very easily and with depth. Whereas Port cleared the ball and it was a haphazard kick out. Sometimes it was just drive it forward. So the benefit of control ball is that you give your forwards a chance. Now, it's interesting though, shots on goal, instead of just looking at the scoreboard, so these are by quarter, 5-2 in the first quarter Port, 6-5 in the second quarter Port, 4-4, and yet the Hawks kicked 4 straight. And it never looked like Port could kick 4 straight. Not because they're not kicking straight, it's just that the ball is not getting to the targets. It's hitting the 50-metre line. And when it hits the 50-metre line, Hawthorn know full well the way they've been playing the last 15 weeks is spoil it and have the runners there. That's if Port are going to win the game, I know they're in front. To me, they've got to work the ball into the 30-metre zone, or in fact, kick goals. But 30-metre zone, that's when you put real pressure on and then load up in just outside the 50. At the moment, and to Hawthorn to win the game, they've got to continue to go through and know at some stage will Port keep the pressure on the kicker and on the receiver, because the moment one of those breaks down, that's when Hawthorn's game gets going. They love the run, they love the play on, and then they get depth into their forward line.
Well, it's interesting as well, Mick. I mean, it's a cracking game of footy. The margin's 5 points. We've got the last quarter to play, and it's interesting when you look at games like this, whether it's home and away or whether it's a finals campaign, if it comes down to the wire, the old saying goes that you need, and the side that has the most composure in the critical moments will win the game. And it's interesting when you talk about Port Adelaide, and their one tonight has been their ability to keep pressure on the ball, and I totally agree with you. If they relax that in any way, shape or form, either on the ball carrier or further up the field with the receiver, they will get cut open. But if they can maintain the rage, they give themselves a real good opportunity to win this game of footy. But probably the stat for me as well, and I'm talking about contested ball and uncontested ball and all those sort of KPIs when you talk finals footy. The inside 50s, Hawthorn have only gone in 29 times in the game, where they've been averaging 60, I think, over the 62 over the last 6 or 7 weeks. Port Adelaide have gone inside 50 41 times. Now, I know that doesn't win or lose the game, but it shows how the game's been played. And as I said, those critical moments where individuals can make the most of those and show most composure with the ball will hold them in good stead to win this contest.
I'm sure both coaches would have emphasised we didn't come this far, only to come this far. A place in the prelim up for grabs. Port by 5. Final term underway. Finals footy on ABC Sport. And Sweet wins the opening hit out. No clean possession as yet. Picked up by Warple. He's tackled straight away, and a ball up in the middle of Adelaide Oval.
Some confusion with the benches early. Corby and Jason on Francis has had to start at full forward.
Tossed up a second time. 1 down by the Hawks again. Picked up by Moore. Fights to the tackle. Got it away to Warple. He's tackled, dispossessed, holding the ball.
Another great tackle in close.
Free kick for Drew, the tackler.
And he needs to be around the ball when Rosie and Butters there, because he defends so well.
Yeah. Port by 5. Drew drives them into the 50. Georgiades on the march. Slides in and takes the catch. 30 out, tight in the pocket.
Well, I reckon Sam Mitchell will be pulling his hair out about that one. That was a 55-metre kick inside forward 50. Hawthorn, because of the slow play and the slow play nature of how that unfolded, had numbers back there, but he ends up taking an uncontested mark on his chest.
Yeah, but he's got speed.
Yeah, he does.
He's got more speed than I thought. I coached his dad. I don't know whether he's probably sitting in the stand somewhere. I don't think he's as quick as this.
Mitch Georgiades starts in front of the Wanganeen stand. In the scoreboard pocket. Georgiades, let's rip. Tight angle, it's across the face. And just through for a minor score in the end. He's lucky he got that behind. Port by 6, early stages of the final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Liz Welsh downstairs.
Meanwhile, Port Adelaide have just made their sub, so Will Lorenz comes into the game for his second AFL match. It's Todd Marshall who's been subbed out.
What a time to enter it. Thanks, Liz. The 19-year-old, second game of AFL footy, both of them as the sub. He comes on with the game on the line early in the last of the semi-final. So Port by 6 points after that Georgiades miss. The Hawks work it down the wing, eastern side. D'Ambrosio kicks to half forward, no mark for Bergman. Spills down to Watson, puts on the Jets. Watson kicks the goal. The Wizards got 3. He ties the game. 2 minutes into the last, scores level. And this game is just getting good. 51 points apiece. Port Adelaide 7-9-51. Hawthorn 8-3-51. And if you're wondering whether a top 10 pick was worth it for Nick Watson, well, he's kicked 4 in his first final. Yeah. And now he's got 3 in just over 3 quarters in his second. He is a bargain with a top 10 pick. Scores level 3 minutes into the final term.
Mick, who says the little blokes can't play this game at this level? And
finals. It's a little man's game in the finals.
Absolutely. When you got wheels like Watson, and what I will say, Connor Rosie was an outstanding chase, but just couldn't get enough pressure on him as he kicked that.
You know who I feel for
goal forward?
John Lehrmann. He doesn't know who he's playing.
Scores level in the semi-final. Meek taps it out of there. Overhead tap from D'Ambrosio for Newcombe. Hospital handball. Butters Rose to cut it off and dinked it out to Rosie. He jukes it to Sweet. Port Adelaide on the charge. Sweet over the top to Rioli. Right half forward. Swings it inboard. Georgiades again.
Oh, it's a speed.
Yeah.
But good movement. Not only good movement, correct movement by Port. They took the hand pass option that gave space, not giving Hawthorn tackling practice. And then Rioli, he's hit targets now. I think he's hit 2 targets that are having shots on goal. So he's been 3 targets rather.
Mitch Georgiades just keeps finding leading lanes. Can he cap it off? Crowd in anticipation. Georgiades crosses the paint of 50. Long ball straight over the goal umpire's hat. Elation at the Adelaide Oval as Georgiades slots his second and puts Port back up by 6. 8-9-57 to the Hawks. 8-3-51. 4 minutes into the final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Premiership player and coach Mick Malthouse and All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco.
I'll tell you what, Mick, if I was coaching a side with Willie Rioli in it, I'd be saying to every player, if he's within range of giving the ball, just give it to him. Because every time he touches the footy, something good happens.
Yeah, he's got great sight, hasn't he?
He's unbelievable. And even on that occasion, again, he just has composure, he has the vision, and then he has the ability to execute under pressure. Gee whiz, he's been good tonight.
These stoppages are intriguing me at the moment because they'll be the life and death of either side.
This is where the champions write their story early in the last. It is a 6-point lead for Port Adelaide on the back of that goal. Hawks get the clearing kick. Watson cops an unkind bounce. Sin wins it for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Rosie. Handball away to Burgoyne. He kicks wide and finds Francis Evans, who marks on the wing eastern side. Heads down for Radicalier. Can't get to it.
Had to hit that target.
The ball skids out of play. Boundary throwing 60 out from the Port goal.
I just watched the behind the play there. Radicalier did a superb job to get rid of Hardwick.
Oh, I know.
And Francis Evans, I think it was, just had to hit the target.
Well, it's only a 30-metre kick.
Yeah.
Port by 6. They have led most of the night. Couple of early goals in the final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Sweet wins it down. Newcomb's hand pass picked off. Drew wins it. Tries to keep it going forward. And in the end, Wines is shoved out of bounds. A bit of force too from Carl Amon. Let him know about it. His former teammate. Boundary throw-in still at half forward for Port. They're coming home to the Cathedral or the scoreboard end. Well, they're making plenty of noise on the hill. It is the Power by 6 points after half a dozen minutes in the final term.
Meek down into the scoreboard pocket. Radaglia there to meet it. Hands it to Drew, running out of room. Handball over the top to Evans. Tight. Squared it. Just wide of Rioli. Couldn't reel it in. Burgoyne's waiting back though. And he jams it through off a step. The son of a gun, Jace Burgoyne, on the big stage like his old man. Cashes in the final term to put Port up by 12. 9-9-63. The Hawks 8-3-51. 6 played final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Mick, we spoke about Jace Burgoyne throughout the course of this game. Has been super. He's been super. He's had 21 disposals. He's kicking at 79%. Showed real composure with the ball. Played down half back, but just managed to drift forward and kick a...
Well, he drifted forward because his man took him... Hawthorn like a player, a high half forward coming and separating the winger. So by coming down with him, he sat off in a perfect area. In fact, that kick was probably for Rioli. It was stretched across Rioli.
They've done this all night, haven't they? They've responded to every push. Port Adelaide, and again after Watson tied the game, 2 quick goals, give them a bit of breathing room. 7 minutes into the last, Power by 12, back in the middle, Sweet wins it down, gets it back, hand pass releases Rosie, wraps around the back of the centre square, kicks out wide for Burne-Jones, can't take the juggled mark, still at high half forward, hooks a kick over his shoulder down to the 50, Evans arriving late, he's taken the mark.
That is a very solid mark.
Francis Evans, he was 4th man into that pack, comes up with the footy, kicks to full forward, Hardwick up strong, Rioli back with the flight, knocks it front on, Up says it's all legal, got the footy, ball's out of play, forward pocket for Port, they lead by 12, 8 gone in the final term, finals footy on ABC Sport.
Got to feel a little bit for Lorenz at the moment, he's come on in his 2nd game, it's a hot ball at the moment, the scores are pretty tight in the final. Big last quarter needed from him.
Tossed in, Port's 50, Sweet with the fist, does his own crumbing, hands it to Horn Francis, the rising star is a dead set super number. He curls it from 30, and a star is born. Jason Horn-Francis puts Port up by 3 goals, and it's deja vu all over again. They surged home in round 10, and they're bursting away here in the semi-final. Port 10-9-69, the Hawks 8-3-51, 8 played, finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a stoppage, and Sweet again was he's been very not only competitive. I reckon probably if you weighed them both up, he's probably been the leading ruckman of the day. Which I guess coming here today, I would have thought that Meek's form would have been troublesome at best. At worst, he would dominate. So right now, the game's for the Hawthorn supporters, this game is no longer over. It's not over by a long, long shot.
Ken Hinkley pumping his fist on the bench alongside one of his favourites, Zach Butters, who was cheering it through as well. 3 goal outbursts for the Power. They lead it by 18 points. Hawks out of the middle. Hurried kick forward from Nash, but it's picked off. And Burgoyne, who's had a career night, takes it on the back flank for Port Adelaide. Is there another twist in this game? He kicks down the wing. Hawks can't get their hands on the footy at the moment. Close to the boundary line, it tumbles out. And a boundary throw-in on that eastern wing. Port by 18. Horn-Francis, by the way, 18 and a goal.
Look, Corbin, what he does is he doesn't get a lot of the ball, does he? But he just impacts the game through acts like we just saw with that goal.
Josh Franco on ABC Sport from the boundary throw-in. Meek palms it down to Nash, who's locked up immediately.
And I'm not sure he's ever going to be a 30-plus player. He's sort of 20 to 25, but gee whiz, you get bang for buck with him.
Loves 25 and 2 goals.
Yeah.
That'll be his average in the long term, I reckon. Tossed in, Sweet down, the Power faithful finding their voice. Up by 18. Nash couldn't control it under pressure. Lorenz trying to look for a touch. Couldn't reel it in. Rolls over the boundary line.
Getting back to Sweet again, even that ball there, he was comprehensively beaten to ruck, but his follow-up, and he caused the next contest and locked it in. So his buttering up work is quite effective as well.
Mammoth crowd, 51,012 in attendance for this elimination semi-final. Tossed in, Wine spun in the tackle, got boot to ball, only found Morrison for the Hawks. Now Impey Dancing past Rioli, pushed as he kicked, rolls 5 metres, gathered by Lorenz, handball as he's smashed by Chol, only found the Hawks. Nash lowers the eyes, drilling it up to Bruce. Tight in the pocket, 50 out. Wheels in front of the Rashudo stand. Bruce will share it with Ginnivan. All alone, 25, right on the boundary line, left forward pocket.
I reckon Ginnivan's man is Burgoyne. And Burgoyne's been following it around this quarter, so it's okay to kick a goal, but you cannot lose where this player plays. He is very, very deadly.
Plenty of talk during the week about this man. Jack Ginnivan opens the angle, snaps. It's a wobbler belly of the ball across the face, sits up 10 out. Boat fumbles, coming through Burgoyne at his bootlaces. Chol right behind him, wraps him up 20 out. We'll get a ball up straight in front of the Hawks goal, down by 18.
Burgoyne had actually got the ball from his opponent.
Ball up deep forward for the Hawks. They need a goal. They get the hit out. Sicily thrown forward. The captain's goal. Keeps the Hawks in it. He sharks the hit out, and Sicily from the right forward pocket does the rest.
They're calling, folks calling touch ball.
Yeah, I think he thought he got a fingertips of that.
Well, check it in the arc for sure. But if the goal's good, as has been caught off the boot, Port's lead has been cut to 12, and we are not done yet. A dozen minutes into the final term. Hawthorn 9-3-57, Port Adelaide 10-9-69. Finals footy on ABC Sport with Josh Franco and Mick Moldhouse.
This is Josh. It was going to be Sicily or Hardwick going forward.
Yeah.
It had to be. Sam Mitchell does not wait till the end of the game to make a move. He makes the move to make a difference.
Yeah, and even just looking at the replay of that stoppage there, Bergman was actually directly opposed to Sicily, just got drawn into the stoppage, and it was a terrific outside hit from the ruckman, and a great finish there from Sicily.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they're going to say touch, they've got to zero that right in, because that's...
Well, they've delayed the bounce here, so that's instructive. And we're getting more and more replays, which means the ARC is less and less convinced that this should be a goal. Official score review underway.
The behind the goals camera has actually caught the post at the northern end, which has blocked the camera at the other side.
I reckon he has touched it. I think there's a finger going back there.
Soft calls a goal, so they need conclusive evidence to overturn it. This is a huge moment where the vision at best... And I think they're going to say, I think you're right, Nick. They're going to say that's hit his fingertips of Travis Boat, and this has been touched.
Yeah.
And this is a huge moment in the final quarter. We're 13 and a half minutes into the last quarter of a cutthroat semi-final.
Finger goes back.
Are you comfortable that that is conclusive?
Oh, absolutely. When the finger goes back like that, if you watch this, finger goes back.
Yep. All right, Sicily's goal is going to be disallowed. And instead of being a 12-point game, the margin will go to 17.
Oh, yeah.
And it'll be a kick out for Port. Happy with that,
Yeah,
Josh?
I am, yeah. Initially, I was a bit, I can't see it, but...
No, they're going to call a goal.
Oh, wow. So after they've convinced both Mick Moldhouse and Josh Franco up here, and everyone thought this was coming back and being overturned, the goal will stand. This is a moment. 13 minutes into the final term. Goal to Sicily. 12-point game. Port Adelaide lead it. And we restart back in the middle. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Game on and we're far from home. Meek for the Hawks. Taps it to Newcomb. Wrapped up by Rosie. Got it out to Ginnivan. Brought to ground. Newcomb fights again. Head over the footy. Extracts it, but Horn Francis cuts it off. Wrapped up by Nash. Ball up.
Rosie butters Horn Francis on ball again, Mick.
Yeah, it's a risk.
Port by 12. Meek with the double tap down. Only found Lorenz. He's brought to ground. In his second game was the sub in round 16. And his grandfather was Hawthorn's inaugural premiership skipper. Here he is. Lorenz out of the stoppage. Hooks it to half forward and Morrison was sitting back. The brick wall for the Hawks. Here comes the counter punch. Amon up to right half forward. Putting it in the path of Chol. Bounces straight to Elia instead. Brushes off Deer. Hands it to Boat. Port Adelaide bang it through the broadcast wing off the boot of Evans.
Floating kick down the wing. Butters clever. Knocks it on to Narkle. Turns, kicks inside and open forward 50. One bounce slides through to Hardwick. Bursts away from Rioli. Hardwick off the back flank for Hawthorn. Hand pass to McGuinness. Defensive side of the wing. Port by 12. Final term. Kicks to half forward and Chol caught behind. Zerk Thatcher in front. Takes the intercept mark for Port.
He's been very good today.
Yeah, minded his game. Really important, critical contest he's won.
Zerk Thatcher in his second final, up to left half forward, Courageous. Cutting across, Bruce is crunched in his milestone game. It's Lloyd Meek on the deck. At the back, Sarong hands it out. Morrison through centre wing. Deep kick. Deere forced to spoil. Spilled down to Butters. Overhead handball. Lockie Jones did everything he could to make it work as he smashes it forward with the palm, and he's hurt himself in the process, clutching his elbow. Burgoyne now smothers the kick of McDonald. Fights again the Hawk and drops it in the tackle. Play continues. Hawthorn going forward. Warple into the 50. Sicily puts it down. Gets another bite. Rolling, and it hits the post. The skipper, Sicily, is stalking dangerously. Hawthorn down by 11. 16 played final term.
Geez, a game winner, Sicily, at both ends of the ground. We did that game against the Dogs earlier in the year. He went forward.
He has to now, they've got to think this out. They would have surely during the week known that under pressure, Sicily will go forward. You've got to have the right opponent. Probably Aaliyah is the right opponent.
Port by 11, 16 minutes into this final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Port working up the wing. Burne-Jones kick missed the target. Amon on the wing. Hand pass for Hardwick under pressure for Hawthorn. Got it out to Morrison. Handball to McGuinness. Back to Morrison. Kicks over halfway. Burgoyne in the box seat. McDonald drops in front of him. Burgoyne collects. Hand pass for Port to Logan Evans. Dangerous kick. Pulls it off. Finds Wines. And the Brownlow medalist marks in the middle of Adelaide Oval. Logan Evans says, I want it back. Receives the hand pass. Kicks it down to half forward. And Dan Crozio takes the intercept mark. Half back for Hawthorn. Port by 11.
Here come the Hawks on the spread. Over the top, Ward to Chol, left half forward, sidesteps Logan Evans, marches to the 50 and drills it to Ginnivan. 20 out in the pocket.
Poor play by Port. They took an easy option to run at the player and leave the player.
Ginnivan plays on, hooks it around the body, and the lasso celebration as he curls it through. Cowboy Jack. Ginnivan has 2. Margin down to 5. The Hawks 10-4-64, Port 10-9-69, approaching time on in the final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Mick Malthouse and Josh Franco, but there's big news downstairs with Liz Walsh.
Yeah, Lockie Jones has been in the wars tonight. He's come from the ground, looks to be in a lot of pain. I know he was holding his arm like that was what was injured, but I actually think it's in his rib region. That's where the doctor's really been looking.
Well, I'll tell you what, Liz, I saw it unfold. It was a punch tackle. I don't know who the Hawthorn player was, but he's been belted in the guts. But just going back to that bit of play there, Logan Evans, the composure he showed here on the wing to then spot Ollie Wines in the middle, outstanding. He then followed up, got the handball received, ducked the kick, came back with interest goal, Ginnivan.
Port by just 5 points. They led by 18 earlier in this final term. We've travelled 19 minutes into the final quarter of the semi-final. A spot in the prelim up for grabs, and we'll have a secondary ball up in the middle of Adelaide Oval.
And then Burgoyne to split Sicily. Is that trying to work out who's going to
That's Kirk Thatcher.
Yeah, well, he's got to do the job.
Sicily at full forward. Port by 5. Restart back in the middle. Wines tackled, lost it. Comes out to Morrison. Hand pass to Impey. Handball into space. Follows up his own foot. He lost it. Horn Francis centre half forward. Tackle dispossessed.
And 50, I reckon.
Holding the ball. And the power kick it away. And this will be costly.
See, I don't like that. I reckon in the context of the game, the noise.
Willem Drew socketed forward, and Brett Roseberry said you cannot do that. The free kick's going the other way.
He got that wrong.
And now the Hawks will have it at centre half forward, and Port desperately rushing numbers back. Ticking the time on final term, power by 5. Nash to full forward. Aaliyah in the box seat. Ball hits the deck. Pat forms at full forward. And a ball up 15 out from the Hawks goal at the Riverbank stand end. A spot in the prelim is up for grabs. The winner plays Sydney. The loser is done tonight.
Tossed up. Nash won it down. Moorhead over the footy. Couldn't control it. Towed by Drew. Only found McGuinness. Hands it back to Morrison. Tight 50 out. Hooks it to the top of the goal square. Sicily courageous under the drop. Crunched and couldn't control it. Smashed out of there by Logan Evans for the power. 1-on-1. Georgiades with Scrimshaw. Off a couple of hands. Avon spun a full 360. Rioli brings him to ground. Ball up. Port by 5. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
It's got to keep their cool and keep their heads. There's still plenty of time on the clock. Margins 5 points, but there's still plenty to play out in this game.
Proper finals footy. Every contest has been ferocious tonight. Wine squeezes a kick forward. On the bottom of all that, Rioli got a hand pass out to Francis Evans. Missed his boot with the ball. Pack forms around him. He's taken high. Free kick for Francis Evans. And Amon got him front on. Port by 5, 21 gone, final term. There's still 9 minutes on the game clock. He kicks wide, and Rioli marks it high, half forward, short kick to Rosie. Port have led the majority of the night. We've had 3 lead changes. Rosie loads up, kicks it as far as he can to full forward. Georgiades marks on the behind line for Port. With strength, he holds out Scrimshaw.
Was it with strength or was it a...
No, there's very poor play by Hawthorn. There was no big players down there to come over the top. You need a player always to come over as a third player. So this is where Sicily does it. So
season-altering drop punt. It's a goal. He hooks it through. It's been the story of the night. And Port have responded to every push. At the 22-minute mark of the final term, Port out by 11 points again. 11-9-75, Hawthorn 10-4-64. Liz Walsh on the boundary, finals footy on ABC Sport.
And the good news just keeps coming for Port with Lockie Jones. Seems to have collected himself on the bench, got his breath back. He's back out there now. And in the meantime, Hawks coach Sam Mitchell has come down here. He was given a rousing cheer by the Bay of Hawks supporters behind me.
We're just talking about that, Josh, that you've got to get it. So if you take away a Sicily, you lose that leadership, you lose that sensibility. So he goes up the other end, he makes a difference, but it's rolling the dice. There's no two Sicilies, and he's been so important to him all year as a leader.
Thoughts of 3-time premiership coach Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport. Port by 11, sweet out of the ruck, flung it forward. Jones left it behind, picked up by Amon, scrambles the kick to the outer wing, rolling to the logo. Butters there first. Handball only found Amon for the Hawks. D'Ambrosio over the top. McGuinness inboard was looking for McDonald. Now back to Amon. Squeezes the kick down the line and it bounces perfectly to Chol, who turns and goes for a run. Chol running a mile and he's kicked it from 30, but it's too far. He would have won gold, but he went for the 200 instead of the 15.
He lost his stride.
That was from Jordan Sweet.
Oh, it was great. I'm just going to say, it doesn't matter how big or slow you are, it's referred pressure. And by him running and chasing him down, he didn't have that extra bounce. So, every action has a reaction. By chasing him, he's caused a turnover.
Enormous play. This is the best thing about our season, isn't it? It all comes down to this.
Wow.
We've got 5 games to go, including this one. And at time on in the final quarter, a spot in the prelim is still up for grabs. After 28 weeks of footy, a long kick from Sweet up to the wing, and a pack forms will have a ball up 5 metres in from the boundary line, eastern wing.
Well, it's good to see a ruckman actually kick the football and not try to short pass it. He's gained 50 metres.
And now he's come to attend the ball up. Sweet ends up with the footy. The big man tumbles a kick forward, puts it out on the full.
That's right.
And that's where our praise will end.
That's
for
it.
Jordan Sweet.
But the simple, he's had 2 kicks in a row. How often does that happen for a ruckman?
Correct. Free kick for Amon. He's going to have a defensive side of the wing. Port by 11 points. Game on the line. A spot in the prelim and the season on the line. Port Adelaide by 11 points, 25 gone final term. There is time for Hawthorn if they're good enough.
Amon loads up to left half forward. Imperious. Aaliyah just shoves Chol out of the drop. So strong in the one-on-one. That's why he's an All-Australian. He takes the intercept mark and heaves it back where it came from. Weddle racing to meet it. Radagalier behind him. Big fist in. Lorenz now fighting in his second game. Clean gather. Slid in but couldn't get the handball out because Radagalier was in his way. Wrapped up in the tackle, ball up. Port by 11.
He's unlucky not to get a free kick, actually. It was all over his neck. But anyway, he's maintained holding getting the football.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Out of the stoppage. Boat clean. Got it to Burne-Jones. Kick ricochets off Amon. Out towards the centre square. Drew on hands and knees. Shoveled a handball out to Boak and he's crunched by a couple.
Ball up on the logo. Port by 11. Aaron Bryant's called middle mass. Mick Malthouse. Josh Franco for the call.
6.5 minutes on the game clock. Hawthorn's season rests on a comeback here. 11 points the lead for the Power, looking for a spot against the Swans in the prelim. Hitting up Radaglia, collects the footy. He's tackled on the wing.
Port Adelaide be happy with this as well. The repeat stoppages.
It eats the clock.
It does, absolutely.
Yeah, it eats right into the clock.
Yep.
And there's no loose players behind the ball. Everyone's gone 6-6 here. This is interesting.
Nash rucking against Sweet. Sweet won the hit out down to Drew. Kicks to centre half forward. Georgiades hits up. He's been enormous. Hand pass to Butters. Superb handball inside 50. Boat knocks it away, trying to get it to Wines. Slipping over out there. Hayes Young Lorenz picked up here by Wines. He turns and kicks the Power back inside 50. Amon collects for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Hardwick. Handball away to McGuinness in the defensive goal square. Kicks the Hawks to half back, and a good mark from Lloyd Meek, who hits up in the back pocket and takes it for Hawthorn. Power by just 11 points. 26.5 gone final term. He stabs it short to Impey at centre half back.
That kick from Meek, wow.
Had to be pinpoint.
A ruckman hitting a 45 in your D50 with the score.
Hawthorn haven't seen this for a long time in the last 8 to 10 weeks where they're taking away that next kick. So whether they can maintain it for another 6 minutes will determine this match, no question.
Impey to Ginnivan. High footy up the broadcast swing. Sweet front position. Tried to take the chest mark. Meek got a hand in. Rolls to the boundary line. Sicily fighting against 3 and he wins out. McDonald comes through and hands it to his skipper. Hawthorn on the charge. Nash over the top. Handball in the path of McGuinness. Bergman closing and he does enough. The desperation of the Port youngster to knock it over the boundary line. 25 out. Meanwhile, behind play, Connor Rosie looks a little proppy, grabbing the right leg.
Well, the chase and pressure from him was outstanding.
Well, he's captain. He's got to stand up. Yep. He's got to set the example. Well, certainly Sicily is.
Port by 11. Hawthorn inside 50. Tossed into play. Meek caught behind. Sweet wins it down. Only found Warple. Fumbles at his bootlaces. Fell into the footy. Wrapped up. Ball up. 25 out. 45-degree angle to the right.
And high alert here for Port Adelaide. D50 stoppage with the margin as it is currently. Got to be right on your game defensively.
Sweet wins the hit out, but straight down to Moore for the Hawks. Hand pass to McGuinness. The third-generation Hawk hooks the kick to the behind line. Chol can't trap it. Still alive. Knocked out of play in the end from Lorenz. Umpire Roseberry says spin that in.
If he says it, it's the right decision.
Boundary throwing left forward pocket for Hawthorn. Riverbank stand end. So state of play, 28.5 gone final term. 4.5 minutes on the game clock. Port by 11, but a forward 50 stoppage for Hawthorn. Boundary throwing. Meek wins it down. Straight to Bergman. Tackled. Got a hand pass away. Wanted Lockie Jones. Slides out of bounds. Says throw it in.
Hawks have got the one behind the ball. There's an extra Port player at the ball. This is where they've got to defensively make sure that defending player covers the run-through player so that Hawthorn can't get on the run.
Port by 11, finals footy on ABC Sport. Hawks 50, Meek won it down. Newcomb in traffic, got a boot to ball and finds more.
That's the one.
Just threaded it out of traffic, parting the seas and kicked it to Dylan Moore. 25 out, tight in the pocket. Moore opens the angle, snaps from 30 and hits the left-hand goalpost. Hearts and mouths, couldn't get it done. Port by 10. 29 minutes played in the final term of the semi-final.
Thought he could have taken a little bit more time there. Thought he rushed the kick just a little bit.
Power by 10. Sin on the kick out. Goes long up to the wing. Radaglia climbs no mark. Weddle knocks it away from him. High half forward for the Hawks. Comes down to Warple. Gets a kick inside 50. It's out wide. One bounce out of play. Boundary throw in. Half forward for the Hawks. Hawthorn trying to become the first team in history to play off for a spot in the grand final after an 0-5 start. Well, for Port Adelaide, we know their backstory and all that's baked into it. The September hiccups, and they've led most of the night. Boundary throwing, loose footy inside 50. Bruce had it, lost it. Newcomb feeds a hand pass out, got it to McGuinness. McGuinness goals! The third generation Hawk with the biggest kick of his life. And it's a whole new game with 3.5 minutes to play. Port Adelaide by just 4 points. The Power 11-9 79-75. Now they're hanging on. Hawthorn 11-5-71 coming from behind. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco and Mick Malthouse.
Well, Mick, just looking at the replay, just the surge mentality from Hawthorn just kept the ball alive. And to your point around structurally getting set up so you can catch those players spitting through the stoppage, Port Adelaide weren't able to do it. Ultimately, they paid the price for that.
Well, that's that one play you've got. That's what he's got to do. And it's generally got to be a bigger bodied player so you can do net the player coming through.
Strap yourselves in.
Game on.
Box office finish. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Port by 4. Dying stages. Meek takes it out of the ruck. Handball to Warple. Clearance to the Hawthorn. Up to half forward. Knocked away from Moore. Straight to Horne-Francis. In the tackle, stood strong. Hands it to Burgoyne. Drew Wormburner towards the 50. Bounce favours Radicalea. Weddle gets there first. Sidesteps the big Fijian and hands it back to Morrison. Dangerous kick to Moore. Sat up long. Drew cut across. Knocked it straight to Empey.
Oh, great tackle.
By Burgoyne.
What a great tackle.
Holding the ball.
That is a goal-saving tackle. I know it's a long way from their goals, but the simple fact of chasing a player down and taking it off him.
Could be a match-saving tackle in the context
well, there's still plenty of time for scores.
Yeah. Remember the last time they met and everything that happened there, it was Darcy Byrne-Jones, the match winner on that occasion. Has he just done it again with a goal-saving tackle on the wing. Long kick for the power inside 50, and the ball is going to be balled up forward pocket for Port. And Horne-Francis is dragging his leg with his arms around two trainers, hobbling off the field. Willie Rioli kicks back inboard to Rosie. He's tackled and a ball up inside 50 for Port. There is 2.5 minutes to play. Forward 50 stoppage. No, free kick.
Silly play by Port. They've done it again.
That's the second one for Drew.
So the free kick was a holding the ball in the end. They must have paid.
No, I think it was just the umpire, and he's kicked it away from the umpire.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's constant possession at a critical stage. 2.5 to play. Port by 4. Hawthorn with the footy.
Straight up the corridor. They got to go. Nash takes the mark. Hands it to Weddle. Hot ball on full suit. Weddle to the outer side, put it into open territory. On the march is D'Ambrosio. Handball was looking for more. Bergman cuts it off. Let's head down to Liz Walsh.
Yeah, it looks really dramatic down here with Jason Horne-Francis hobbling off the field, but it does appear to be cramp. He's just in the hands of a physio now, giving that left hamstring a big stretch.
At what point, Mick, do you put one extra behind the ball as well?
Well,
they'd have to be thinking about it.
Well, in general play, you do it anyway.
Yeah.
Toss back in, Meek, quick inside, kick inside 50s, too wide and out on the full. Free kick to Port Adelaide, up by 4.
I think it's happening now.
Clock running down, and just remember in round 10, Hawthorn tried to do that. Port kicked 2 goals in 30 seconds. Sometimes defensive play doesn't work.
No, well, they've had the player behind the ball for most of the game. It's just that you can't do it for centre bounces, clearly, because that's 6-6-6.
Logan Evans goes long up the wing. What a night he's had. A hand pass out from Wines, and now a pack forms behind him. Ball up, eastern wing. Less than 2 minutes to play. Port Adelaide by 4. Finals footy on ABC Sports. Stoppage on the wing.
Radicalea going behind the ball for Port Adelaide.
Bounces off Meek's head. Butters whacks it forward, straight to Scrimshaw. The Hawks defender kicks a spiral inside 50. Sicily!
Yeah.
Sicily marks and half forward for the Hawks.
And that's just poor defence. Well, that's what the loose player is behind there. He's there to spoil that ball. He got locked out. Sicily is a true captain. This is what great captains do.
Radicalea was a +1 behind the ball, and Aaliyah actually just zoned off his player and didn't impact the contest. It's inexcusable.
If you want to captain Hawthorn in September, you got to meet the moment. He misses.
Wow.
He's been enormous in this final term, but he leaves that shot out there and hits the post 3/4 of the way up. And the fine margins for Hawthorn. It is Port by 3 points with 64 seconds left on the game clock.
Logan Evans brings it in and heaves it as long as he can up the outer wing. Weddle rises early, spills to the back. Scrimshaw knocked it close to the boundary line. Legs taken out, free kick, Hawthorn. Jack Scrimshaw plays on immediately. A hit and hope. Scrimshaw puts up a prayer. Radicalea with a double fist. Ricochets back to Weddle on the paint of 50. The Hawks on the march. Port Adelaide desperate. Handball comes out. D'Ambrosio brushes off two, squeezes the kick into the pocket and running away is there. The saviour for the Power. The goalkeeper in the pocket.
He's in it to go back and hug the boundary, really, which he's done.
He goes long. It's in the field of play. Spills off the pack. D'Ambrosio reloads. Kicks inside 50. McDonald trying to smother the half volley. Pack forms around him. Ball comes out. Ferocious tackle from the Hawks. And a ball up at centre half forward for Hawthorn. There's only a couple of ticks on the clock left. Ball up. The Power win by the width of the post. And Ken Hinkley keeps the Power on at Port Adelaide. A week's a long time in footy. From the sack Hinkley signs to a spot in a prelim. The Power are off to Sydney to play for a spot in the biggest game we have. Port Adelaide by 3 points. We got the power to win, power to roll. Come on, Port Adelaide aggression. We are the power from Port. It's more than a sport, it's the true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop till we're top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking. Now that is September football. What a night. Port Adelaide by 3 points. And a classic, famous Port Adelaide win under Ken Hinkley. Backs to the wall. They come out and get the win at home in front of a raucous crowd. 11-9 to 11-6. The game was on the boot of James Sicily in the final minute of play. And you wouldn't want it in anybody else's hands. His drop punt clips the post 3/4 of the way up. It ends Hawthorn's season. Port Adelaide are in the prelim to play the Swans. And the Hawks' incredible ride ends here. It's more than a sport, it's the true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop till we're top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking. Port Adelaide are off to Sydney. They'll play the Swans in the prelim next Friday night. And Hawthorn's incredible journey in season 2024 from 0-5 leads them here to semi-final night, but no further. And the Sam Mitchell masterstroke to swing Sicily forward in the final quarter, almost, by the width of the post, delivered them a place in the final four. Not to be. It's Port Adelaide who are moving on. The Power by 3. Josh Franco and Mick Malthouse. Frame it up for me, your initial reactions on what on earth we've just seen over this pulsating 80 minutes of footy.
It's been one of those games that you couldn't take your eyes off it.
No.
And I think we spoke early in the game where we said, can Port maintain it, and can they just look at the next contest? Sicily's gone forward, kicked 1 goal too, and as Corby's just called it, was a massive kick. That was going to clear the grandstand. It was, it did. It was clear it's hit the post. But I just think there's a couple of young players on both sides have stood up today. I was impressed in the ruck for a start off. Burgoyne stood up. Sicily as a captain showed again his great value. You look at, say, over the journey, Corby said 62 inside 50s and 42 against has been the record for Hawthorn over the last 7 or 8 weeks. When you analyse that inside 50s, 51 to Port, so it's 9 difference, not a lot, but it's the other side where Hawthorn only got it in there 42 times. And who says that you have to have a big score to have a great game of football? I've seen some great grand finals played with I think going back to 2005 and 6, West Coast Sydney, both years. Yeah, look at this game here. This has been a great game, a great finals game. Yeah, there's mistakes made, but it's got to be probably, in my mind, I'd love to see what the pressure, how they rate those pressures. But the tackles, the game to me was won during the week, because there's no doubt in my mind Port come out with a plan to make sure that they never let Hawthorn play anywhere near their game. And that was, under all circumstances, play on. And if you can't play on with it, wait for someone to run past and then give a little hand pass off or a little kick off. Port stopped that cold virtually all night. So Hawthorn then had to create their own play. And they almost did it with Sicily. But nonetheless, Port Adelaide deserved the win.
Luke Bruce has been chaired off the ground as the floodlights have been turned off. So just the flashing lights around the stadium light Adelaide Oval. And on the shoulders of James Sicily and Jack Gunston, the ride in his 15th season is going to end on semi-final night. But what a journey it's been. The likes of Tuck, Matthews, Mitchell, Crawford, Hodge, Langford, Scott, Moore, and now Bruce becomes just the 9th man in club history to reach 300 games.
Yeah. It's a credit to him. He's been an outstanding servant of the football club. One club, even the way he got chosen.
Yeah.
He certainly wasn't a first-round pick.
Could have ended up at Sydney?
Boy from Tamora, yeah, he would have come to New South Wales and could have had the opportunity to end up there. Josh, give me your initial reaction at the Port Adelaide side of things. So, from heavily beaten last week, again they respond, and now they're through to the Final Four.
Yeah, well, I think copy and paste what Mick just said. And look, it's interesting. We spoke about it, I think, definitely throughout the call, that Port Adelaide would have been walking down the race to start the game or pre-game with some element of doubt of what we're going to get. And I know there was quite a few apprehensive Port Adelaide supporters here tonight, I must admit. I wasn't sure how the game was going to unfold. I wasn't that bullish about Port Adelaide getting the job done, but you could see it was a different side right from the get-go in terms of their pressure, their mentality, their ability to deny Hawthorn time and space. And when you look at those inside 50 numbers, so 51 Port Adelaide inside 50s, Hawks 42, considering they've been going at 62 over the last 7 or 8 weeks. What that tells me is exactly what you said, Vic. Port Adelaide were able to take away their game, take away their one-wood, take away their ability to
move the ball,
speed on the ball and move the ball. And they also took away their kick mark game, because again, they've been averaging up around 100 uncontested, or 100 marks per game, a lot of them uncontested. Tonight they only had 71, so that highlights the fact that Port Adelaide were able to take away the strengths of Hawthorn. And look, to Hawthorn's credit, they kept hanging in there. They gave themselves the opportunity to nearly win the game through Sicily, but they just weren't able to get it done. But full credit to Port Adelaide, the way they played. And, I keep going back to these KPIs when you're looking at finals and how the finals games are played. The contested ball numbers plus 17 Port Adelaide's way. The ground ball gets plus 8 the Powers' way as well. So they dominated in that space, and then they're able to get the game on their turn.
But they had to do that, Josh. Without those extra numbers, there's no way knowing they're going to beat Hawthorn today.
Yeah.
Hawthorn are a great running side. They're a good moving side. It's okay to say we talk about great, and I'm saying a great running side. First 5 weeks, they were zipping by, but they've been the form side, and they took the dogs to the absolute cleaners last week, and they've been a very good football side. But the homework that's done, I just love the way. But homework's fantastic. You've got to deliver it. And generally speaking, Port delivered that for most of the night. 70 marks compared to 100 it's a big drop off.
Yep. Bit of a story here as well. So right before Luke Bruce was chaired off, Ken Hinkley has said some words to the Hawthorn players. I assume it was around Jack Ginnivan, see you next week. James Sicily has then come up and actually basically given it back to him, and there's been a war of words between the skipper of the Hawks and the coach of the Power. And then we've had our nice moment as Bruce is chaired off the ground.
So there's no doubt there's been words exchanged here between Hinkley and Sicily. So as Sicily is involved in carrying Bruce off the ground, Ken Hinkley has clearly been seen to be chatting to the Hawthorn players. Sicily's gone back and they've exchanged some words between the pair. So the captain of the Hawthorn Footy Club and the coach of Port Adelaide and Ken Hinkley. So we know Ken's an emotional guy. At the best of times, he's incredibly pumped up when they win, and there has been some kind of a conversation that's gone on there between the coach of Port Adelaide and the captain of Hawthorn, James Sicily.
There's one thing you do as a coach when the game finishes. You shut up. You never give any ammunition for the next time you may play them or anything else. Now, I know it's easy to say, but I've been around long enough, and I think Ken Hinkley's been around long enough. That sort of emotion, you just take it into your rooms and let your players analyse it and take it on board. But we don't know what's been said. But if it has been directed because of what Ginnivan said, you know what? There's so much stuff said out there. Who cares? Yeah. If you're going to say it, you've got to deliver it. Ginnivan kicked a couple of goals. Or kicked, I think he did. He kicked 2 goals. Kicked 2 nice goals, and he set up another couple. So, he's been a good player for them. But you let them go. That sort of stuff. You just go, all right, you said it, and guess who's won the game. So I hope that there's not a lot being said there. I hope it's minimal.
Ken Hinkley is definitely the instigator. So the Hawks playing group has walked to the race. James Sicily in front. Hinkley has said something and it has ignited James Sicily. He's fired up and gone straight back at the Port coach.
Only verbal stuff?
Verbal.
No physical?
No physical.
He's already in the rooms, Ken Hinkley. He was the first one down there not long after that episode, and now Connor Rosie leads his team down there. Liz Walsh is down there for us. Port are into the prelim. Liz.
They certainly are, Corbin, and this is a very happy Port Adelaide rooms. You may not even be able to hear me above all of these cheers down here. Connor Rosie looking very happy. Alira has just grabbed his son to take him into the circle. Now, hearing all that stuff about Ken Hinkley before, there was clearly no idea of that down here in the change rooms. Ken Hinkley walked into the change rooms earlier and was given a rounding applause by everyone who was in here. Sam Powell-Pepper ran up, gave him a big hug. You just got the sense everyone was so happy for Ken to still be coaching another game. And here we go, they're all together now and they're singing the song. Here we go. Happy Port Adelaide rooms, and we'll be back soon. We're hoping to talk with Jason Horne-Francis.
How's the atmosphere down there, Liz?
It's absolutely fabulous. I've been in a lot of winning rooms this year at Adelaide Oval, generally not the Crows ones, but this is a stacked change rooms, lots of family, lots of friends. The other really great thing to notice are all the players who aren't playing have just lined up around the room. So Dan Houston has the hugest smile on his face and is giving everyone really big hugs. The other one is Ryan Burton. Obviously, he was out before the game with that calf injury. You could just see the joy on his face before the players came in, that he is just so happy for this team. They're just heading into a quick meeting now, and as soon as they come out, we'll grab a player.
Thanks, Liz. So Port Adelaide through to a third preliminary final in 5 years. So that is a sensational achievement. 2 of those obviously at home. They lost a razor-thin result to Richmond in 2020. In 2021, it was they got debacle, didn't they? That was a shocking performance against the Western Bulldogs, where they started a heavy favourite, fell off the face of the earth in 2022, came back last year, went out in straight sets, and now they're back to the penultimate weekend of the season into a preliminary final, Port Adelaide. So they're off to Sydney to play the Swans. As it would have it, the last time those two teams met, it was 112 points the difference. Would you believe Port Adelaide beat Sydney here late in the year?
I reckon it was 74-0 at one stage.
That's right.
Almost halfway through the second quarter.
Did you work that game?
We were here, yep.
That's it.
Following the game.
That was in the middle of the Olympic Games. And
Yep.
I remember sort of following along as our day started, sort of Paris time, and just scratching my head thinking, how, why, what on earth happened that night? It just felt like such an anomaly in the season.
It was. Absolutely it was.
Yeah.
And I know Sydney, I think, from memory, had a few players to come into the side. They had a few out, 2 of their top liners, but that was probably a game which was the start or in the middle of when they went through that mid-year sort of slump, the Swans, but they seem to have bounced out of it. Clearly they're into a prelim final against Port Adelaide, but that game quite a few weeks ago now was an outlier, absolutely.
How's this as a recent record, by the way? So Sydney have not beaten Port Adelaide anywhere since 2016.
Wow.
That's 8 years ago. So they have won their last 8 games, Port Adelaide, against the Swans. By the way, Sydney's next worst losing run against any team is 3 games. So the Swans don't lose very often at all, let alone consecutive games to the same side. They have not beaten Port since 2016 . So
how many times? Do you know when they're away?
8 times.
I
can chase that. Yep, as to how many were at the SCG. As
well, you suggested it'd be 4 and 4, wouldn't you? You'd close to it.
You'd think so, yeah.
You think the draw's always equal and fair? And
No, I don't. Actually, I shouldn't say that, because I know. Yeah, well, I won't go through that.
Here we go. Last 8. Adelaide Oval, SCG, Adelaide Oval, Adelaide Oval, Adelaide Oval, Adelaide Oval, SCG, SCG. So 5 in Adelaide, 2 in Sydney. 3 in Sydney.
Yep.
Full time here. Port Adelaide have won by 3 points in a classic finals encounter in which every contest was hard fought. The margin never got beyond 22 points at any stage. Felt like Port had their nose in front most of the night. Hawthorn, every time they made a push, Port would answer. And then in the waning moments, James Sicily, you wouldn't want the ball in anyone else's hands. He was swung forward, had a huge impact on the game, as he does behind the footy, did so up front, took a big mark, went back, had a set shot from 45 out, had the trip easily, looked as if he was going to kick it to put Hawthorn into a prelim. Instead, it clipped the post 3/4 of the way up, and in the end, Port Adelaide hang on to win by 3.
Not only, Corby, did he take the mark, he took the mark when it was one-on-one, plus a purpose-placed player to defend the ball in the air. Now, you've got to pick the right player to do that, and you've got to do some training on that, because that's a player that's got to look at where the ball is and where the major danger player comes from. So that's where he positions himself. Sicily just made mincemeat of the whole lot of that. He just took them all to the cleaners and took that great mark. And that's what we would be doing.
Porter into a prelim, a third in the last 5 years, hoping to make it through to their first grand final in that time. It is Port Adelaide by 3 points. They'll meet Sydney next Friday night in the winners' rooms with Liz Walsh.
Thank you, Corbin. And I am here with Jason Horne-Francis. Jason, what a win. You're into a preliminary final next weekend. Talk us through the emotions. How does it all feel?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit speechless. It's an unbelievable feeling. I guess with people doubting us and to come out and play the way we played, I thought it was an unbelievable effort. You know, it was so fun to play out there. Our pressure was unreal all night, and I thought we just played the right way. So it was great to get a win.
I was going to ask you about the pressure. Obviously, it's been quite heaped on players, coaches in the lead up to this game. How did you block all of that out?
Yeah, I guess it's really hard. You know, you're surrounded by social media these days, and it's really hard to get away from it. But I think we just got to, stick together, stay internal, and what we know, what we know to do in the 4 walls. And we just stuck together this week. We got to work, and I thought it paid off.
On the flip side, coming into this game, it sort of felt like Hawthorn had all of that momentum, and obviously Jack Ginnivan's tweet about, the prelim sort of being, Hawthorn's. What actually was the focus coming into tonight to sort of beat that hot ball as it was?
Yeah, definitely. They were the ones with the momentum. They've been playing unbelievable footy all year. And, I think just for us to really put some heat on them and pressure on them. So I just feel like, no teams in the past probably, 13 weeks have put that pressure on them, and I feel like we just put them under the pump tonight, and that was probably our goal going out there, just to put them under some real heat and really challenge them. And I thought we did that unbelievably.
Before we head up to the box for a few more questions, you obviously hobbled from the ground in those dying minutes there. Can you allay any fears? Was that just cramp?
It was just cramp, yes. And I think it was the worst one I've had. It wasn't going away, but it was just cramp, so no need to stress.
Okay, let's go up to our box. Our experts are Mick Malthouse and Josh Franco.
Jason, congratulations on the win tonight. I thought your game was outstanding and your usual impactful self. And talk about, the mindset coming into this game and some of the strengths you were trying to take away from Hawthorn. It seemed like you were able to limit their uncontested marks. And I think they've been averaging up around 100 over the last few weeks. You limited them to 71 uncontested marks and really took away their strengths. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, that's what you banged it on. That's what we come into the game, wanting to do is just limit their uncontested marks, limit their, their play away out of D50. They want to get out and spread, and they want to use the open side. And I thought, just our ability to get out and beat them out there and just take away their switch and take away their uncontested marks. I thought that was unreal all night. So that was, the motivation coming into the game was just to, get that done. And I thought we did well.
And just the last question for me, Jason, is obviously 7 days ago you wind the clock back and it's doom and gloom, and obviously a lot of external criticism coming Port Adelaide's way. Can you just run us through some of the stuff that was done during the week, because we saw a different Port Adelaide in terms of mentality and mindset tonight?
Yeah, we had we had a really hard meeting, and as a mid-group, we looked at things we were not up to par with at all, and it was probably a bit embarrassing, the meeting, and it was very confronting, but I think that's what we needed to see, and some of our efforts in the Geelong game just weren't good enough and weren't up to standard, and we needed to rectify that, and we just got to work on the training track. We trained a really contested pressure type training, and I thought we'd just bring it out to the game, and that's what we needed. We needed to get our pressure up and get it up above 2, and that's when we play our best footy.
Jason, it's Corbin Middlemass here. What did Ken Hinkley say to the Hawks boys at the end?
He gets really emotional sometimes, like you've probably all seen, and he exchanged a few words. You probably know who, but he's just in the heat of the moment, and he loves the footy club, and he loves us, and he loves to stick up for us. And we went out there and we made him proud tonight, and I just thought it was a good performance. But he just gets a bit heated, Kenny.
Was it about the Ginnivan tweet?
Yeah, it was. He was, like I said, very emotional. He's a very emotional person, and it was about that. But we move on now to next week, and we've got an unreal opportunity to go over to Sydney and cracking over there.
Did you feel disrespected by that?
We get our motivation from other things, not just from that, and that's definitely one of the motivating factors. It was definitely brought up, and how you're not meant to. It's media these days, and you see everything. So I'm sure all the boys saw it and were motivated by it a little bit, but I think the biggest motivation was just to prove everyone wrong, and we didn't put up a good performance last week, so we wanted to get a good performance in this week.
Jason, well done on the game itself. Just tell me about the midfield. When you guys are together, it just appears, and I'm going to be praiseworthy for a start off, and then I'm just going to say how a couple of them I've seen. It just appears at times when you have maybe all the ball getters. I'm talking about your captain and yourself, and who was the other one? And young Butters. You just seem to be, I don't know what the direction is, but you all seem to just take off, and if the ball falls forward, then you're going to murder it. You're going to kill it, you're going to get it, you're going to drive it forward, and you're going to score. But if it goes the other way, it just appears that someone is not falling in behind you. What sort of practice do you do there? And is there a player like Drew that gets in behind there, or Wines that gets in behind there and does a 2-1 or 1-2 defensive zone?
Yeah, it's we love our midfield group and what we've got, and we've all got our different strengths, but I think you're right. Defensively is probably an area we can definitely improve. We need to improve on so many things, and that's probably the forefront of mind at the moment, is just get that right. That's what wins games, and you're probably right. Sometimes we might get too ahead of ourselves sometimes, and we just need to work on that, especially as a midfield group, as me, Butsy and Rose, when we're in there. Communicate better and get things right, but we play a attacking, fun brand of footy, and sometimes it might get the better of us, yes, but we just need to tone that down a bit, and I think we've been working on it all season, and I feel like we've got much better at it.
Everyone, and me included, has had a look at Lloyd Meek and thought, wow, he is just a giant of a man. He's done such a great job. But your ruckman tonight, Jordan Sweet, tell us a bit about him, because I thought he was outstanding in making it a neutral football so that Meek didn't dominate.
Yeah, he was unbelievable. Meekie's probably, arguably one of the best ruckmans in the comp at the moment. His form's been unreal, and for Sweetie to come out and play how he did tonight was it was really pleasing just to see the growth throughout the year and where he's at, but he was unreal tonight, and just to make it a 50-50 contest, like you said, or win it himself and get the hit out to advantage to us, and we love playing with him. He brings so much aggression and so much hunger, just get better and win the ball, so we love having him in the team.
Yeah, we had 52-35, which is an amazing effort given how Meek's been going, and his clearance rate seems to be very good as well. Just tell me, just I know I'm talking here about what the game looked like, but as far as you go, starting on the bench last week, Butters this week, is there no room for one of you blokes to play forward for the first interchange, or do you plan to have a little bit more impact by bringing one of you blokes on?
Well, I think Yeah, I mean, when I was starting off, we did have Connor up forward, and I think we just started Zach off tonight just to, I don't know, I think Kenny might have thought that they might have come after him with his ribs, and we just wanted to look after him and make sure that didn't happen. I know he was up for it and he was ready for it and he probably wanted it to happen, but we started off just to look after him tonight, and he's had a tough week getting through this week, so look after him. There's definitely room. Every now and then one of us will start forward, but I think we've just got to get that balance right, and Kenny and the coaches do as well, and I've got full trust that they will.
Well, all the best next week from me anyway.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Jason Horne-Francis is with us on ABC Sport after Port Adelaide's thrilling 3-point victory in the semi-final against Hawthorn. Jason, Big Charlie laid out with illness. How crook is he? Can we possibly see him in action next week?
Yeah, possibly. I didn't see much of him before the game. I heard he was out, but I didn't see much of him, so I don't know how bad he is. I think I saw him around now, so I'm sure he'll be pushing for selection next week.
And it opened the door for young Will Lorenza. First game as a sub and then his second game in a final. How is he feeling in the build-up?
I asked him before the game and he said he was nervous, like all of us, I think, and we're all in the same boat there, so I told him not to stress. But he's really excited just to get the opportunity to come in and play. He's had some unreal form through the sample throughout the year. He's probably been our best player in there, so good on him. He's working hard and he's getting the opportunity.
Jason, you're only 21 years of age. You've just played in your first finals victory, and the next time you pull on that Port Adelaide jumper with the number 18 on the back, it's going to be in a preliminary final. What comes with that thought?
It's pretty exciting to think of. Preliminary final against the top team, and they've been the top team all year. It's a great opportunity for us to go over there and just continue on our special journey throughout this year, and it has been a special journey, and we've enjoyed every minute of it, and we just got to keep riding the wave.
You win one more, you play for the biggest in the biggest game of them all. It's been a phenomenal journey, Jason. Congratulations on the win tonight, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Jason Horne-Francis from the Port Adelaide Football Club, also known as preliminary finalists. They are there to play the Sydney Swans. They beat Hawthorn by 3 points in a sensational game of footy with 3 lead changes. But in particular, what happened in that last quarter, the Hawks drew level at the 3-minute mark. Port steadied up. They kicked the next 3 goals to lead by 18 points. And then Sicily was swung forward, which is the move that Mitchell has pulled only in the break glass in case of emergency moments. And this was one of those, down by 3 goals in a semi-final. He kicked 1 goal. He played a crucial hand up front in giving them a target. Hawthorn kicked 3 of the next 4 in the match. They drew within a goal. And then James Sicily had a shot in the final minute. It hit the post from about 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle, and ultimately the captain fell the width of the post short. That's how far they were away from booking their place in a prelim. Instead, the Hawthorn journey ends here after an 0-5 start to the season. They are out on semi-final weekend, and Port Adelaide are moving on. They make it through to the preliminary final.
How would Sam Mitchell be feeling now? Is it the one that got away, or would he be reasonably satisfied with how they've...
Not today. No, he won't.
No.
Month's time he will, because he'll say, well, this is a bonus.
Yeah.
But not... I think he'll learn a lot by going, you know what, our game was taken away from us. What did they do? It's okay to make these moves. Moves are fantastic. Look, it's hard with 1 week or Sicily another week, but the big but is when we are closed down, what do we do to reverse it? And how do we get back in the game? Or how do we get back at... We may not get the full flow and run, but we've got to be able to take the opposition away from what they're doing to us, which Port did brilliantly, really. So that'll be... So he'll be thinking more about, I reckon, that sort of stuff than, we overachieved or we achieved whatever. That'll come... Like Christmas time, he'll be going, look where we finished.
Same question back to you, Josh. I mean, you've been in a coach's box at an AFL team in the not-too-distant past. I mean, it felt like they never got their game up and going tonight, the Hawks, and yet it was them with the last shot at the game that had the chance to win it.
Well, that's what I was thinking as you were talking, Mick, that it could be a different conversation. Sicily goes 3 or 4 or 5 centimetres to the left or to the right. But I think it's interesting too, and even when you look at the way that Hawthorn's season's unfolded, and I was actually having been at Sydney when they were 0-6 in 2017.
Yep.
And the energy it took to get back on even playing field in terms of win-loss and then eventually make the finals, then I found that Sydney just sort of ran out of steam. But this was a different side, I thought, Hawthorn. I thought they were still building. Unfortunately, they don't go through to a preliminary final, but they'll learn a lot from it. Absolutely no doubt. Going into next year, they'll learn a lot from this. But the reality with finals is, I don't think you can rely. Again, you might have a different view, but you can't purely rely on ball movement and offensive play to win the game. And a lot of times you're not going to have the game on your terms in terms of the way that you want to move the ball. And Port Adelaide denied Hawthorn tonight that opportunity.
Well, it happens in finals.
Yeah, it does.
You rarely... There's been smashings and that sort of stuff, but in these types of games, one of the things I've always tried to do is tell my team we're playing in March, April, May, June, the same way as we want to play sides that go to the finals, they go, right, now we're going to play finals football. No, it's too hard to change.
Finals footy on ABC Sport, so we have one prelim. It is Sydney up against Port Adelaide Friday night at the SCG. You can hear it, of course, on ABC Sport. On the other side, it'll be Saturday, probably in the twilight. Time still to be confirmed, but it'll give the visiting team the chance to get home that night. Right. It'll be Geelong versus either, of course, the Brisbane Lions or GWS, depending on what happens in Sydney tomorrow night. Port winners by 3 points. They end Hawthorn's season. Don't forget you can catch game highlights on the Best of ABC Sport podcast feed. So Best of ABC Sport podcast feed. Just look for Sports Shorts and Port Adelaide versus Hawthorn. So if you missed our call tonight and you want to hear the key highlights and analysis, you can find it through the ABC Best of ABC Sport in the podcast feed, either through the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts. Unfortunately for Ken Hinkley, he's been front and centre and his coaching's been under siege. And he's been questioned from the outside after a series of poor finals performances. And yet tonight, it feels like he's brought a bit of this on himself after the episode that's happened, as it should have been a moment for Luke Bruce, who was being cheered off the ground after his 300th game. Instead, Ken Hinkley was seen barking at the Hawthorn players, and as Jason Horne-Francis told us moments ago, directed at 21-year-old Jack Ginnivan. And Ken Hinkley, coaching for a 273rd time tonight, was seen mouthing off towards the Hawthorn players. James Sicily was not too happy about it at all. He walked over and started to have some words back with Ken, who at that moment pulled back and realised, oh no, maybe I've said a little too much here. Ken Hinkley was on Channel 7 with Brian Taylor a short time ago when we were chatting with Jason Horne-Francis. This is how that went.
I saw a few words after the game there with James Sicily. Was that just a little bit of ping-pong with you and he?
Oh, look, I'll be honest. It was... Jack said what he said through the week, and I just told him after the game he wasn't going anywhere. Right. And you know what? I don't know social media. I just do what I do. And I probably shouldn't have done it. I should apologise to the boys. I shouldn't have probably done it. But the reality was, you throw something our way, we're going to throw something back occasionally.
Good on you, Kenny.
Thanks, mate.
Congratulations.
So that's the reaction from Ken Hinkley. Let's go into the Hawthorn rooms with Liz Walsh. Liz.
Thank you, Corbin. I'm here with Luke Bruce playing his 300th game tonight. Luke, clearly not the result that you were after. Really heartbreaking loss. I know it's going to be hard, but can you sort of talk us through the emotions?
It is a tough one, bit of a pill to swallow. I thought the game wasn't on our terms early, and their pressure I thought was pretty good. So it's a hard one. It's sort of, you get yourself into a position in that last quarter and get multiple shots, but at the end of the day, the game's lost on multiple areas, not just down to the final sort of couple of kicks.
There were lots of experts this year who weren't expecting Hawthorn to, even make the 8. Is that sort of one of the positives to come out of this season?
Yeah, well, if you had told me in round 7 that we'd play 2 finals, I probably would have laughed at you. So, huge growth from our group. We're getting better faster, and the experience that these guys will get from playing in this kind of cauldron and finals atmospheres will be invaluable in the years to come.
And of course, reflecting on your 300 game milestone, what are some of the things that stand out?
It's sort of hard to sum it up at the moment. It's a big number. My body's been very good to me, so I sort of haven't missed too many, which helps bring it up as well. I've got a lot of family and friends here tonight who make the journey so special, so it'd be good to sit down tonight and reflect and thank them for everything they do for me, and also the work that I've put in, and this milestone will be it'll be something I'll probably look back on and cherish a bit more once I'm done.
Let's head up to our experts. We've got Nick Malthouse and Josh Franco.
Bad luck tonight, Luke. Just a question. Obviously, there's been a lot of byplay and banter around the Ginnivan comment or tweet during the week. What's your take on that?
I think that's just kids being kids, isn't it, these days? That's the way they are, and I don't read into it too much. It's to me it's a harmless comment, but a bit of banter.
What did you think when you heard Ken Hinkley giving a few words to your team?
Well, I was trying to work out what was going on. I needed Sicily to cheer me off, so I was trying to get in his ear to get him back behind and to cheer me off. So I had no idea what it was about, and it sort of makes sense now it was about that.
You've played 300 games of footy. How many times has the opposition coach had a few words for you post-game?
Not too many. I don't think. Most of the time they're not even near us, so it hasn't happened that often.
Yeah. James seemed really annoyed by it. I mean, it was your moment at the end of the game. Ultimately, the team didn't win. You get the chance to be cheered off. Were you put out by it?
No, not at all. Like I said it just before in another interview, they're two competitive beasts who want to do the best for their team to try and get over the line. So both very passionate and, as I said, competitive guys who want to stick up for their team and want the best for their team. We all want to win silverware, so that's where we're both heading.
Luke, how was Sam in the aftermath?
I think the overwhelming message from Sam was just so proud of the group. Although it's not the result we wanted tonight, it's... I said it before, like to get 2 finals out of this group this year, again, we're not satisfied, but it's proud of the work, proud of he wants us to get better faster. He said it multiple times in the media, and that's what we're doing, and I can't wait to see what this group can do in the next few years.
And you'll be a part of it, signing on for a 16th season. Have a great summer. Luke, congratulations on all you've achieved, and really the pleasure's been ours to be able to watch you over 300 games. Stay safe over summer.
Yeah, cheers guys, pleasure.
Luke Bruce on the back of his 300th game, Port Adelaide by 3 points. They're on to a preliminary final.
Can I play devil's advocate here?
Yes.
So obviously there's talk, whether it's amongst the footy community or the media or whatever, that we don't want robots, and I'm not saying I support this, but the Ken Hinkley stuff.
Yep.
You sort of say, who cares?
Well, if you give Ginnivan a pass, I guess you could argue the same way. Where you think,
what can happen anyway?
If it's fair for Jack, is it fair for Ken?
We're talking about it at up past 10. So does the league do anything about this?
Yeah. Well, the only issue is you think it takes away, doesn't it, the moment as a group for Port Adelaide, where all of a sudden the focus is on Ken.
Yeah, that's
well, two. The one that you just said, Luke Bruce, that was his 300th. I forgot that he'd sign on. When I forgot, I put it. It's going to be interesting because what Port have done today, and this is not talking about Ken Hinkley or Luke Bruce, but they've unlocked the door for clubs to go, if we can take away their marking power, because we know that Lewis will probably come back next year, but they don't have... Chol's not the answer. Chol has not been the answer at 3 clubs. He's been a beneficiary because of the players and the way they've played. But when they were playing bad, he was playing bad. So he's done nothing to suggest that they're over that key forward. They've got midgets who will kick goals. That's fantastic. But I'm not. They've got a bit of work to do. I know Day will come back.
Funny things can happen in preliminary finals. So for Port Adelaide, wipe off everything that's happened so far. They're there. They've got to start in a preliminary final against the Swans at the SCG. How much chance do you give them?
Well, I give them a chance on the basis of what you told me our stats work. With Horn Francis, I still think when you get a severe cramp like that, you do get muscle damage. So that'll have to be looked at during the week, and he'll have to have a very, very light week. They've already said, well, he's already told us everything. They had a real ding-dong go at training.
Very quickly, here's Sam Mitchell before we get out of here.
I can only speak on my club's behalf, and if I think about how my club, the Hawthorn Football Club, dealt with the post-game, we had a very young player who was having had some very aggressive words said to him by a much older man who's been in the game for a long time, and the captain of my club stood up for him. And so I think it's really tough to sit here right now getting rushed by the AFL. Make sure you're at your press conference on time. And so I understand the emotions of this time of year are really, really difficult, and I'm really
We'll pick
proud
up some of that tomorrow on AFL Saturday. Port are into the prelim. This story has a fair bit more to play out. SA Grandstand Sports Talk and AFL Saturday all to kick us off tomorrow around the country. Good night.
Paradise. You'd return in a heartbeat, right?
It's always beautiful here.
Not Mackenzie, though.
Not staying.
Until...
Murder. Because of the knife in his back. We don't need another detective.
Mackenzie Clark, Detective Inspector, Metropolitan Police. Mackenzie used to have your job.
A new Australian take on the hit series Death in Paradise.
The real mystery.
Return to Paradise.